Jiangbei City, inside the Jiang family's detached villa. You'll die horribly, Yi Chen, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Jiang Chengye lay sprawled on the floor, face twisted with hatred, screaming curses at the man sitting calmly on the sofa. Yi Chen didn't react. He leaned back, expression indifferent, quietly appreciating Jiang Chengye's final performance. After a long while, the curses finally stopped. Jiang Chengye's throat burned, his voice completely shot. He couldn't help cursing inwardly. Is this author insane? Do we really need this many lines just to insult someone? Every time the story reached this point, it was pure suffering. This endless cursing scene was the ultimate test of his acting and line delivery. Worse still, Yi Chen, the protagonist, always listened with absurd seriousness as if savoring every word. Done, Yi Chen stood up and walked over. Then it's time for you to go. He smiled faintly. Remember this for your next life, use your brain, the Dragon King isn't someone you can afford to provoke. As he stepped closer, Yi Chen's size 42 leather shoes filled Jiang Chengye's vision. Fear flooded his eyes, then a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, rating requirement met. The fear vanished instantly, replaced by uncontrollable joy. Finally, I cleared it. What followed didn't need much description. Yi Chen's shoe slammed into Jiang Chengye's forehead. Red, white, purple, green, everything exploded into color, a mysterious space. Jiang Chengye slowly opened his eyes. In front of him stood a stunningly handsome young man, his body flickering faintly as if he might vanish at any moment. Xiao Tong, Jiang Chengye frowned. What's wrong with you? This boy was the avatar of the villain system bound to him. Unlike ordinary systems, Xiao Tong had a will of his own. Every time filming ended, Jiang Chengye would appear here. Usually, Xiao Tong felt real, solid, touchable. This time, he flickered like a dying light. Congratulations, host, you finally passed. But I can't send you back. Xiao Tong lowered his head, guilt written all over his face. I was severely injured in a sneak attack by the Heavenly Dao. My energy is nearly exhausted. His body became even more transparent. Jiang Chengye froze, then smiled bitterly. It's fine. Without you, I would have died in that car accident long ago, and honestly, my acting sucked. That's why I had to redo everything so many times. He shrugged. If I can't go back, so be it. I should have died years ago anyway. I still have enough power to give you a restart. No script, no Heavenly Dao. No forced roles. You'll be free. Jiang Chengye stiffened. No Heavenly Dao. I overturned it completely. This world is now real. Your sealed strength will be fully released. I wanted you to return and show off, but I failed. Jiang Chengye's eyes reddened. Don't restart it. Use your energy to repair yourself. Xiao Tong smiled softly. I'm already gone, host. Let me do one last thing for you. He turned into a sphere of light. Ding. Host evaluation insufficient. Returning to the beginning of the story. Energy surged, swallowing Jiang Chengye. No, Xiao Tong. His hand passed through the light. Xiao Tong disappeared. The light reformed. This time it was stable. A girl in a pink maid outfit appeared, smiling sweetly. She was the Heavenly Dao. Brother Tong, wasn't that a bit cruel? Xiao Tong laughed and patted her head. If he leaves, I can't stay with you. Besides, he has no attachments on Blue Star. This is better. The Heavenly Dao blushed. You're too kind. With him here, Xiao Tong said softly, we can finally run away together. Elsewhere, Jiang Chengye would have screamed if he heard this. Damn system, fake brother. After 9 restarts, enemies had become lovers. All thanks to the host's acting, Tiandao added playfully. Did you erase Yi Chen's memories? Xiao Tong asked. She stuck out her tongue. Forgot. Xiao Tong sighed. He wasn't worried. After the seal broke, even the Heavenly Dao couldn't touch Jiang Chengye. Yi Chen, without fate's blessing, was just another talented man with an inflated title. This time the roles were reversed. Jiang family villa, Xiao Tong. Jiang Chengye jolted upright in bed, tears still in his eyes. Luxury surrounded him, the sea beyond the windows, supercar keys on the table, watches worth fortunes. Yet he felt nothing, the silence hurt, no more ding. 2 years in this world, 2 years with Xiao Tong, gone. He clenched his fist, power surged, terrifying power. So this is what you left me. Each failed run had strengthened him. The system had sealed it all until now it was free. I'll live on, Jiang Chengye whispered, for you. Earth no longer mattered, he had no family there anyway. This world was real now, no script, no fate, no heavenly Dao. Only choice, he lay back down, exhaustion finally overtaking him. For the first time in 9 lives he slept peacefully. As for Yi Chen, go play in the mud. Knock knock. Young master, the truckload of blue roses you ordered has arrived. A knock echoed at the door, followed by the familiar voice of the butler, Zhou Dafu. Just as Jiang Chengye was about to drift back to sleep, his body reacted on instinct and he sat up. Whenever Zhou Dafu appeared in this scene, it meant only one thing: he was about to start simping. And right after that, he would get humiliated by Yi Chen, who was currently working as a security guard at Tang Shiyu's company. But this time, sorry, not happening. I am never being a simp again. Uncle Fu, Jiang Chengye said calmly through the door, take all the roses from that truck and use them as fertilizer. Outside, Zhou Dafu froze. He even dug a finger into his ear, convinced he had misheard. Did the young master just say fertilizer? Has the young master finally come to his senses? Before Jiang Chengye transmigrated into this body, the original owner had already reached legendary simp status. The image of a spoiled rich playboy who lived only to please Tang Shiyu was deeply rooted. Everyone in Jiangbei knew it. Zhou Dafu's eyes instantly reddened. Overjoyed, he turned and sprinted toward the study. Master, master. The young master is awake. The young master is awake. Inside the study, Jiang Zhenhua was practicing calligraphy. Just as he was about to lift his brush, Zhou Dafu's shout startled him. His hand trembled. A massive comma appeared on the rice paper. Damn it. Master, the young master is awake. He's awake. Zhou Dafu burst in, eyes glistening. Jiang Zhenhua glared at him. He woke up, not came back from the dead. Why are you screaming? Then he looked at the ruined calligraphy, heartbroken. That had been his best piece. But master, Zhou Dafu said excitedly, the young master isn't simping anymore. He ordered a truckload of blue roses and told us to turn them into fertilizer. The brush slipped from Jiang Zhenhua's hand and hit the floor with a dull thud. Then he smiled, a wide, uncontrollable smile. My son has finally grown up, Jiang Zhenhua said, his voice trembling. He finally understands that being a simp leads to nothing. Tears welled up in his eyes as he rushed toward Jiang Chengye's room. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. He had tried everything: reasoning, scolding, even locking Jiang Chengye in the house once. The result? Jiang Chengye smashed the window and escaped straight to Tang Yu Group with another truckload of roses. After that, Jiang Zhenhua gave up interfering. This child was too extreme. Their only son, push him too hard, and who knew what madness he'd commit. Because of this, Jiang Zhenhua earned an infamous nickname in Jiangbei: the father of the wolf warrior. Last night, before going to bed, Jiang Chengye had once again ordered a truckload of blue roses right in front of him. Jiang Zhenhua already knew the routine: confession, rejection, humiliation, repeat. He had long lost count of how many trucks it had been. All he knew was that the flower market in Jiangbei had flourished thanks to his son. Bang, bang. Jiang Zhenhua knocked urgently on the door. He needed to confirm 2 things. First, had Jiang Chengye really stopped simping? Second, was he heartbroken? Was he about to do something stupid? Keep the door open. Dad needs to talk to you. Inside, Jiang Chengye felt numb. So even without a script, I still can't sleep in, he sighed, got up, opened the door, and immediately crawled back into bed. Sleeping after waking up was bliss. Chengye, get up, father and son need to talk, Jiang Zhenhua said solemnly. Looking at his son lying with his back turned, he frowned. This posture, are you having an emotional breakdown? Depression might not be a disease, but when it hits, it's deadly. No, Dad, Jiang Chengye said lazily, I just want to sleep, can we talk after? He pulled the pillow over his head. Jiang Zhenhua sat beside the bed, voice heavy with emotion. Son, I can't watch you drown in misery over a woman. Look at our family, look at yourself. With a wave of your hand, you could have countless women. What do you think I worked so hard for all these years, so you could live freely? I told you long ago, beautiful women are just poison. You can play around however you want, Dad will support you, but seeing you act like a simp, it broke my heart. But now it's good, you're no longer a simp, I'm happy. Truly happy. Tears streamed down Jiang Zhenhua's face. Outside the door, Zhou Dafu stared at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, eyes red. Dad, Jiang Chengye said helplessly, I was wrong, I swear I'll never simp again. I was an idiot, now can I sleep? He understood Jiang Zhenhua's reaction completely. This body's previous owner was a master-class simp. 9 restarts, 9 lifetimes of licking. Each time Jiang Zhenhua's disappointment cut deeper. Now there was no system, no heavenly Dao, he was finally free. Ha ha ha, good, excellent. Jiang Zhenhua laughed heartily, patting his son's shoulder, relief shone in his eyes. Sleep well, today is your rebirth day. From now on, this date will be our family's rebirth day. Jiang Chengye replied. Jiang Zhenhua left, carefully closing the door behind him. Finally gone, Jiang Chengye muttered. He exhaled deeply and slowly drifted back to sleep.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Tangyu Group. Yi Chen, who was patrolling the lobby, suddenly froze. Then, bewildered, he looked around at everything. Wasn't I struck by lightning as thick as a bucket? How did I end up here again? After Yi Chen killed Jiang Chengye, he had just stepped out of the villa when a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck him directly. The moon was bright and the stars were few outside. The lightning bolt appeared very abruptly. The only explanation is that some B********* D was swearing that although he was struck by lightning, he didn't die and was reborn. Yi Chen took out his phone and checked the time. July 19, 2020. I was reborn. Indeed, I am the chosen one. Even lightning cannot kill me. Yi Chen's face was filled with joy. Today is the first time I've met Jiang Chengye, and also the first time I've seen Yuer. Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly. Although he was reborn, he was not flustered at all. It was just a matter of walking the same path again. Anyway, everything went smoothly. After killing Jiang Chengye, he should be fine if he didn't go through the main gate. And wouldn't it be wonderful to relive your own experience of picking up girls? He clearly remembered that in half an hour, a large pickup truck loaded with blue roses and Jiang Chengye's Lamborghini would appear downstairs at the company. Then Jiang Chengye would begin to prepare the scene for the confession, but all of this would be in vain. After leaving the company, Tang Shiyu kept a cold eye on Jiang Chengye, and she was extremely annoyed by his harassment. Then I will descend from the heavens and defeat 4 opponents with a single blow. They beat Jiang Chengye and his bodyguards so badly they were running for their lives. And he also successfully won the heart of a beautiful woman. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly again. He quietly waited for Jiang Chengye to come to his door so he could lend him a hand. But half an hour passed and not a single large truck or even a small pickup truck was seen. At this moment, Yi Chen started to panic slightly. What the hell was going on? Could it be that I was reborn into a parallel world? If Jiang Chengye doesn't confess his feelings, Yi Chen isn't sure if this will affect the development of the story later on. After all, it was from this place that Jiang Chengye harbored resentment towards him and then gave him several stories of being a hero and saving a damsel in distress. Could it be that he's going to miss out on his harem? Thinking of this, Yi Chen panicked even more. Tang Shiyu was as beautiful as a flower, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Before his rebirth, Yi Chen hadn't even held hands with anyone. They had only established their relationship over the phone. This is a huge loss. He really wanted to call and ask Jiang Chengye if he was stuck in traffic. Hurry up and save the day. But another half hour passed and Jiang Chengye still hadn't appeared. He felt he could no longer sit idly by and wait for his fate. He took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly after 2 beeps. You have 1 hour. Immediately prepare a truckload of blue roses, then bring a few people to confess your love to Tang Shiyu downstairs at Tangyu Group. Yi Chen quickly gave instructions over the phone. The person on the other end of the phone was Chen Wu, one of Yi Chen's 8 protectors. Meanwhile, Chen Wu was playing mahjong with his 3 brothers in a rented room. Upon receiving Yi Chen's call, everyone was stunned. Had the Dragon King lost his mind? Was he asking him to confess his feelings to Tang Shiyu? They don't even know who Tang Shiyu is, but this was not the time for them to have doubts. They could only quickly get up and take action. We drove quickly to the flower market. A truckload of roses, that's going to be the death of them, and it's blue, where can you find that? Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. It was still early before he got off work, so he could use this time to get everything arranged. Although it won't be Jiang Chengye who confesses his feelings, as long as he has the opportunity to drive away Tang Shiyu's suitors and impress her, he should have a sure thing. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly again. Just half an hour later, Yi Chen saw a large truck slowly driving over. Chen Wu's car followed behind. Yi Chen originally thought that it would take Chen Wu at least an hour to finish preparing. After all, it takes time from ordering to picking a truckload of roses. I didn't expect Chen Wu to solve it in just half an hour. He truly deserves to be the Dragon King's subordinate. That's how reliable they are. Yi Chen felt that this truck looked very familiar. Chen Wu and the others in the car all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yi Chen nod in satisfaction. They hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. The four arrived at the flower market and asked the owner if he had a large truckload of blue roses. The boss was stunned. Just then, his customer, the eldest son of the Jiang family, had just had the flower delivery driver bring the flowers back. They said they were going to use it as fertilizer, which had never happened before. He thought Jiang Chengye was dissatisfied with the quality of the flowers. But after the driver took out several bundles of banknotes, I finally felt relieved. We were originally planning to use them as fertilizer, but unexpectedly someone came to place an order, a whole truckload of blue roses. What a coincidence, and he looked quite anxious. He immediately sold the truckload of blue roses that Jiang Chengye didn't want to Chen Wu for twice the price. They made a hefty profit again. Chen Wu doesn't care about the price. Even if the boss asked for 10 times the price now, he'd still pay. If Yi Chen gets upset, he'll be in big trouble. After paying, the shop owner smiled and immediately told the driver to take them to the designated location. Arrange the blue roses in a large heart shape, then shout at the top of your lungs, "Tang Shiyu, I love you, be my girlfriend." Remember, don't let the three of them shout it. You stand in the middle holding a bouquet of roses. After Tang Shiyu comes down, kneel down on one knee and confess your feelings. Then I'll kick you both out. Remember to be arrogant and look down on me, using my position as a security guard as an excuse. Chen Wu looked at the text message Yi Chen had sent him on his phone and felt completely distraught. It's even more painful than when I was stabbed more than a dozen times abroad. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already turned and entered the lobby. After all, in his previous life, he reappeared after Tang Shiyu went downstairs. Chen Wu looked at his baggy breeches and flip-flops, and the white vest he was wearing was still covered in oil stains. Moreover, he hadn't washed his hair or shaved for days. Silently, she replied to Yi Chen with a "understood." Who cares? Chen Wu was going all out anyway, it was all to let Yi Chen show off. He immediately instructed his three younger brothers to start setting up the scene. Before long, a huge heart-shaped rose was in place. Passers-by began to gather around to watch, and many started taking out their phones to film. It must be young Master Jiang again, coming to confess his feelings. Every time it's just roses, nothing more. Exactly, and the people who did the setup this time are also ugly. Last time when young Master Jiang came to confess his feelings, he was surrounded by a whole group of muscular hunks. Keep your voice down, they're probably here to help. Young Master Jiang is about to make his appearance. Oi! People upstairs in the company building are used to this. After all, it happens at least twice a week and they've gotten used to it. Everyone assumed it was another confession from Jiang Chengye. But everyone was stunned when Chen Wu stood in the middle holding a bouquet of blue roses. Flip-flops, wide-legged breeches, a white tank top stained with oil, a greasy face, a full beard, and incredibly oily hair. Is this for real? The Tangyu group was immediately thrown into chaos. I know he must have confessed to the cafeteria lady. I thought it was young Master Jiang. Looks like we misunderstood. But today is indeed the day young Master Jiang confesses his love. It's Wednesday, young Master Jiang's designated confession time. It won't go wrong. He confesses on Wednesday or Friday, proposes on Sunday without fail. That's right, young Master Jiang's love for President Tang is so deep-rooted, it's incurable. It's impossible for him to suddenly stop coming. Besides, this kind of treatment is only suitable for young Master Jiang. I know, it must be because of that slovenly guy down there. Young Master Jiang was probably moved by his affection for the cafeteria lady, so he gave him his confession time that day. Upon hearing this, everyone in Tang Yu group nodded in agreement. But what happened next completely slapped them in the face. Downstairs, Chen Wu took a few deep breaths. He had never confessed his feelings before. If it weren't for his respected Dragon King, he wouldn't have come even if someone had tried to kill him. In particular, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered around, all holding up their phones to take pictures. This is utterly humiliating, Chen Wu waved to his three brothers behind him. The three exchanged a glance and decided to go for it. Just an hour ago they had been happily playing mahjong. Now they're headed straight to the execution ground. Tang Shiyu, I like you, will you be my girlfriend? The three of them shouted upstairs in unison. The sound resounded through the sky. Did I hear that right? He's confessing his feelings to President Tang. I'm speechless. This guy holding the flowers is really something else. He dares to confess his feelings to President Tang despite looking like that. Exactly, although President Tang doesn't like young Master Jiang is really handsome. He's 1.83 meters tall and has a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. He's so handsome that he dared to confess to President Tang. Look at his looks. Indeed, although young Master Jiang is a bit obsequious, he's incredibly wealthy and handsome, even more so than those celebrities. I agree with that, it's just that President Tang doesn't like him, so there's nothing I can do about it. Tang Shiyu, sitting on the top floor, was intently looking at the documents in her hands. Just then, a voice from below confessed its love to her. Tang Shiyu, I like you, will you be my girlfriend? Her brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Chengye, do you really have to harass me like this? She pretended not to hear and continued looking at the documents in her hands. She was already used to Jiang Chengye coming to confess his feelings to her at the same time every week. I can only pretend I didn't hear it. Someone's confessing their love to you down there. Her secretary and best friend, Wang Zia, rushed into her office excitedly and said. Tang Shiyu gave Wang Zia a strange look and said, I know, he comes several times a week. Didn't you say you were immune last time? Why are you so agitated now? Upon hearing this, Wang Zia excitedly exclaimed, it's not Jiang Chengye. This time I guarantee it will be a huge surprise. Wang Zia had seen everything clearly. She initially thought it was Jiang Chengye again, but she was completely dumbfounded when Chen Wu stood in the center of the heart. Especially the three people behind her shouted, Tang Shiyu, I like you, be my girlfriend. The scene reached a climax, not Jiang Chengye. Tang Xinyu was taken aback. Who else could it be but Jiang Chengye? If it wasn't Jiang Chengye, then where had he gone? A sense of loss inexplicably arose in her heart. I got up and walked to the window, looking down. I saw a disheveled man wearing a white vest holding a bouquet of roses standing in the middle of a heart. See, I already told you it wasn't Jiang Chengye, right? Do you recognize that person? Wang Zia pointed at Chen Wu and asked Tang Shiyu, whose gaze was somewhat dazed. Tang Shiyu shook her head. She didn't recognize the toad below at all. That's strange. This confession scene is clearly Jiang Chengye's standard setup. At first I thought it was Jiang Chengye himself. Wang Zia continued. A glint of light flashed in Tang Shiyu's eyes upon hearing this. Jiang Chengye is definitely down there. This was all arranged by Jiang Chengye to create a rival for her affections that she can't compare to, so that she knows how outstanding he is. Upon realizing this, Tang Shiyu's sense of loss vanished instantly, and she even prepared to go down right now and expose Jiang Chengye's true intentions. If Jiang Chengye knew, he would definitely cry foul. He's still sleeping at home right now, let's go down. Tang Shiyu looked at Wang Zia and said, Go down, do you have a fever? Wang Zia reached out and touched Tang Shiyu's forehead, then touched her own forehead. She didn't have a fever. The person below is worlds apart from Jiang Chengye. Even Jiang Chengye's big toe can't compare. Tang Shiyu actually wants to go down. You don't have a fever, so why would you suddenly be so suicidal? Wang Zia asked nervously. Oh, you'll see when you come down with me. Tang Shiyu took Wang Zia's hand and walked towards the elevator. The employees of Tang Yu Group were shocked. The news had already spread. I never expected that the aloof CEO Tang would like this style. I bet young Master Jiang is crying his eyes out in the bathroom. You can only blame it on the fact that he's too handsome. Meanwhile, below, Chen Wu and his three companions were all present. Chen Wu, for his part, simply stood there accepting the judgmental gazes of everyone. The three brothers behind them were in a worse situation. They had been shouting for more than 10 minutes and their voices were already hoarse. They're still shouting. Tang Xiyu didn't come down, but she did attract even more onlookers. At that moment, the four of them felt as if they were ancient people who had been beheaded and whose heads were displayed on the city wall. Yi Chen, who was in the lobby, also frowned slightly. Where on earth did Jiang Chengye go? Without him, Yi Chen felt that Chen Wu and the others were lacking. They can't be completely arrogant and domineering. Just then, the elevator beeped. Yi Chen looked back and saw Tang Xiyu and Wang Zia walking out of the elevator. Here she is, still in that business attire, still those alluring high heels, still those seductive black stockings. Just as I suspected, as long as this storyline continues, nothing will change. I will make you fall in love with me again. Yi Chen thought to himself. He simply watched the two walk out silently without saying hello. After all, we don't know each other yet. But when he descended from the heavens and defeated four opponents with a single blow, Tang Shiyu's blushing face and the gentle gaze she gave him. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's mouth watered. He quickly reached out and wiped it. We're just waiting for Chen Wu to kneel down as a signal. That's when he'll make his appearance. Standing under the scorching sun, Chen Wu and his three companions finally saw Tang Xiyu come downstairs. Chen Wu had never wanted to see anyone so much. They were already preparing to kneel on one knee, but Tang Xiyu acted as if she didn't see the four of them, instead looking around. Jiang Chengye, I know you're nearby, trying to make me feel disappointed. I won't let you succeed. Tang Xiyu thought to herself. Wang Zia, who was being pulled along, looked completely bewildered, not knowing what Tang Xiyu was looking at. Seeing this, Chen Wu knew he had no choice but to act. Many onlookers didn't know who the female lead was, but when they saw Chen Wu kneeling, they immediately started to cheer. Tang Xiyu, be my girlfriend. Chen Wu knelt on one knee and spoke firmly to Tang Xiyu, who was looking around. But when he said that line, he was just a heartless, mechanical line-splitting machine. There was absolutely no emotion involved. Say yes, say yes. The onlookers still didn't know who the female lead was, but they immediately started making a fuss. Although Chen Wu's outfit was quite outrageous, everyone was just watching the drama unfold. It wasn't like they were the ones being confessed to. Oh my god, Mr. Tang went downstairs. This doesn't make sense. Where is President Tang? Holy crap, Mr. Tang is really down there. The staff on the second and third floors of Tang Yu Group were all shocked. Someone is kneeling down to you on one knee. Wang Zia tugged at Tang Xiyu, who was still looking around. Tang Xiyu looked around and found no trace of Jiang Chengye. She couldn't help but wonder if he was hiding in the shadows. He completely ignored Chen Wu's kneeling gesture and a motionless confession. Wang Zia's pull made him realize what was happening, and he looked at Chen Wu, who was already kneeling on one knee. Forget it, let's just ask these four staff members directly. Jiang Chengye, I'll catch you. Tang Xiyu thought to herself. She pulled Wang Zia out, leaving the onlookers stunned. I never expected Chen Wu to be a toad trying to eat swan meat. He's ugly but also quite cunning. Whether it's Tang Shiyu's angelic beauty or Wang Zia's mature and sophisticated aura, they are all stunningly beautiful. Neither of them are as good-looking as Chen Wu. He really did confess to Tang Xiyu. He's got guts. He doesn't even respect young Master Jiang. Wow, who gave this guy the nerve? This is like a toad trying to eat a phoenix. If young Master Jiang found out about this, that toad's third leg would probably be broken. Yes, young Master Jiang has been trying to win her over for so many years and still hasn't succeeded. Everyone in high society knows that Tang Xiyu is Jiang Chengye's chosen one. Who would dare to compete with young Master Jiang? Who would have thought that this toad would suddenly appear out of nowhere? He doesn't look like someone from high society. His clothes are probably less expensive than my dog's. Let's just quietly observe. Perhaps this person is a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Among the onlookers, a few came from families with some connections to high society and knew a thing or two about these gossips. Did Jiang Chengye send you? Tang Xiyu frowned as he looked at Chen Wu and asked, trying to find the answer to his question from Chen Wu's face. But all I saw was grease and stubble. Chen Wu and his group had only been back in the country for a few days, so naturally they didn't know who Jiang Chengye was. Anyway, they don't have any lines left, they just need to wait for Yi Chen to appear. Seeing that Chen Wu and the others did not respond, Tang Shiyu felt that something was wrong. Don't say yes, don't say yes. When everyone saw that the person being confessed to was such a beautiful girl, the cheers and jeers immediately changed. Chen Wu and the others were cursing under their breath. If this were abroad, they would have pulled out their AKs and mowed down all the onlookers. That's practically a personal attack. Are you saying they were actors hired by Jiang Chengye? Standing to the side, Wang Zia whispered in Tang Shiyu's ear, "What do you mean?" After Tang Shiyu said that, Wang Zia thought it was quite possible. After all, Jiang Chengye was a notorious playboy with so many bad intentions, so it might actually be true. Tang Shiyu nodded. Although her best friend looked like a mature and sophisticated woman, she was actually a naive and innocent girl. She still naively believes that these people are genuinely confessing their feelings to her. Then she looked at Chen Wu. "Even if you don't say anything, I know it was him who arranged it. You should leave quickly and tell him there's no need for this." "Exactly, it's unnecessary. If you're going to pursue someone, just do it openly and honestly. Why create a rival who can't compare to him out of nowhere?" Wang Zia pouted slightly, realizing that Tang Shiyu was right. Chen Wu was furious but dared not speak out. It was a personal attack, a blatant personal attack. Just then, the gods finally descended. "Sir, our CEO Tang said you are requested to leave." Yi Chen, dressed in a black security guard uniform, walked up to Wang Zia and Tang Shiyu and looked coldly at Chen Wudao. Upon seeing Yi Chen appear, Chen Wu and the other three instinctively wanted to call out Lord Dragon King, but they managed to hold back. After all, this was Yi Chen's arrangement, and they would be in big trouble if anything went wrong. Remembering Yi Chen's instruction to be more arrogant, Chen Wu stood up and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Who do you think you are, a mere security guard? How dare you talk to me like that? Can't you see I'm confessing my feelings? If you know what's good for you, get lost. You skinny little thing, you'll regret it." A hint of satisfaction flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. This was exactly the effect he wanted. "Oh, everyone says everyone is equal, so what do you mean you have an extra leg or a missing arm?" Yi Chen smiled slightly and said calmly. The two chatted back and forth, and if Chen Wu hadn't been dressed so sloppily, one would have really thought he was some rich kid. Wang Zia and Tang Shiyu, who were standing behind Yi Chen, were taken aback when they saw the security guard suddenly appear in front of them. "I've never seen this security guard before, he's new. And they talk so strangely, especially this toad-like guy. He's not even as cleanly dressed as the guards, yet he looks down on them." Wang Zia whispered in Tang Shiyu's ear. Tang Shiyu nodded in agreement. Tang Shiyu really didn't think Chen Wu had any background. If he did, it could only be Jiang Chengye. If Jiang Chengye weren't backing him up, he definitely wouldn't dare to say such things. "Hey, you guys should hurry up and leave. Go back and tell Jiang Chengye to stop with these little tricks." Tang Shiyu looked at Chen Wu and the others and said. Yi Chen was delighted when he heard Tang Shiyu believe that Chen Wu and the others were Jiang Chengye's men. Jiang Chengye was indeed still there, and he was still the same person Tang Shiyu disliked. She even believed that this confession was arranged by Jiang Chengye. If we simply go with the flow and let Chen Wuzhuang become Jiang Chengye's man, wouldn't this be a perfect, albeit accidental, outcome? Jiang Chengye, although I don't know why you didn't come this time, this huge scapegoat is still yours even if you don't come. Yi Chen smiled, raising an eyebrow at Chen Wu and the others. He gestured to Chen Wu and the others with his eyes to acknowledge that they were Jiang Chengye's men. However, Chen Wu misunderstood. He thought that Yi Chen's raised eyebrow meant that he wanted to distance himself from Jiang Chengye. "Although I've never confessed my feelings, wouldn't someone find someone else to do it for them?" Chen Wu looked at Tang Shiyu and said in a deep voice, "Miss Tang Shiyu, I am not Jiang Chengye's person. I don't know him. I am just an admirer of yours. I really like you. Please don't let me hear those words from you again." Then, turning to Yi Chen, she waved to her three brothers behind her. "You ungrateful security guard, daring to talk to me like that. Brothers, get him, beat him up." Chen Wu's actions completely shattered his plans. Just when things were starting to get on track, everything was thrown back to square one. Yi Chen really misses Jiang Chengye right now. Without Jiang Chengye, even picking up girls has become a problem for him. "Mr. Tang, please step back, you might get hurt." Yi Chen turned around, revealing a wicked, crooked smile and looked at Tang Shiyu. Tang Shiyu blushed instantly upon seeing that same smile in her past life. But this time all I saw in Tang Shiyu's eyes was shock and fear, and she pulled Wang Zier away very quickly. Yi Chen, what's going on? Could it be that you were stunned by my stunning looks and charming smile? That must be it. He was unaware that because heaven and the system had eloped, he was no longer favored by heaven. That crooked smile has lost its meaning. I'm laughing so hard my ears are practically touching the floor, it's terrifying. Yi Chen turned to look at Chen Wu and the others, his wicked smile vanishing. Since you gentlemen want to make a move, don't blame me for not warning you, this isn't a lawless place. Then, with a swift movement, he unleashed the same technique he used to fight Jiang Chengye's bodyguard in his previous life, determined to maintain the same cool demeanor. Whip kick, side kick, elbow strike. With just 3 blows, he knocked his 3 brothers to the ground, each groaning in pain. My teammates are getting crushed. Chen Wu saw his 3 brothers lying on the ground groaning and secretly praised their acting skills. He felt that the Dragon King wouldn't actually attack them, he was just putting on an act. He can't be any worse. What good is your fighting ability? In this world, connections matter. Which gang do you belong to? Chen Wu pointed at Yi Chen's nose, feigning fear, and asked, My name is Yi Chen, you can also call me Lord Dragon King, I deserve it. Yi Chen was stunned after he finished speaking. Why did he say such a line and reveal his own identity? Fortunately, he wasn't speaking loudly and only Chen Wu and he heard him. So it was you, you little punk. Chen Wu laughed heartily. Yi Chen looked at Chen Wu strangely, unable to understand a single word he was saying. But it's time to leave. He walked directly up to Chen Wu, who was already in character. You dare hit me? Try hitting me. I'll make sure you can't stay in Jiangbei. Yi Chen slapped Chen Wu across the face, sending him flying through the air, tumbling several times, his flip-flops flying off. It kicked up a lot of dust when it fell to the ground. This was the treatment Jiang Chengye received in his previous life, but Chen Wu was no ordinary person, so Yi Chen naturally used a bit more force this time. Chen Wu was jolted awake by the slap, and as he got up he looked at Yi Chen with a complicated expression. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen actually beat up his brothers just to pick up girls. At this moment, Chen Wu's heart was breaking. Yi Chen once said abroad that everyone in the Dragon King's palace is a brother. But at this moment, Chen Wu felt that Yi Chen was treating them as mere tools. Walk. Chen Wu helped the 3 men who were still groaning on the ground to their feet. Then, under everyone's gaze, he got into the car and drove away. Yi Chen frowned slightly as he watched the QQ car drive quite a distance away. You need to say something tough before you leave, but considering Chen Wu's unrestrained acting skills, I figured it was better for him to leave. Anyway, it's not a big problem. His dashing performance just now must have already won Tang Shiyu's heart. He turned to look at Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia, who had just been standing there but were now inside the lobby. Yi Chen was immediately startled. He hadn't finished speaking, he quickly chased after him. After Yi Chen left, 7 or 8 elderly men and women, along with several middle-aged women holding children, emerged from the crowd. Everyone was carrying an orange plastic bucket and they all started picking up the blue roses on the ground and putting them into the buckets. Hurry up and pick them up, everyone, another truckload, and they're blue ones again. Each one can sell for 50 or 60 yuan. Oh dear, this one isn't as good as the last one. That last one, what was it called? Datura, one stem cost over 500. Hurry up and pick them up, they're all still fresh. Let's head straight to the shopping street later, same old rule, everyone pays the same price. Hey, the onlookers who hadn't left yet were all visibly shocked. Judging from what they were saying, this was clearly a plan to reuse the property. Looking at these elderly men and women dressed simply and those middle-aged women with children, one wonders whose fathers and mothers they are, whose wives and whose children they are. Everyone rushed forward to help them pick the flowers and put them into the bucket. With everyone's help, they quickly collected all the blue roses from the ground and put them into the dozen or so plastic buckets. Everyone felt a great sense of satisfaction. Being able to help was their greatest happiness. Although we couldn't provide them with material assistance, we at least helped them with practical actions. But when 10 BMWs slowly drove up, the first 5 took the flowers away, and the elderly men and women, along with the middle-aged women with children, got into the last 5. Everyone fell silent. Inside a BMW. Many hands make light work, we picked them all up in no time. I thought there wouldn't be any flowers to pick today. Luckily, I didn't leave early. This time it wasn't that handsome young man. That guy always clears out the whole area before he confesses his love. It's a struggle for us to pick them all up. That handsome young man must have been arranging his schedule. Now another flower delivery guy has come. I'm planning to retire in a few more months. I've already bought houses and cars for my son and grandson. I'm ready to go home and enjoy my retirement. My son only earns 100,000 yuan a month now. I'm thinking of having him quit his job and take over mine. That Porsche he drives now, I had to save up for months of my monthly expenses to afford it, and this kid is still not satisfied. Meanwhile, on Yi Chen's side, President Tang, please wait a moment. Yi Chen called out from behind Tang Xiyu and Wang Zia. Tang Xiyu and Wang Zia's expressions froze. They had just witnessed Yi Chen's smile, which stretched almost to his ears. It was absolutely terrifying, and he's a violent maniac. He dares to beat people up in the street. Tang Xiyu took a deep breath, turned to Yi Chen and asked stiffly, "Is there anything else?" Yi Chen coughed lightly and said calmly, "My name is Yi Chen. In the future, Mr. Tang, please feel free to contact me if you need anything." This tone was that of her past life, filled with indifference, which piqued Tang Xiyu's curiosity. But this time, Tang Xiyu didn't blush as expected. Instead, she gave a very stiff "oh" and then quickly pulled Wang Zia into the elevator. I didn't expect you to be shy this time." Yi Chen smiled as he watched the elevator doors close. He had assumed Tang Xiyu was just shy, which was why she reacted that way. Inside the elevator, Wang Zia patted her ample chest, her face still showing lingering fear, and said, It was so scary my heart almost stopped. And it was a violent person. I heard someone call the police just now." Tang Xiyu patted her chest confidently. When he caught up with us just now, my legs went weak. Let's hurry up, the police will probably arrest him in no time." The two looked like they had just escaped a disaster. If Yi Chen knew the reason, he would definitely break down on the spot. Moreover, without the Heavenly Dao's scroll, Yi Chen didn't possess any inherent intelligence-reducing aura. In his previous life, when Jiang Chengye was beaten, the onlookers watched quietly, completely unaware that the police had been called. But this time it's different. Everyone's intelligence is on point. If Yi Chen dares to assault someone in the street, then they dare to call the police. She was just confessing her feelings, and a mere security guard, acted all high and mighty, even resorting to violence. If they were in this situation in the future, would they also have to silently endure it? However, Tang Xiyu, who had returned to her office, did not pick up the documents to continue reading. Instead, she was thinking about what Chen Wu had said. He and Jiang Chengye didn't know each other and had no connection. Where did Jiang Chengye go? Ever since graduating from university, he has come to confess his feelings to him every week. I haven't missed a single one in 2 years. She took out her phone, intending to call Jiang Chengye to ask if it was indeed his arrangement, but she had never proactively called Jiang Chengye before. Her pride made her put her phone down again. Inside the Jiang family villa, Jiang Zhenhua rushed into Jiang Chengye's room in a panic, phone in hand. Jiang Chengye was sound asleep when Jiang Zhenhua woke him up. Staring at Jiang Zhenhua with sleepy eyes, 3 question marks appeared above his head. "You scared the hell out of me." Jiang Zhenhua plopped down on Jiang Chengye's bed and then handed his phone to Jiang Chengye. Jiang Chengye took it and looked at it. Title: Yet Another Confession. Next, footage was taken from upstairs at Tangyu Group, showing Chen Wu and others setting up the scene. Jiang Chengye immediately snapped to attention. What was going on? Someone imitates my face, someone imitates my confession. Although it wasn't fully set up yet, Jiang Chengye could clearly see that this was his standard setup for confessing his feelings. Wasn't that truckload of blue roses the very thing they used during the plot, and wasn't it taken away to be used as fertilizer? Jiang Chengye was a little confused at this moment. Wait a minute, the Heavenly Dao is gone. Who can take the blame for me? Could it be that Xiao Tong is lying to me? No, Xiao Tong is still very reliable. How could I doubt him? I'm not human. Jiang Chengye thought to himself, although the system would always fail him, they had built a good relationship of trust through their daily interactions. Moreover, even at the last moment, the system was still thinking of him, wanting him to live happily. Jiang Chengye actually doubted the system. This tormented his conscience. I thought you'd secretly gone off to be a simp again. Jiang Zhenhua snatched the phone from his hand and said with a look of lingering fear. Jiang Zhenhua was just sitting on the sofa looking for a beautiful female live streamer, preparing to tip her to become the top tipper. I suddenly came across this video and almost had a stroke. I thought Jiang Chengye was just acting and had secretly gone to lick it again. He sprinted straight to Jiang Chengye's room, seeing Jiang Chengye finally put his mind at ease. If he hadn't come in and not seen Jiang Chengye, Jiang Zhenhua would probably be on oxygen by now. Dad, I said I wouldn't do it and I mean it. Don't worry, your son has completely thought it through. I spent so much money and it was all for nothing. I might as well have just found a pretty streamer like you and casually spent 10 or 20,000 to become the top fan. Jiang Chengye laughed. Jiang Zhenhua knew that he often tipped that streamer, spending lavishly to get the streamer to appear in person. However, we can't blame Jiang Zhenhua. Jiang Chengye's mother passed away when he was born. At that time, Jiang Zhenhua's career was just starting out and he was unwilling to find someone else. I'm still single. Men know what I mean. I need to sort out my own problems eventually. Jiang Zhenhua never dates celebrities or young models. I'd love to be number one. Jiang Zhenhua coughed awkwardly. Ahem, you little rascal, this is the only hobby your father has and you've already stolen it. He paused, then added, get ready, it's time to get up. What kind of behavior is it for a grown man to sleep in? Hurry up and find me a daughter-in-law. Our Jiang family is counting on you to carry on the family line. After saying that, he left Jiang Chengye's room. After Jiang Zhenhua left, Jiang Chengye took his phone out from under the pillow. As soon as I opened Douyin, I saw a huge amount of news. A security guard at Tangyu Group was arrested on suspicion of intentional assault, the reason being that he disliked someone confessing their feelings to him. The profession of security guards is being redefined. Who gave them the right to beat people in the street? After being beaten by security guards for confessing your feelings, would you still dare to confess your feelings in the future? Jiang Chengye was completely stunned. The security guard who was taken away was none other than our male lead, Chen. The person who was beaten in the video and confessed his love was even more outrageous. He was Chen Wu, one of Chen's 8 protectors. When the Jiang family was wiped out, this kid was the one who charged at the very front. But what's going on here? Chen Wu went to confess his feelings to Tang Shiyu wearing flip-flops, baggy breeches, and a white tank top. And he even got beaten up by Yi Chen. Yi Chen is now inside the bureau for questioning. What's wrong with this world? How could it be so crazy? I've never seen Yi Chen get arrested before when I was beaten up, but this guy got arrested for beating up his own subordinate. The news was so explosive that Jiang Chengye couldn't process it all at once. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Chengye still couldn't figure it out, so he tossed his phone aside, got up, and got dressed. Since there's no Heavenly Dao or system now, he's a free man, so these things don't affect him much. After brushing my teeth and washing my face, looking at the incredibly handsome face in the mirror, I couldn't help but click my tongue slightly. Although I used to be 1.83 meters tall and quite handsome, my body had been ruined by alcohol and women at a young age. When Jiang Chengye took over this body, he was suffering from kidney deficiency and had to take kidney tonics every day. When I told Xiaotong, he said it had to be truthful. Now that the seal has been lifted, the kidney deficiency is gone. His body exudes power and his muscle definition is absolutely perfect. He's the type who looks slim in clothes but has a muscular physique underneath with six-pack abs and V-lines. With this kind of physical condition, 7 times a night is no problem at all. Even if Jiang Chengye were a beggar, he could easily celebrate the rich woman's 60th birthday with his good looks and figure. Jiangbei City Public Security Bureau. Yi Chen and Chen Wu along with 3 others came out from inside. Yi Chen's face was gloomy and Chen Wu and the others also looked unpleasant. Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, we'll head back now. Chen Wu said in a deep voice, his face bearing a handprint Yi Chen's handiwork. The other 3 are also injured. One has a leg in a cast, one has an arm in a cast, and one is clutching his lower back. The reason they were here was entirely because Yi Chen called to testify. Just half an hour ago, Yi Chen watched Tang Xiu get on the elevator and was about to come out for a smoke. Then several police cars drove up to the company gate. Then they tried to capture Yi Chen. Seriously? Who is Yi Chen, the Lord of the Dragon King Palace? He was someone that even foreign leaders dared not raise their voices in front of. But the police immediately pulled out a video of him assaulting someone. Helpless, he could only be quietly handcuffed, have a black hood put over his head, and be put into a police car. Then, at the police station, he was interrogated and accused of intentionally causing injury, which drew strong condemnation from the public. Although Yi Chen could easily get the police to release him with a single phone call, now is not the time to use his connections. So they called the victims, namely Chen Wu and his 3 companions. After Chen Wu and the others arrived, they gave an explanation, saying they were filming a video making a short skit. That's when they were released. They were also fined 500 yuan. At this moment, Yi Chen was nothing but depressed. This never happened in my past life. He had a smooth and successful life, getting whatever he wanted. You guys go back first? Yi Chen nodded, a pang of guilt rising in his heart as he looked at the brother who was limping. These were people who had worked alongside him abroad for many years. He called out to Chen Wu, "There's $1 million in this card. Buy some things to tide you over." She then tossed the bank card in her hand to Chen Wu. Chen Wu glanced at Yi Chen with a complicated expression. He didn't know why Yi Chen was doing this or even actually attacking them. But at this moment, Chen Wu knew that Yi Chen was still the same Yi Chen. Without saying a word, Chen Wu nodded and put the bank card away. His money is all in Swiss banks. He really didn't have much Huxia currency on him right now. He originally had over 100,000, but this morning's events completely drained his savings. After watching Chen Wu and the other 3 drive away in their QQ cars, Yi Chen took out a cigarette and lit it. Jiang Chengye. Yi Chen murmured softly. The only difference between now and in the previous life is that Jiang Chengye is not present where he should be. This led to a change in the original plot. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he thought of this. Jiang Chengye is a key figure. He took out his phone and called Alice, who was abroad. Alice is a beautiful American girl and a top-notch hacker. Help me find information about a person named Jiang Chengye. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He finished his cigarette and had just thrown away the cigarette butt when Yi Chen's phone rang. Alice sent Jiang Chengye's message. He found a shady spot under a tree and sat down, examining it carefully. After reading it, he frowned deeply. Jiang Chengye was still the same Jiang Chengye without a single mistake. This information is exactly the same as what I saw in my previous life. Yi Chen couldn't figure out which part went wrong. Without the favor of heaven, his IQ had plummeted. I never imagined that Jiang Chengye might also have been reborn. In Yi Chen's world, he is the protagonist and only he deserves this kind of rebirth and transmigration. Why, I was just about to go to the capital to take revenge, and now I've inexplicably traveled back in time. Yi Chen felt no excitement about being reborn. He was so close to his goal, but everything suddenly seemed to have returned to square one. Although it was painful, Yi Chen had no choice but to accept reality. He got up, hailed a taxi, and prepared to return to the company to continue working. There's a cocktail party tonight and he'll have a scene to film then. Moreover, it was Tang Xiu who personally invited him. Thinking of his several close female friends, Yi Chen's lips unconsciously began to curl upwards. The taxi that was about to stop in front of him sped away as soon as it saw Yi Chen's smile. Yi Chen's smile froze instantly and he was completely dumbfounded as he stared at the speeding taxi. Everything has become strange since I was reborn, so he stopped smiling and finally managed to hail a taxi. After arriving at Tangyu Group, everyone looked at Yi Chen strangely. Wow, you've got guts. Making such a big scene out of a short video, even daring to tease President Tang. Li Linhai, another security guard on duty with Yi Chen, patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and laughed. Yi Chen was taken aback, then his expression changed. How did you know? Li Linhai took out his phone and handed an article to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was utterly shocked. The message displayed was from the Jiangbei City Public Security Bureau. This is a clarification regarding Yi Chen's assault incident. It was clearly written above that Yi Chen and the others were doing this to attract attention. All 5 of them were acquaintances, it was all for entertainment purposes. Yi Chen almost fainted from the shock. After seeing this article I knew you were alright, but you're really bold. I don't think you did this for a skit. Were you trying to attract Mr. Tang's attention? Li Linhai put away his phone and looked at Yi Chen with a sly grin. Roll. Yi Chen let out a low growl, exuding a murderous aura, then turned and walked out. Li Linhai originally wanted to mock Yi Chen, but he was completely stunned by Yi Chen's murderous gaze and stood there dumbfounded. After leaving, Yi Chen dialed Alice's number again, ordering, "Delete all videos and articles about me from the Dragon Kingdom today. Boss, this is getting way too much attention. If you do anything like this, it'll attract the attention of the Huxia Cyber Security Bureau." Alice's alluring voice came through the phone this time, tinged with a hint of helplessness. "I don't care immediately right now, that's an order." Only then did Yi Chen realize the importance of the internet. There were a lot of people filming at the scene this morning. In his previous life, Jiang Chengye directly confessed his love to the entire audience. The bodyguards are always watching to prevent anyone from filming. He acted too hastily this time, completely ignoring these details. Moreover, if Tang Shiyu saw this article published by the Jiangbei Municipal Public Security Bureau, she would be completely devastated. I should have just used my connections directly. Now I'm filled with nothing but regret. Without the favor of heaven, Yi Chen had become someone with low intelligence. Understood, boss. Alice replied with a sentence and then hung up the phone. Yi Chen looked up at the top floor of Tang Yu Group where Tang Shiyu was located. It seems that Tang Shiyu has also seen this article by now. He foolishly came back waiting for Tang Shiyu's invitation. What an invitation! Unless Tang Shiyu's IQ has dropped to negative numbers. Look quickly. This is an article published by the Jiangbei Municipal Public Security Bureau. Wang Zia rushed into Tang Shiyu's office, phone in hand. At this moment, Tang Shiyu was sitting at her desk, lost in thought, seemingly pondering something. He kept holding the phone in his hand. Wang Zia's sudden remark abruptly pulled him back to reality. What's wrong? Tang Shiyu looked at Wang Zia, who had a surprised expression, and asked. Wang Zia handed the phone directly to Tang Shiyu, who frowned after reading it. But just as I was about to finish watching, the video suddenly disappeared. It refreshed immediately, but everything I wanted to know I already know. It really isn't Jiang Chengye. Tang Shiyu handed the phone to Wang Zia and whispered, I felt for some reason that something was missing. I always felt this security guard wasn't a good person. It turns out he orchestrated everything and he even dared to joke about you. He's incredibly audacious. If Jiang Chengye finds out, this security guard is dead meat. Tang Shiyu didn't reply but stared blankly at the computer screen. Seeing Tang Shiyu's absent-mindedness, Wang Zia teased, now that you're completely sure it's not Jiang Chengye, are you feeling a little empty inside? Tang Shiyu, no longer pretending in front of her best friend, nodded and smiled wryly. A little, I guess. Maybe it's because I'm used to him confessing his feelings to me downstairs every week. Hee, I knew it. Although Jiang Chengye's reputation isn't great, he's really good to you. He's been pursuing you since college. It's only because of you. If it were me, I would have fallen for him long ago. You're handsome and come from a good family. Wang Zia said with a serious expression. Tang Yuer chuckled upon hearing this, then go after her. Your looks aren't any worse than mine, and those 2 weapons you have are a huge advantage. Jiang Chengye always looks at you with lustful eyes. Wang Zia pursed her lips, just kidding. You're just a little unaccustomed to Jiang Chengye not bothering you. Wang Zia said that Jiang Chengye was handsome and came from a good family. However, Jiang Chengye was a notorious playboy and she didn't want her best friend to really fall into his clutches. Moreover, Jiang Chengye is the kind of person who can't resist a beautiful woman. Every time I see Wang Zia, she looks at me with a lecherous gaze, especially when she's walking with Tang Shiyu. His eyes were filled with lewdness. It was obvious what he was thinking. Tang Shiyu nodded after Wang Zia's explanation. The feeling of disappointment vanished instantly. Oh, by the way, it's old Madame Su's birthday banquet tonight. Will you come with me? Tang Shiyu looked at Wang Zia and said. Upon hearing this, Wang Zia's face immediately turned sour. I have social anxiety, sister. Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? Stop talking nonsense, you have to compensate me or I'll dock your pay. Tang Shiyu said, leaving no room for refusal. Wang Zia had no choice but to give in. After all, she was just an employee. Okay, I'll go, but it's time to eat now, and since you're treating, I'm definitely going to rip you off. Wang Zia said fiercely. Okay, eat as much as you want, I'll pay. Tang Shiyu naturally agreed immediately. Jiang family villa. After getting ready, Jiang Chengye was wearing a high-end gray custom-made suit and had his hair styled in a side part. He has the perfect domineering CEO vibe. Looking at his handsome reflection in the mirror, Jiang Chengye was quite satisfied. Jiang Chengye used to look completely out of place in these suits. Things are different now. It's a perfect clothes hanger. They can make anything look good. After tidying up and going downstairs, the table was already covered with all kinds of food. It's already past noon, time for lunch. Sitting at the dining table, Jiang Zhenyue watched Jiang Chengye come downstairs and his phone fell to the ground with a dwang sound. The phone's volume button was accidentally pressed, instantly increasing the volume, and a seductive voice came from the phone. Thank you so much, Brother Huahua, for the 1,000 cloud-piercing arrows. Although I never make surprise appearances, Brother Huahua's generosity today has made me decide to make a surprise appearance in Jiangbei tonight. Jiang Zhenyue hurriedly and awkwardly picked up his phone and quickly turned it off. Dad, 1,000 cloud-piercing arrows are quite impressive. Jiang Chengye walked to the dining table and sat down, looking at Jiang Zhenyue with a smile. Ahem, cough, cough, stop with the nonsense, kid, what's going on? You suddenly seem to have your old man's style from back in the day. As Jiang Zhenyue spoke, he punched Jiang Chengye in the chest and his eyes lit up immediately. When did this kid's pectoral muscles become so hard? And his face, which was extremely thin yesterday, was now full of color, and the two big dark circles under his eyes have also disappeared. Did you practice the martial arts technique I gave you? Jiang Zhenyue asked, his face full of surprise. Jiang Chengye nodded. Martial arts exist in this world. Every large family will have a martial artist enshrined, and some families are entirely devoted to martial arts. Moreover, martial arts sects actually exist in this world. For example, the 5 mountains, Shaolin, Longhu Mountain, Shu Mountain, etc. There are even many extraordinary people, such as those who use goo poison, those who can control corpses and drive them away, and so on. There are even people with superpowers abroad. However, all of their superhumans were created through genetic experiments. They are not actually mutants. Although the system in the Dragon Kingdom is similar to that in the Xia Kingdom on Blue Star, martial artists here have special privileges. If you're strong enough, even if you kill someone, there's still no way to get you. This is the cruel side of the world. Of course, the Dragon Kingdom now has a special agency dedicated to punishing martial artists. The Martial Arts Administration Bureau, or Martial Arts Bureau for short. The Martial Arts Bureau is staffed mostly by officials from the Dragon Kingdom, but also includes some members of these aristocratic families. They were recruited into the Martial Arts Bureau to train them. The Martial Arts Bureau doesn't usually send people out easily. If they do, things could get really bad. Therefore, martial artists within the Dragon Kingdom are relatively law-abiding. Those who broke the rules and were targeted by the Martial Arts Bureau were mostly sent to work on sewing machines or were simply shot dead on the spot. Although the Jiang family is one of the 4 major families in Jiangbei, its strength and foundation are no match for the other 3. The Jiang family only has an advantage in financial resources, while the other 3 families, the Zhou family, the Sun family, and the Qin family, all have martial arts masters in their ranks. The Sun family is even a martial arts family. They rose to the position of one of the 4 great families of Jiangbei entirely through force. Once you reach that position, your wealth will naturally increase as well. The Qin family, on the other hand, is a family of officials and merchants. Those who know. The Zhou family, like the Jiang family, became one of the 4 great families through wealth, but they had a martial arts master in charge. The Jiang family is very wealthy, but they lack martial arts resources. They simply can't afford to hire any experts to oversee things. The martial arts realms are divided into beginner, manifest strength, hidden strength, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. The Sun family as a martial arts clan has its own martial arts tradition. Most of his generation have already reached the Ming Jin level, with the strongest being the retired patriarch who has reached the mid-stage in Jin level. As a family of officials and merchants, the Qin family had a wide network of connections and spent a lot of money to hire a master of the early stage of internal strength to oversee things. Although the Zhou family became one of the four great families through wealth, the martial arts master they worshipped had reached the late stage of dark force. He is also the strongest martial arts master in Jiangbei. He was someone the Zhou family's patriarch met during his travels in his early years. It is said that the old patriarch once saved his life, which is why he decided to stay by the old patriarch's side. The worst off is the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family completely overwhelms the other three families in terms of wealth, they dare not provoke them at all. If we provoke them, they can send some men to wipe out the Jiang family. The Jiang family consisted of only two people, Jiang Zhenhua and Jiang Chengye. With their deaths, the Jiang family ceased to exist, which is a truly touching situation. Jiang Zhenhua has been sending out messages offering high salaries to recruit martial arts masters, but there has been no response. This is also a source of great anxiety for Jiang Zhenhua. The strongest member of the Jiang family is Jiang Zhenhua's bodyguard, a master at the peak of the Ming Jin realm. The martial arts technique that Jiang Zhenhua mentioned was one he bought from this master at the peak of Ming Jin, a martial arts skill at a high price. A yellow-rank martial arts manual, 18 styles of tan leg. Upon receiving the martial arts manual, Jiang Zhenhua immediately gave it to Jiang Chengye, but Jiang Chengye had absolutely no interest in martial arts. He spends all his time drinking and womanizing, acting like a simp. It's practically a straight line between 3 points, and although Jiang Zhenhua is also training, his age is a factor to consider. I'm only at the very beginning, barely scratching the surface. However, his physical fitness has improved significantly, otherwise he wouldn't often have female anchors making surprise appearances. Good. Good lad, you've finally seen the error of your ways. See? Your old man wasn't lying to you, was he? Don't you look much more energetic after practicing martial arts? I almost didn't recognize you. Jiang Zhenhua's eyes were slightly red as he patted Jiang Chengye's shoulder and laughed heartily. Jiang Chengye could clearly feel Jiang Zhenhua's deep affection for him. Through 9 lifetimes, Jiang Chengye didn't know much about his adoptive father. Each time he was reborn, he had to start following the plot as soon as he woke up. Moreover, every time Jiang Zhenhua looked at him, his eyes were filled with deep disappointment, and the two didn't communicate much. Jiang Zhenhua had already said what needed to be said a long time ago, but Jiang Chengye hadn't listened to a word of it. Jiang Zhenhua ultimately met his end at the hands of Yi Chen, dying to avenge him. Dad, let's eat, or the food will get cold. Jiang Chengye looked at the sumptuous dishes in front of him and said. Jiang Zhenhua laughed heartily, let's eat, let's eat. Jiang Chengye had never practiced the 18 styles of tan leg before, but he himself was now at a level he didn't even know. To hell with martial arts. If you're bored out of your mind, go practice. He is someone who specifically restrains anything flashy or extravagant. Half an hour later, both father and son were slumped over in their seats. Jiang Zhenhua hadn't eaten this much in a long time, mainly because he was happy today. Son, I won't be going to Grandma Sue's 80th birthday celebration tonight. You can go in my place. I have other things to do tonight. Jiang Chengye was taken aback upon hearing this but still nodded. Jiang Zhenhua had something to do that night, which he naturally understood, given that the anchor was making a surprise appearance. If it were still during the storyline, even if Jiang Zhenhua told him not to go, he would dare to put a knife to his own throat and insist on going no matter what, since there was a mini-drama going on there. Tang Xiyu was saved by Yi Chen's heroic rescue and subsequent beating of a drowning dog in the morning. Her feelings for Yi Chen increased rapidly. She was worried about not finding someone to accompany her to the Su family's banquet, so she invited Yi Chen to accompany her. Tang Xiyu originally wanted Wang Zia, her best friend, to accompany her, but Wang Zia was socially awkward, so Tang Xiyu didn't insist. Another reason is that Jiang Chengye will also appear in situations where there are no other characters present, such as when both the female and male leads are there. In such situations, he will inevitably have to offer his face to the main characters to slap him in front of a crowd. The goal is to completely humiliate the villain in front of everyone, making them the butt of jokes. Jiang Chengye looked at Jiang Chengye with a face full of satisfaction, then took out his wallet from his inner pocket, pulled out a black card and placed it on the table. Here you go, it's what you've always wanted. You've had those cars for over a year now, it's time for a change. Jiang Chengye looked at the black card, something he had always wanted to swindle from Jiang Chengye. Jiang Chengye initially refused to give it to him no matter what. I never expected that just because he stopped being a simp I would give myself to him so easily. This is the simple and unpretentious life of the wealthy. I have other matters to attend to at the group, so I'll be leaving now, Jiang Chengye said, standing up and turning around. He paused, then added to Jiang Chengye, remember, never be a wolf warrior again. And if you have any questions about martial arts cultivation, just ask me. I'll put in a word with Master Wang. Jiang Chengye nodded helplessly. After Jiang Chengye left, the servants cleared away the leftover food from the two of them. As for the black card, it's already in Jiang Chengye's pocket. At this moment, Jiang Chengye sat alone at the dining table, experiencing an unprecedented emptiness. Having gotten used to following the storyline, I really don't know what to do when I have free time. Just then, my phone chimed. A voice message from Liu Yun. Liu Yun was Jiang Chengye's strategist, the young phoenix. Every time it came to a crucial moment, he would offer Jiang Chengye some very clutch ideas. Things like hiring someone to deal with Yi Chen, kidnapping the female lead, hiring an assassin to kill Yi Chen, etc. The very reliable henchman played a very important role on Jiang Chengye's way to wrap up filming. Boss, my wife got harassed. That security guard from their company dared to use her in a skit. I think he's asking for trouble. I've already called over a dozen guys. What do we say? After listening, Jiang Chengye nodded. Although he didn't propose to Yi Chen and wasn't embarrassed, Liu Yun still managed to find a way to get him to take action against Yi Chen. Sure enough, Liu Yun was still as reliable as ever. This is because they're afraid Yi Chen won't have a chance to deal with him. Just then, Liu Yun sent another screenshot, which was a notice issued by the Jiangbei Municipal Public Security Bureau. Jiang Chengye was stunned after reading it. What kind of move is Yi Chen making? Jiang Chengye's big eyes were filled with a little doubt. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He had once heard the system say that Yi Chen was the chosen one, favored by the heavens, and possessed an aura that reduced intelligence. Now that the Heavenly Dao is gone, it means Yi Chen's lowering intelligence aura is gone, and he can no longer affect those around him. This is why Yi Chen was arrested after assaulting someone. This had never happened before in the previous 9 instances. Let alone hitting someone. Even if Yi Chen killed someone, no one would care. Moreover, it seems his own IQ has declined. After being arrested, he even called the person involved to come and confront him, claiming he was just filming a skit. It's as if he was afraid of not being exposed quickly enough. Do you think Tang Shiyu's phone is an old-fashioned phone, or are all those people blind? They wouldn't dare to do this without the aura of being intellectually disabled. Jiang Chengye couldn't help but think that everything Yi Chen had arranged was exactly the same as when he had followed the plot. Could it be that the Heavenly Dao had preserved Yi Chen's memories before disappearing? The system didn't have much energy left at that time, perhaps because it didn't realize it. The reason Yi Chen was able to do such a brain-dead thing was probably because he didn't follow the plot, so he thought of taking the blame. Thinking of this, Jiang Chengye couldn't help but smile. If this is true, then Yi Chen is in big trouble. He's been proven wrong so many times. This time, she even returned with her memories just like him. You don't need to follow the plot or act, but Yi Chen is different. He already knew everything beforehand. Now it's his turn to get the script and act. However, these are all just Jiang Chengye's speculations at the moment. To find out if they are true, they need to be verified. If Yi Chen shows up at Grand Masu's birthday banquet tonight, then this guess will be pretty much confirmed. He picked up his phone and sent Liu Yun a message. Those security guards have it tough making a living by filming short videos. And you went and beat them up with a dozen people. Are you trying to get on the trending topics list too? Liu Yunhui made a sweating face and then fell silent. Good heavens, is this still the boss? How can he tolerate this? Liu Yun lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, his eyes filled with shock. Given Jiang Chengye's temper, he would have been furious long ago and ordered him to prepare men to cripple that security guard. But Jiang Chengye remained so calm as if it had nothing to do with him. He even said some very reasonable things. One has to wonder if Jiang Chengye has finally developed a brain. Seeing that Liu Yun hadn't sent any more messages, Jiang Chengye got up and walked towards the underground parking garage. Before long, a black convertible Lamborghini Reventon roared out of the Jiang family villa. Woohoo! Feeling the breath of freedom, Jiang Chengye let out a dragon's roar. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. We sped all the way to the Tang Yu Group building. His purpose in coming here was to see if Yi Chen was still sticking to his post. Unfortunately, Yi Chen is no longer with us. Jiang Chengye also knew the reason. Tang Shiyu had probably seen that report as well. That's where the plot starts to go wrong. Yi Chen, who should have been invited, will now be in a situation where, unless Tang Shiyu suffers a stroke, it's impossible for him to be invited in this lifetime. Yi Chen had obviously guessed this as well. Rather than losing face here, he would rather prepare and find a way to attend the Su family's birthday banquet tonight. Jiang Chengye looked up at the top floor where Tang Shiyu's office was located. Through the privacy glass, he could see Tang Shiyu standing at the window looking at him. Thinking back to the awkward scene when I first met Tang Shiyu after I transmigrated here and confessed my feelings to her. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then the Lamborghini Reventon roared away once more. Tang Shiyu stood by the window, watching Jiang Chengye gradually disappear into the distance, and her heart clenched painfully. "It hurts a lot? What are you looking at?" Wang Zia walked into her office with a stack of documents. Seeing Tang Shiyu standing motionless by the window and not responding when called, she put down the documents and walked over to Tang Shiyu, immediately startled. Why are you crying?" Tang Shiyu then realized what was happening. "I wasn't crying, I was just spacing out." "You haven't even cried yet, you still have tear stains." Wang Zia looked suspicious and pointed to the tear stains on Tang Shiyu's face. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiyu touched it and found it was indeed there, but she didn't know why she was crying. "After seeing Jiang Chengye just now, I had a feeling that I couldn't quite put into words." Her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chengye, completely unaware that tears had begun to flow. I guess she was staring at something for so long that she didn't even notice she was shedding tears. Tang Shiyu smiled. Wang Zia glanced down strangely. "Really, I don't see anything interesting here." Never mind that, get back to work. If you slack off again, I'll dock your pay. And if you dare meddle in the boss's business, watch out, I'll dock your pay too." Tang Shiyu pushed Wang Zia in front of the desk and threatened her. "Jiangbei Residential Area, Room 302, Building 3. Yi Chen's Dragon's Nest." Yi Chen, who had left his post, looked extremely grim. Yi Chen thought that after killing people abroad for several years, his heart would have long since become as cold as his knife. But today, he broke down. What was supposed to be a predetermined outcome is now spiraling out of control. He so wished he didn't know what the future held. Sometimes knowing too much is really not a good thing. "Jiang Cheng, you absolutely have to come to the banquet tonight. I'm going to break down if you don't come. Without you, I feel lost and confused. Only now do I realize that you are the direction I need in my life." Yi Chen murmured softly. Although he didn't have an invitation from the Su family, Yi Chen had plenty of ways to get in. The main problem is that Jiang Chengye absolutely has to show up. Then Yi Chen got up and took out the clothes he had prepared for the party from the closet. A brand new, high-end suit and a pair of gleaming leather shoes. Yi Chen stroked the suit. It was supposed to be the one Tang Shiyu had taken him to buy. But given the current situation, Tang Shiyu would only take him shopping if she were completely out of her mind. Therefore, he had to buy the suit himself. "At 8 o'clock tonight, as long as Jiang Chengye shows up, I can go up and explain to Yuer." Knowing Jiang Chengye's temper, he definitely won't stand for this situation and will surely cause me trouble. Then everything will be back on track. "Brother Chengye, you absolutely have to come." Yi Chen was practically kneeling down to pray. Night fell quickly. Yi Chen was dressed and everything was ready. I took a taxi straight to the Su family's house. The Su family is a second-rate family in Jiangbei. We have partnerships with Tang Yu Group and Jiangcheng Group. They have a close working relationship with Tang Yu Group, but their collaborations with Jiang Cheng Group are mostly on small projects. Otherwise, Jiang Zhenyue wouldn't have had the female anchor make a surprise appearance and had Jiang Chengye participate. Although the Su family is a second-rate family in the eyes of ordinary wealthy people, the Su family is still a behemoth. Most of the powerful and influential people in Jiangnan also attended the celebration. Meanwhile, Jiang Chengye drove his Lamborghini at breakneck speed to the Su family's residence. On the passenger seat next to me was an elegant jewelry box. It was naturally a birthday gift for old Madame Su, a string of pearls. If things were still following the plot, Jiang Chengye would have at least 5 or 6 bodyguards around him now. Moreover, the gifts he gave were even more precious. An antique vase worth tens of millions which he stole from his father's study, all to show off in front of Tang Yuer. It's a classic case of a father smiling at his son's kindness. Jiang Chengye drove the car directly into the courtyard of the Su family villa, and the doorman did not dare to stop him or ask for an invitation. After all, a car can prove one's identity, so there's no need to ask any more questions about such a luxury car. After handing the car over to the doorman to park, Jiang Chengye entered the Su family's villa with the jewelry box. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered, and upon seeing Jiang Chengye, they all stepped forward to greet him. Although Jiang Chengye was the butt of everyone's jokes behind their backs, they dared not show the slightest disrespect when he actually stood before them. After all, the Jiang family is now one of the 4 major families in Jiangbei. Bringing down these small businesses would be completely effortless. Young Master Jiang has arrived, please have a seat. An elderly woman, surrounded by a crowd, walked up to Jiang Chengye. Junior, on behalf of my father, Jiang Chengye wishes you a happy birthday, Jiang Chengye said, bowing slightly as he handed the jewelry box to old Madame Su. This is a small token of my appreciation. The surrounding noise immediately fell silent, and everyone looked at Jiang Chengye with disbelief in their eyes. Everyone knows how arrogant and domineering Jiang Chengye is. At this moment, Jiang Chengye should be sitting with his legs crossed. This startled old Madame Su. When did Jiang Chengye become so polite? Grandma Su reached out and accepted Jiang Chengye's gift, her face beaming with joy. Jiang Chengye's presence was already a great honor for the Su family. None of the other 3 major families came. I never expected Jiang Chengye to bring a gift. This was a truly delightful surprise. Young Master Jiang, you're so kind. So kind. Grandma Su smiled happily. After praising Jiang Chengye a few more times, old Madame Su, supported by the others, finally left. Outside the Su family villa, Yi Chen, who arrived by taxi, made a dashing entrance in a brand new suit and shiny leather shoes. He glanced at his watch. Judging by the time, Yuer should be here soon. Last time he came in Tang Shiyu's car, and the 2 of them entered the Su family villa together. Everything is still vivid in my mind. Just then, a Porsche 911 slowly drove towards them, and Yi Chen immediately recognized it as Tang Shiyu's car. Everything is proceeding according to the original plot. The people in the car were naturally Tang Yuer and Wang Zia. Yi Chen was standing by the roadside, but the 2 of them acted as if they hadn't seen him and drove straight into the villa. The doorman, as usual, didn't ask for an invitation and let them through directly. After seeing Tang Yuer's car go inside, Yi Chen straightened his clothes and prepared to go in. Sir, please show me your invitation, the doorman said with a smile. I saw Yi Chen get out of the taxi just now. I really saw it. His job was to keep an eye on people who wanted to socialize. The people inside are all celebrities and dignitaries from Jiangbei. There are too many people who want to take this opportunity to get in and make connections. Yi Chen was prepared and took out an invitation from his pocket. In his past life, he had seen what an invitation looked like and went directly to a print shop to have one made. The doorman glanced at the invitation and let Yi Chen in. Those who received invitations are all wealthy and powerful. I didn't expect someone to arrive by taxi. After Yi Chen went inside, the doorman smacked his lips and said something. After Yi Chen entered the villa, he immediately began searching for Jiang Chengye. Finally, he met the person he had been longing for. Jiang Chengye, you really came. My chance to turn the tables rests on your shoulders. Yi Chen was overjoyed. The actors were all in place. It was time for his personal show. However, he noticed that Jiang Chengye was different from his previous life. He didn't have a single bodyguard. In his past life, Jiang Chengye had 6 bodyguards by his side, which was quite impressive. These 6 bodyguards were important figures in his life. This guy's pulled another stunt. He desperately wanted to pull out his phone and call Chen Wu over to pretend to be a phone maker. But no matter how you try to fake it, it won't look real. There's nothing we can do but take it one step at a time. Just then, Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia got out of the car and came out. Tang Shiyu wore a white dress, her long, silvery hair cascading down without any restraint. She wore only light makeup and was absolutely stunning. Wang Zia was wearing a black dress which was slimming. The 2 large pandas on her chest were really eye-catching. She also wore light makeup. Although she wasn't as stunning as Tang Yuer, she would definitely outshine those top-tier celebrities on Earth. The appearance of 2 top beauties, one in black and one in white, immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Women's eyes are often filled with jealousy, while men's gazes are often filled with aggression. Of course, it only happened for a moment. Jiang Chengye was there, and if he had seen it, they would have been in big trouble. When Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia saw Yi Chen, they were both stunned. The thought of Yi Chen's crooked mouth sent chills down their spines. I never expected to run into Yi Chen here. It's truly a terrifying thing in life. Mr. Tang, I didn't expect to run into you here. Yi Chen immediately feigned surprise and said in a rather loud voice, naturally to attract Jiang Chengye's attention. Jiang Chengye, who was looking around for Yi Chen, heard this voice. He recognized it all too well. He turned around and saw that Yi Chen was wearing the suit that Tang Shiyu should have bought for him. As expected, Yi Chen, you really do remember everything. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Jiang Chengye's lips. If Yi Chen shows up here tonight, then his guess will definitely be right. Heaven has indeed left a backup plan. But she didn't know that Yi Chen was now nothing but a pile of shit in his eyes. Hello, goodbye. Before Tang Shiyu could speak, Wang Zia cut her off immediately and then grabbed Tang Shiyu and ran away quickly. Yi Chen frowned as he looked at Wang Zia's back. Wang Zia was quite pretty, though not quite as pretty as Tang Yuer, but Yi Chen was very interested in her giant panda. Moreover, this black, tight-fitting dress truly made Yi Chen's heart race. The difference from the previous life is that the person standing next to Tang Yuer should be him, but now it's Wang Zia. He continued to follow behind the 2. President Tang and Secretary Wang are here. Please come and take your seats. When Su Tiancheng, the eldest son of old lady Su, saw Tang Shiyu, he quickly stepped forward to welcome the 2 of them in, and his seat happened to be right next to Jiang Chengye. Su Tiancheng and Tang Shiyu exchanged a few pleasantries and then left. Before leaving, Su Tiancheng gave Jiang Chengye a knowing look. This was clearly to curry favor with Jiang Chengye. Yi Chen then plopped down next to Tang Shiyu and began to explain what had happened that morning. Mr. Tang, what happened this morning wasn't what you think. I didn't instruct them to confess to you. It was the police who told me to say that. It's a complete frame-up. Yi Chen explained for a long time, but Tang Shiyu didn't react at all. In fact, Tang Shiyu silently moved her buttocks closer to Wang Zia. Yi Chen was baffled. What was going on? He felt extremely sad. She's clearly his woman, but now she treats him like a stranger. This feeling is just too cruel. Wang Zia stared in shock at the composed Jiang Chengye. It had only been a few days since she last saw him, and he seemed like a completely different person, even more handsome than before. What surprised Wang Zia the most was that if Jiang Chengye had seen any boy daring to sit next to Tang Shiyu before, he would have been furious. Now, however, he remained completely calm. In fact, ever since Tang Shiyu sat down, Jiang Chengye had only glanced at her briefly before keeping his head down and playing on his phone. Tang Shiyu had clearly noticed this as well and felt a mix of emotions. Yuer, are you listening to me? Seeing that Tang Shiyu ignored him completely and that Jiang Chengye had no intention of insulting him, he decided to go all out. Sure enough, Tang Shiyu reacted as soon as Yi Chen uttered those words. Jiang Chengye remained completely unresponsive, leaving Wang Zia utterly stunned. This is outrageous. Yi Chen actually dared to call Yuer so intimately in front of Jiang Chengye, and Jiang Chengye didn't react at all, still looking down at his phone. This is so inconsistent with his character. Could it be that Jiang Chengye has become a monk? Yi Chen, right? We've only met once today, please call me President Tang, and I have absolutely no interest in whether you did it on purpose or not. Besides, that suit you're wearing looks very expensive, doesn't it? To be able to afford this suit and attend old Madame Sue's birthday celebration, our Tangyu group is afraid we can't possibly accept such a distinguished guest. Therefore, you don't need to come to Tangyu group anymore. Tang Shiyu said coldly, directly and unilaterally announcing that Yi Chen had been fired. Although Jiang Chengye was looking down at his phone, he heard their conversation clearly and couldn't help but feel disgusted by Yi Chen's performance. Yi Chen, have you gone mad? Without the Heavenly Dao and the halo of reduced intelligence, you seem no different from me back then, and you're even worse at acting than me. You're so lame. Yi Chen was also stunned, secretly blaming himself for being impulsive. Tang Shiyu hates it when strangers call him Yuer, he's committed a major taboo. Originally, they wanted to provoke Jiang Chengye, but now they've backfired spectacularly. Just as Yi Chen was about to offer another explanation, Tang Shiyu's face suddenly turned deathly pale. Just then, the system's voice rang in Jiang Chengye's mind. Ding, big surprise. Jiang Chengye was taken aback, but then a surge of joy filled his heart. Is that you, Xiao Tong? He hurriedly asked in his mind. Host, if you see this message, it means Xiao Tong is essentially finished. You've been a devoted follower for 9 lifetimes, and honestly, it breaks my heart to see you like this. Now that Xiao Tong is gone, you don't have to follow the plot anymore. You must be lonely. So this time, Xiao Tong added a little something extra for these female characters at the last minute, letting the host experience the pleasure of being licked. The host shouldn't even think about escaping. As long as the host is within a kilometer of them, those memories will appear in their minds, and the host will also receive a copy of the same memories. Don't think you can avoid them just by not contacting them. I know what you're thinking. Even if you don't contact them, the things I've added will gradually appear in their minds. You can't escape them, heh. The system's final wicked laugh sent chills down Jiang Chengye's spine. Damn it, that old sixth system, even after I'm dead, it still tricked me. Blanche Jiang Chengye was speechless. This thing is dead, but not completely dead, right? After arriving in this world, Jiang Chengye was hurt once, so he felt that this world was an illusion. So all I want to do is finish filming and return to Earth with the reward. But now there's no going back, and the system tricked me. I have to say, the system is truly insanely beautiful. What's wrong? Wang Zia noticed that Tang Shiyu was acting strangely and hurriedly asked her what was wrong. Then, turning to Yi Chen in an unfriendly tone, she said, "It's all your fault for making you so angry. Get out of here, we don't want to see you." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression turned extremely gloomy. "It's all right, Xioxia." Tang Shiyu's pale face gradually regained its rosy hue. At this moment, the scene that had just flashed through Tang Shiyu's mind was now vividly displayed in her mind. "Jiang Chengye, I don't like you." "Chengye, no, Chengye, I'm sorry, I'm the one who hurt you." "Yi Chen, I'm going to kill you." The memory in Tang Shiyu's mind is mainly constructed as follows. He misunderstood that Jiang Chengye chose to stand on Yi Chen's side and then suddenly realized the truth after Yi Chen was killed. The final scene shows them joining forces with the other female leads to kill Yi Chen. Looking at Jiang Chengye sitting next to Wang Zia, Tang Shiyu felt a little unreal. The memories that surfaced in her mind left her momentarily at a loss. But the real feeling made her believe it wasn't fake. Am I a reincarnated person? After much thought, Tang Shiyu came up with a bold guess. The Jiang Chengye of my memory and the Jiang Chengye of today gradually merge into one person. At this moment, Tang Shiyu was certain that she was the reborn one. Yi Chen also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Tang Shiyu was unharmed. If anything were to happen to him because of the tone of his Tang poetry, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. "Are you all right?" Jiang Chengye raised his head, frowned, and looked at Tang Shiyu, asking her a question. At the same time, the scene in Tang Shiyu's mind also appeared in his mind. He had to admire the sixth system. After seeing it, he felt sorry for himself, especially the scene in my memory where the group of female protagonists broke down in tears in front of their own tombstones. That scene was truly delightful. It seems like this simp label can be removed from him in the future. Moreover, he could personally put a bright red hat on Yi Chen, this great traitor who transmigrated with his memories intact. They also wanted Yi Chen to witness all of this with his own eyes. As expected, the villain system didn't choose the wrong person. He has now become a true villain. Thinking of this, Jiang Chengye felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey and even chuckled to himself. Although Jiang Chengye's tone was indifferent, it sounded so sweet to Tang Xiyu at that moment. "I'm fine." Tang Xiyu smiled and shook her head. Wang Zia stared at Tang Xiyu in shock. Tang Xiyu had never smiled at Jiang Chengye before. "What's going on today?" Yi Chen was furious. Seeing Jiang Chengye smile like that in front of him made him feel like he was being humiliated. "Jiang Chengye, our CEO Tang doesn't like you. Please don't harass him anymore or I'll beat you every time I see you." Yi Chen glared fiercely at Jiang Chengye and unleashed his ultimate move. In his previous life, Tang Xiyu was holding his hand when he said those words to Jiang Chengye with a mocking expression. When Jiang Chengye heard this, he immediately ordered his bodyguards to grab their weapons and fight, but they were naturally beaten to a pulp. Jiang Chengye glanced at him indifferently upon hearing this. He had heard those words 9 times already. I have to commend Yi Chen, even now he's still thinking about following the plot. This guy's IQ has dropped by more than a little bit. They still haven't realized the seriousness of the situation and are still reciting lines. "Shut up, Yi Chen, I've made myself perfectly clear. You and my Tangyu group have absolutely no connection from now on, and what Chengye does is none of your business." Those familiar with Tang Xiyu know that she was genuinely angry at this moment. Even though Jiang Chengye had been so persistent in pursuing her before, Tang Xiyu had never spoken to him in such a cold tone. Every time, she had gently given Jiang Chengye the friend card. Tang Xiyu's words completely stunned Yi Chen. Jiang Chengye's lips curled up slightly. Just from the name Chengye in Tang Xiyu's mouth, he knew that the system, that sixth brother, was serious. Tang Xiyu had never called him so affectionately before. She always addressed him by his given name. Wang Zia stared at Tang Xiyu as if she'd seen a ghost. She'd never heard him address Jiang Chengye without his surname since university. "Hey security guard, you seem to be meddling a bit. The person doesn't seem to mind my harassment at all." Jiang Chengye looked at Yi Chen with a mocking expression. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face turned almost liver-colored. Jiang Chengye and Tang Xiyu were like completely different people at this moment. Tang Xiyu, who was originally supposed to be on his team, has now become Jiang Chengye's teammate. He now felt like he had become Jiang Chengye from his past life. "This is complete chaos. Miss Tang, are you free later? I'd like to take you for a walk by the lake." Jiang Chengye seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiyu blushed slightly and nodded silently. "You agreed, you are agreed." Wang Zia was now in a daze. In her eyes, neither Tang Xiyu nor Jiang Chengye were normal. Yi Chen could no longer sit still. He stood up and roared hysterically, "No, I won't allow it." It immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the room and they all started whispering among themselves. "Who is this? I've never seen him before." Besides the other 3 major families, who in Jiangbei would dare to speak to young Master Jiang like that? "I've never seen this person before. I know almost all the rich kids in Jiangbei, but I've definitely never seen this one before," Tuskanov said. Daring to yell at young Master Jiang like that in front of Tang Xiyu, this kid's probably done for. "Oh Tiancheng, whose kid is this? Do you guys know him?" Grandma Su frowned and looked at her eldest son, Su Tiancheng, beside her, asking. Jiang Chengye is known for his volatile temper. It would be bad if this young man angered the Su family. However, we need to find out Yi Chen's identity first. "Mom, this person looks completely unfamiliar. I've never seen him before, not even among the younger generation," Su Tiancheng said in a low voice. "Since that's the case, go and see if they sneaked in. Don't let one bad apple spoil the whole bunch." Grandma Su gave the instructions calmly. Su Tiancheng nodded, then walked towards Jiang Chengye's table. At this moment, Yi Chen also realized he was agitated and quickly sat down, but the anger on his face had not subsided. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Chengye was needed for the later plot, he would have loved to slap Jiang Chengye to death right now. "Yi Chen, please leave. Tang Xiyu can do whatever I want, it's none of your business." Tang Xiyu looked at Yi Chen with a face full of disgust and said, Young Master Jiang, what happened to President Tang? Su Tiancheng walked up to Jiang Chengye and asked with a smile. Mr. Su, I heard from Mr. Tang that this kid is a security guard. I don't know how he got in here. Do you know him, Mr. Su? Jiang Chengye asked calmly. Tang Shiyu felt a pang of pain in her heart. Jiang Chengye had never called her President Tang, he had always called her Yuer. Upon hearing this, Su Tiancheng immediately broke out in a sweat. Jiang Chengye was clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. Yes, I can vouch for it. This guy is one of our company's security guards and he's been shamelessly harassing Yuer here. I strongly suspect he snuck in. Wang Zia echoed. Su Tiancheng looked at Yi Chen with a gloomy expression. He was certain that there was no family named Yi Chen in Jiangbei and no one knew anyone with the surname Yi. Moreover, since he was a security guard, it's quite obvious that he sneaked in. My friend, I don't know how you got in. I don't recall inviting anyone like you. Su Tiancheng looked at Yi Chen and asked in a low voice, his tone subtly unfriendly. Yi Chen's face was now ashen. In his past life, his job as a security guard made him very popular, but what's going on now? Everyone looks down on him for being a security guard. We can't openly reveal our identities right now. The Dragon King Palace hasn't returned to Daxia yet, so it's not the right time. We're in a bit of a bind now. But then I remembered he had prepared invitations, so why be a coward? Of course I had an invitation to come in. We're all guests. Does President Su look down on me, Mr. Yi? At this moment, Yi Chen had to be tough, and at the same time, a faint aura rose from his body. The moment Yi Chen unleashed his aura, Su Tiancheng felt a pressure and was immediately startled. This aura doesn't belong to an ordinary person, it's that of a martial artist. Jiang Chengye naturally sensed the aura emanating from Yi Chen, but to him, it was like a gentle breeze. Invitation? Do you, a security guard, deserve an invitation? He looked at Yi Chen with disdain and asked. Yi Chen was delighted upon hearing this. That's exactly the feeling. They wanted to bring up his proud identity as a security guard. Jiang Chengye, you're just jealous, so what if there's a security guard? It's me, not you, standing next to you right now. Yi Chen read his lines aloud, but it was clear that this guy had a serious problem with his intelligence. Even in this situation, he was still repeatedly flirting with death. Everyone stared blankly at Yi Chen. Without the aura of reduced intelligence, they were all looking at him like he was an idiot. When did being a security guard become something to be proud of? Is he delusional? It wasn't that they looked down on security guards, but rather that they hadn't expected anyone to use their security guard status to show off in this setting. Who among them wasn't a member of high society? Yi Chen looks respectable, but his mouth is full of filth. He comes up here and stands on his moral high ground, pointing fingers and making pronouncements. Just because Tang Shiyu was sitting next to him, he dared to mock Jiang Chengye. What kind of bizarre thought process is that? Jiang Chengye wasn't annoyed by this. In fact, he found it somewhat amusing. He shrugged at Su Tiancheng. Mr. Su, you heard it too. This person admitted to being a security guard. As for the invitation, I suggest you check its authenticity. Maybe someone forged it. Tang Shiyu quietly switched seats with Wang Zia and now sat next to Jiang Chengye. Wang Zia sat down on the other side of Tang Shiyu. He dared not sit next to this somewhat eccentric person. Go and fetch the doorman. Su Tiancheng spoke to the servants behind him. Even a clay figure has some temper at this moment. A security guard shouldn't pretend to be something he's not. Can't I just sneak over and freeload? Why do I have to pretend? Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. Why did Jiang Chengye suddenly become so intelligent? Logically speaking, Jiang Chengye should be furiously pointing his finger at him and cursing him, and then he should go up and slap him across the face. The doorman arrived shortly afterward. He was the one who had checked Yi Chen's invitation. Mr. Su, you wanted to see me. Su Tiancheng pointed at Yi Chen and asked the doorman, Sir, do you have an invitation? Upon hearing this, the doorman looked at Yi Chen. Wasn't this the one who arrived in a taxi? Mr. Su, this gentleman does indeed have an invitation. Yi Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thankfully, the doorman was sensible and hadn't brought an invitation. Although the invitation was a replica, you couldn't tell the difference unless you looked very closely. For example, this wasn't present on Grandma Su's gold-stamped seal. Su Tiancheng had no intention of giving Yi Chen a chance to breathe. This concerned the reputation of the Su family's hospitality. A mad dog had slipped into this kind of occasion. What would outsiders think of the Su family afterward? This gentleman's name is Yi Chen. Go and bring me that invitation. The doorman understood immediately. It seemed his initial guess was correct. This guy is a poor B*******. Now many guests' eyes are focused on Jiang Chengye's table. It seems the truth has come out. The doorman jogged over and brought Yi Chen's invitation. Yi Chen was practically cracking with rage. How did they suddenly grow brains? Wait a minute. Yi Chen suddenly realized that the reason he dared to openly admit to being a security guard in his past life was entirely because Tang Shiyu was by his side. Now even Tang Shiyu isn't on his side. This is another freebie. Su Tiancheng took the invitation and knew at a glance that it was a forgery. Yi Chen, is it? Are you leaving on your own, or should I have someone escort you out? Su Tiancheng tore the invitation in his hand to shreds, his eyes gleaming with anger. He was clearly furious. Grandma Su repeatedly emphasized that people who weren't from high society should absolutely not be allowed in, since everyone present had considerable influence. Actually, even if you managed to sneak in, it wouldn't be forbidden. At least Yi Chen's attire was decent. The clothes he was wearing weren't cheap either. Once you're inside, you're a guest. Everyone's here to celebrate old Madame Su's birthday, and the Su family isn't stingy. However, Yi Chen was clearly ungrateful. He showed no self-awareness after entering and even offended Jiang Chengye. He kept flaunting his security guard status. It was utterly humiliating to the Su family. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Yi Chen glanced at Tang Shiyu, who had already sat down next to Jiang Chengye, and secretly moved Tang Shiyu from the list of concubines to the cold palace. Yi Chen was furious that they didn't say a word in his defense, and they changed seats right in front of him. Now he's all alone, like a plague carrier. He stood up and looked at Su Tiancheng, his aura as a martial artist gradually revealing itself, mixed with a murderous intent. Su Tiancheng felt an immense pressure instantly and exclaimed inwardly, "A martial artist? It's actually a martial artist, oh no." The aura released by Yi Chen wasn't just aimed at Su Tiancheng, but also at Jiang Chengye. However, this aura was like a gentle spring breeze to Jiang Chengye, causing him no reaction whatsoever. "You, surnamed Su, I'm only here to attend your old lady's birthday banquet because I'm doing you a favor. Otherwise, even if you invited me with 8 sedan chairs, I wouldn't come. Do you even deserve to kick me out?" Yi Chen said in an icy tone. He, the Dragon King, had never suffered such a loss before. He suddenly realized that in the face of absolute power, why should he need to act according to the whims of others? This is called "a cornered dog will jump over the wall." The guests who came to the birthday banquet were completely stunned. Yi Chen's words left him completely bewildered. A security guard caught red-handed still spouts nonsense here. It's like trampling on the Su family's face, then picking it up and throwing it into the toilet. "You." Su Tiancheng wanted to say something, but Yi Chen's murderous gaze shut him down. "Enough, Yi Chen, please leave. Do you think this is your home? You're not welcome here." Tang Shiyu stood up and glared at Yi Chen. In her memory, she knew that Yi Chen was a selfish person who would do anything to achieve his goals. It seems that the memories in my mind are all real, and yet she actually sided with Yi Chen, pushing Jiang Chengye, who truly loved him, into an abyss of no return. You? Yi Chen felt a lump in his throat, and the scenes of their time together flashed through his mind. His heart was broken at that moment. "Okay, I'm leaving, but I have some things to do before I go." Yi Chen muttered to himself, then raised his hand to slap Jiang Chengye. Jiang Chengye, who was watching the drama unfold, never expected that Yi Chen would still remember to slap him and stir up some hatred at this moment. This is practically a case of dedication to one's profession being unleashed by his own mother. Dedication to one's profession is off the charts. "Yi Chen, how dare you!" Tang Shiyu exclaimed in surprise, but Yi Chen completely ignored her. In Yi Chen's eyes, Jiang Chengye was nothing but a good-for-nothing who had been drained by wine and women. Although he didn't use much force in that slap, his face will definitely be asymmetrical. As for whether Jiang Chengye could dodge, that was not within his consideration. If he could have dodged it, Jiang Chengye wouldn't have died at his feet in his past life. Those present were all shocked by what they saw. If Jiang Chengye had been beaten, Jiang Zhenhua would probably have gone to great lengths to get rid of that security guard. Moreover, the Su family is very likely to be implicated as well since they were the ones who let Yi Chen in. Grandma Su, who was sitting in the main seat and whose legs were originally weak, stood up directly at this moment. A medical miracle? To Jiang Chengye, Yi Chen's movements appeared to be in slow motion as if they were 100 times slower. Just as Yi Chen's hand was about to make intimate contact with his cheek, Jiang Chengye punched Yi Chen in the stomach. A lightning-fast lash, no one saw what happened, not even Yi Chen. He only felt a sharp pain in his stomach and then flew backward, crashing into the wall. Bang! Yi Chen fainted on the spot after landing and lay unconscious on the ground. Mr. Su, this saves you trouble, just throw him out. Jiang Chengye said with a smile. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Yi Chen was suddenly sent flying and crashed into the wall. Is this a ghost encounter? No, although I don't know what happened, judging from Jiang Chengye's calm expression, it's definitely related to Jiang Chengye. Someone, get a car and throw him out, throw him as far away as possible. Su Tiancheng shouted to the bodyguards behind him. After Yi Chen was dragged away like a dog, Su Tiancheng approached Jiang Chengye with a fawning expression and said, "Young Master Jiang, I'm so sorry, please forgive my servant for not doing his job properly." Jiang Chengye waved his hand and laughed. "It's nothing, I just didn't want to disturb the old lady's enjoyment." The Su family was just a second-rate family. Without martial arts experts and financial resources, they were nothing special and couldn't compete with the Jiang family at all. Seeing that Jiang Chengye didn't seem to blame him, Su Tiancheng breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Tiancheng returned to Grandma Su's side and began arranging the program for the birthday banquet. "I clearly saw Yi Chen's hand almost hit your face. How did it suddenly fly away?" "Did you hit him?" Wang Zia looked at Jiang Chengye with a puzzled expression and asked. Jiang Chengye shrugged. "Who knows, maybe he had a sudden epileptic seizure and flew off on his own." Wang Zia knew perfectly well that Jiang Chengye was just talking nonsense and couldn't help but look him over and say, "Jiang Chengye, you seem to be acting a little strange." "Really? Have you become even more handsome?" Jiang Chengye put down his phone, looked at Wang Zia and smiled. "It's true, you seem to have gotten stronger. It's only been 3 days since you confessed your feelings to Yuer and you seem like a completely different person," Wang Zia said with a serious expression. Tang Xiu also secretly began to observe Jiang Chengye, and indeed Jiang Chengye was stronger than in his previous life. Jiang Chengye grinned slyly, raising an eyebrow at Wang Zia and said, "How about we find a secluded spot later and I'll show you my abs and in return let me see yours, okay?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zia's face immediately turned red and she said angrily, "I misjudged you, you're still just as annoying. Didn't you invite me for a walk by the lake later?" Tang Xiu looked at Jiang Chengye and asked, suddenly feeling that she had a lot to say to him. Jiang Chengye merely glanced at her indifferently. This was the first time Tang Xiu had agreed to his request. Of course, he didn't care since Jiang Chengye had always treated this as a game. He always treated them all as two-dimensional characters, including Jiang Zhenhua and everyone else he knew. But now the world has become a real world where once a person dies they are truly dead and there is no hope of recovery, and he can no longer return to Earth. Although Jiang Chengye verbally disliked the system's arrangement, he secretly appreciated it. After all, he'd been a devoted admirer for 9 lifetimes. It was time for Tang Xiu to experience the taste of unrequited love. "I was just saying that casually, don't take it seriously. You, Miss Tang, have enough self-awareness to know I'm a worthless person and don't deserve you," Jiang Chengye said with a self-deprecating laugh. "Revenge, naked revenge." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiu's eyes immediately reddened, and she silently lowered her head. In her memories of her past life she had always been hurting Jiang Chengye. But from this moment on, she vowed never to do anything to hurt Jiang Chengye again. However, seeing Jiang Chengye's indifferent demeanor, Tang Xiu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Reborn, judging from Chengye's appearance, has Chengye also been reborn? The more Tang Xiu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, Jiang Chengye would never have acted so strangely. "It's not night anymore, it's just you and me. I'll marry no one but you in this lifetime. Can you confess your love to me one more time, even if..." "I'll say yes." Tang Xiu said with a pleading look on her face. Wang Zia was about to retort to Jiang Chengye, but Tang Xiu's words almost choked her to death. This is insane. Wang Zia strongly suspects that Tang Xiu has lost her mind. Are you kidding me? Wang Zia stared at Tang Xiu in shock. She had noticed that Tang Xiu was acting a bit strange at the company earlier that day. I promised I would never agree to Jiang Chengye's request. I never expected him to spout such nonsense. This is a classic case of trying to get something for nothing. Xiaoxia, I'm serious. I was so naive before. Now I realize I've always loved Cheng. I loved him so much. Tang Xiu said earnestly. These words were so blunt that even the celebrities in the vicinity heard them and looked at Jiang Chengye in shock. Who said simps never end well? This guy actually turned someone's simping into true love. Tang Xiu didn't care about other people's opinions. She turned to look at Jiang Chengye. Having accepted the memories of her previous life, Tang Xiu was no longer timid. She didn't want Jiang Chengye to be looked down upon by others anymore. She wanted to remove all the bad reputation that Jiang Chengye carried. Everyone assumed Jiang Chengye would be overjoyed since true love was right in front of him. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chengye could only say, "System, you're really something else. It feels so good to be licked like this." Having been branded a sycophant for 9 lifetimes, he vanished completely at this moment. Let's see who dares to call him a simp now. Judging from Tang Xiu's expression, if Jiang Chengye agrees, then tonight they can just have bloodshed right there. However, Jiang Chengye is not a harem protagonist. If it were the main character, he would have already agreed immediately and then they would have fought until dawn. Jiang Chengye wasn't that vulgar. Women were a dime a dozen, but he only had this one chance to punish the female lead. He said coldly, "Miss Tang is truly a woman of strong character. Unfortunately, I, Jiang Chengye, am not fortunate enough to enjoy her." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiu felt another pang of pain in her heart, and a tear rolled down her cheek. Jiang Chengye, how could you do this? You've pursued Yuer for so long, and now that she likes you, you're doing this. Wang Zia glared at Jiang Chengye and said angrily, "Xiaoxia, don't say any more. It's not Chengye's fault, it's my fault." Tang Xiu tugged at Wang Zia and said in a low voice. Seeing this, Wang Zia shook her head helplessly, then took Tang Xiu's small hand in hers. It was very cold. Although Jiang Chengye appeared calm, he was secretly overjoyed. Awesome, so awesome, now that's a villain, let them cry their hearts out. The celebrities and onlookers around were now completely stunned. As soon as they leave the Su family home tonight, the news of Jiang Chengye being fawned over will spread throughout high society circles in no time. Good heavens, this is a complete reversal of the heavenly stems. At 8:30, everyone began to present their gifts and Jiang Chengye gave his gift to Grandma Su from the start so he didn't get up again. Just like in the original storyline, Tang Xiu gave Grandma Su a jade bracelet. If it weren't for Su Leilai's good manners, Jiang Chengye would have given him a pearl necklace instead. He then took out the pearl necklace that Jiang Chengye had given him, saying it was a perfect match. This is naturally a veiled reference to Jiang Chengye and Tang Xiu. Tang Xiu glanced at Jiang Chengye secretly. She remembered that Jiang Chengye had given her an antique blue and white porcelain piece, but now it had been replaced with a pearl necklace. Was this also a hint to her? Of course, she was obviously overthinking it. The reason she gave him the pearl necklace was simply because she saw that many middle-aged women on Earth loved wearing them and the price was just right for Jiang Chengye. A reasonable price is the obvious choice, but who knew that this old lady Su could pull off such a stunt? He's truly a shrewd old man. No wonder he was able to become the president of the Su group after old Master Su passed away. After the gift-giving ceremony, there was a cocktail party, which was basically where these high society figures started looking for business partners. Many wealthy individuals shamelessly approached Jiang Chengye, hoping he could give them a chance to cooperate with Jiangcheng Group. The institute doesn't mention that although Jiang Zhenhua's credentials seem unreliable, he genuinely built the Jiangcheng Group with his own hard work. Jiangcheng Group's main business is in the field of technology. However, its other subsidiaries include real estate and construction companies, entertainment companies, and so on. Although these subsidiaries are not the top in the industry, they are still among the best. In Jiangbei, aside from the 3 major families that Jiang Zhenhua couldn't afford to offend, he could easily crush the remaining smaller families. Jiang Zhenhua once told Jiang Chengye that their family's assets had already exceeded 200 billion yuan, and that was still the amount of funds they could mobilize. Real estate wasn't included. If this price tag were on Earth, Jack Ma and Liu Yifei would be no match for him. These people naturally wanted to get some benefits from the Jiang family's influence. Jiang Chengye is also known for being easy to please. As long as you flatter him and make him happy, cooperation will be as easy as a clearance sale. But that was the Jiang Chengye of the past. The Jiang Chengye of today is no longer the boy he once was. His business acumen is already at its peak. He can see right through the ulterior motives of those seeking cooperation. He rejected them all, telling them to go talk to his father, Jiang Zhenhua, who was now just a tool for him to consume money. Wang Zia and Tang Shiyu sat quietly to one side, Tang Shiyu's gaze never leaving Jiang Chengye. Didn't you dislike Jiang Chengye? How come you suddenly skipped over liking him and went straight to loving him? Although Jiang Chengye seems to have changed a bit and isn't as spoiled as before, you don't need to. Wang Zia asked in confusion, but Tang Shiyu interrupted her before she could finish speaking. Xiaoxia, don't say that anymore. I didn't know how to cherish him before, and now I see how good he is. I will marry no one but him in this lifetime. Tang Shiyu said firmly, her eyes fixed on Jiang Chengye. Wang Zia shook her head helplessly, looking at Jiang Chengye with a hint of curiosity. What had Jiang Chengye done to suddenly see the good in him? As we all know, curiosity can easily lead to trouble. In an alley, Yi Chen, who had been knocked unconscious by Jiang Chengye, slowly woke up. Where is this? Yi Chen looked around in bewilderment, then felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, back and the back of his head. Yi Chen gasped in shock. He tried to recall everything that had just happened but couldn't remember a single thing. Wasn't I standing in front of the Su family villa? Who the hell beat me up like this and left me here? Yi Chen stood up, completely bewildered, unable to recall why he was there. All he could remember was watching Tang Shiyu's car drive into the Su family villa. Then I don't know what happened. He clearly has amnesia. Perhaps he couldn't accept what had just happened, so he chose to erase that memory from his mind. He staggered out of the alley. It was a very remote place. Only a few streetlights were still on. There wasn't a soul outside the alley. Yi Chen checked the time. It was already 10 p.m. and Grandma Su's birthday banquet was almost over. Damn it, it seems there really is a butterfly effect after being reborn. Who on earth is targeting me? Going to the Su family's house now is clearly not a realistic option. Why did you go when everyone else was almost finished, especially since you were injured? Although he didn't know who had hit him, Yi Chen knew that no one in the entire Jiangbei region could beat him. He couldn't help but wonder if he had fallen on his own. It's clear that Yi Chen's intelligence has declined to a certain level. 10 p.m. Grandma Su's birthday banquet came to a successful conclusion. Many luxury cars slowly drove away from the Su family villa. Tang Shiyu followed closely behind Jiang Chengye, and Wang Zia had no choice but to follow her as well. After Jiang Chengye got into his Lamborghini Reventon, the two of them stood by his car window. Miss Tang, Miss Wang has been following me. Does she want to come home with me? Jiang Chengye rolled down the car window and raised an eyebrow to ask. You're dreaming, okay. The first sentence was said by Wang Zia and the second sentence was said by Tang Shiyu. Tang Shiyu is now ready to offer herself to Jiang Chengye. Wang Zia knew that Jiang Chengye was only saying that to tease the two of them. Wang Zia looked at Tang Shiyu speechlessly. Her best friend was now useless. Yours gone. Wang Zia dragged Tang Shiyu toward her Porsche 911. Tang Shiyu turned back and looked at Jiang Chengye with deep affection, afraid that he would leave her again. She wasn't joking. If Jiang Chengye wanted to take her home, she would definitely go with him without hesitation. But he knew Jiang Chengye was clearly teasing them. After seeing Wang Zia pull Tang Shiyu away, Jiang Chengye gave a meaningful smile and then drove away from the Su family villa. He received several phone calls on the way inviting Jiang Chengye to go out for drinks and a wash, but he refused them all. When I got home, Jiang Zhenhua hadn't returned yet. He was probably still chatting about life with the female anchor who had suddenly appeared. Jiang Chengye went straight back to his room. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little lonely. Every time he returned to this room, he could always chat with the system. But now, Jiang Chengye vividly remembered all 9 episodes. The first time I went through the storyline, I didn't really get into the role. I just projected most of my own emotions onto it. At that time, he was just an ordinary person who had just transmigrated and became a top-tier rich second generation. He did not become arrogant, nor did he forget his experiences on Earth. Although he was following the plot, his kindness led him to choose to do more meaningful things. Build schools, build orphanages, build nursing homes, and so on. As for the female characters, he was basically just a two-dimensional character. He didn't do anything. He just secretly arranged for people to protect them, and it was the system that told him to do that in order to ensure the plot could proceed smoothly. After being killed by Yi Chen and forced to start over, Jiang Chengye locked away his heart. No matter what he does, it will all come to nothing in the end. So from the second time onwards, he only wanted to return to Earth because only Earth was real. The memory of Yi Chen's final fate left Jiang Chengye momentarily unable to determine whether it was true or false. The Dragon King's palace was originally an organization of mercenaries who committed murder, arson, and other heinous crimes abroad. This is true, no mercenary has clean hands. As the master of the Dragon King Palace, Yi Chen usually appears perfectly normal. But when he becomes ruthless, he is a complete murderous demon who will wipe out an entire family at the drop of a hat. After Yi Chen successfully avenged himself and returned the Dragon King Palace to the Dragon Kingdom, it caused a major upheaval in the country. Could this be a result of my first experience following the storyline after arriving in this world? Jiang Chengye muttered to himself, and then Yao shook her head. Even if this dam system dies, it won't be peaceful, it's just causing him a lot of trouble. Lost in thought, Jiang Chengye fell asleep without realizing it. He was so tired, there's so much to digest in just one day. In his sleep, Jiang Chengye had a dream. He dreamt that a girl dressed as a maid was beside Xiao Tong and the two were holding hands, chatting and laughing. At this moment, Yi Chen was walking alone on a deserted road. He was really seeing things. He walked for kilometers without seeing a single car. He had no choice but to quickly call around for help. Just then, the sound of a car horn came from behind. A Chery QQ SUV was parked in front of Chen Wu, the victim of a terrible injustice. Just as Chen Wu and his friends were happily playing mahjong, Yi Chen sent a location alert to them, leaving them no choice but to abandon their good hand and rush over. After getting into the car, Yi Chen straightened his back and sat in the passenger seat. "Dragon King, what are you doing in this desolate wilderness so late at night?" Chen Wu asked, puzzled. Yi Chen himself was also wondering how he ended up here. He should be inside the Su family villa right now. Yi Chen coughed awkwardly and said, "I got lost while jogging at night." Upon hearing this, Chen Wu looked on with admiration. As expected of the Dragon King, even his night run is so well dressed. But in my heart, I was just helplessly complaining. "Night jogging? You're really something else, wearing a fancy suit and gleaming shoes to this desolate place and even calling me to pick you up. You think I'm some kind of Teletubby, so easy to fool, huh? Okay, stop talking and focus on driving. Take me to the hospital first," Yi Chen said calmly, clutching his stomach. Chen Wu was taken aback upon hearing this, and only then did he notice that something was wrong with Yi Chen. He was sitting ramrod straight, clutching his stomach. Normally, Yi Chen would just lean back in his chair as soon as he got in the car, so this was unusual. He even needed to go to the hospital. Could she be pregnant? But then he thought that the chances of Yi Chen being a woman disguised as a man were probably slim, and if Yi Chen were a woman, Chen Wu would probably throw up on the spot. Then Chen Wu noticed something on Yi Chen's face, something like a shoe print. Did he bump his face into someone's shoe while jogging at night? Seeing Chen Wu staring blankly at him, Yi Chen felt a surge of anger. "Come on, what are you looking at? Do I have flowers on my face?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wu pointed to Yi Chen's face. "Your Majesty, there are no flowers, but there is a footprint." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen quickly took out his phone and turned on the front camera to take a look. A shoe print was clearly visible on his face. Yi Chen realized to himself, "No wonder I kept smelling a strange odor in my nose earlier, it must be because of this footprint." Rough. Yi Chen pulled out a tissue and wiped his face, then smelled it and almost threw up. He, the mighty Dragon King, someone actually stepped on his face with a shoe. What on earth happened? Yi Chen's anger had reached its peak, but he couldn't remember anything that had happened. Chen Wu swallowed hard. What kind of fetish is this? Judging from Yi Chen's reaction, the smell must be really strong. And most importantly, who would dare to slap Yi Chen in the face? This is a blatant slap in the face. And this is a slap in the face to the Dragon King's palace. Abroad, anyone who made Yi Chen uncomfortable with his gaze would be buried alive on the spot. All the women in his family were taken under his control, and no one, young or old, could escape his clutches. Now that such footprints have been left on his face, given Yi Chen's temper, even this group of dogs won't escape unscathed. Your Majesty, who dares to step on your face? Chen Wu asked in a deep voice. Yi Chen said he also wanted to know because he couldn't remember anything now. All I know is that my stomach hurts, my back hurts, and my head hurts. It felt like being hit by a car. Yi Chen had a bold guess. Maybe he was hit by a car and knocked unconscious, and then the perpetrator dumped him in this godforsaken place while he was unconscious. Thinking about it that way, it's very possible. In Yi Chen's mind, anyone who dared to oppose him would inevitably suffer the destruction of their family and death, and anyone who dared to hit him would have their entire clan executed. But I don't remember anything now. Who am I supposed to destroy? The heir? Cough, cough, cough. Let's not talk about that now. Let's go to the hospital first. My stomach is a little upset. Yi Chen coughed awkwardly and said. Chen Wu was dumbfounded. Was this really the Dragon King he knew? Shouldn't the order be given now and the Dragon King's 100,000-strong army marching back to the Dragon Kingdom? The next day, inside the Jiang family villa. Jiang Chengye woke up from his dream, propped himself up and shook his head. The dream he had last night felt too real. Xiao Tong even seemed to see him and asked him with a grin how the ingredients he added were. As for the girl in the maid outfit next to Xiao Tong, Jiang Chengye couldn't see her face clearly, only that she had a good figure. Zhao, I dream about you, you old sixth brother, chasing girls. What bad luck. Jiang Chengye patted his forehead and laughed. Just then there was another knock on his door. Jiang Chengye's face was filled with terror. Could it be that yesterday was all a dream? He was genuinely afraid that Chow Tai Fuk would announce from outside the door that another truckload of roses had arrived. Fortunately, it was his father Jiang Zhenhua who knocked on the door. Son, open the door. Jiang Chengye breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. They're here. He answered, then got up and opened the door. With a broad smile, Jiang Zhenhua gave Jiang Chengye a bear hug. Jiang Zhenhua was still wearing the same suit he wore yesterday, but he still smelled of women's perfume. It seems that the streamer's surprise appearance last night didn't harm this top spender's health. Jiang Chengye secretly gave his father a thumbs up. What's wrong, Dad? Did you find me a stepmother? Jiang Chengye asked jokingly. Jiang Zhenhua laughed heartily. Go away, kid, don't tease me. I know everything that happened at Grandma Sue's birthday banquet last night. All right, kid. He patted Jiang Chengye on the shoulder. Dad was wrong. Who said simps end up with nothing? Turns out you were just using tactics. Jiang Chengye looked completely bewildered. Playing tactics? What tactics? Dad, what are you saying? I don't understand. Jiang Zhenhua's face hardened, still pretending with your old man. Are you testing my intelligence? You think you can hide your little schemes from your father? Previously, you would lick her regularly every week. Such punctual and regular licking would naturally make the recipient feel that it was a matter of course. And once the recipient gets used to this feeling, that's when they fall into a trap. If you suddenly stop licking her one day, she'll start to wonder if she's become ugly, or if you've met someone better, or even if you don't love her anymore. Once she's been flattered and starts to have all sorts of doubts, she'll develop a misplaced sense of care for you. Even if you don't contact her, she'll still reach out. The end result, naturally, is that she becomes an object of your manipulation. Jiang Zhenhua couldn't help but click his tongue after he finished speaking. Jiang Chengye was stunned. This was like a lesson in itself. I never imagined being a simp was such a skill, but he clearly didn't have that in mind. Yesterday, the system simply malfunctioned. He didn't need to follow the storyline. I never expected Jiang Zhenhua to have seen so much. He truly deserves to be the chairman of Jiangbei Group. In short, it's brilliant. The last sentence, you can do whatever you want with me, seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Dad, your insight is truly brilliant. I'm completely convinced. Jiang Chengye quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of worship and said, "Sai, I misunderstood you back then. I didn't see your good intentions. I only realized your true intentions this morning after hearing about your behavior at the Su family's house." Jiang Chengye said with some guilt, thinking back to how that rascal Jiang Chengye used to risk his life for his schemes. But he didn't understand. I didn't expect that just one day without licking it would produce such results. They're offering to pay me. He had met the girl from the Tang family before. Although she usually seemed gentle and refined, she was very proud and capable. He's so young, yet he's already the general manager of Tangyu Group. While Jiang Chengye may have played a part in it without real ability, even if you sit in that position, you're nothing. Tang Shiyu has truly achieved results, thoroughly proving those who doubted her wrong. This is the kind of successful businesswoman she is, but even this kind of person eventually succumbed to his own son's influence. Let them manipulate you and willingly offer yourself up. Jiang Chengye was stunned when he saw the guilt in Jiang Zhenhua's eyes. What he said had absolutely nothing to do with him. The original Jiang Chengye was just a sycophant. What Jiang Zhenhua said had absolutely nothing to do with him. Even the slightest hint of it would be an insult to his villainous, sycophantic persona. "It's all right, Dad, it's not too late to understand now." Jiang Chengye laughed. Jiang Zhenhua nodded with satisfaction, then frowned and asked, "That girl from the Tang family was so proactive, why didn't you agree?" He just couldn't understand this. Logically speaking, the goal had been achieved and it was time to reap the rewards, so why was he choosing to refuse them? They were practically saying they wanted to sleep next to him. Jiang Chengye patted his shoulder and said, "Dad, aren't you being short-sighted? We've been sucking up to them for so long and now they suddenly realize how good I am to them. That won't do. I have to get some of that back right." Jiang Zhenhua nodded, then shook his head. He knew his son's character well. What good could his fancy tricks possibly be? He couldn't see anything good in him, like his back or his kidneys. "Do whatever you want, just try to marry him off to me as soon as possible so I can have a grandson next year. Our Jiang family is counting on you to carry on the family line." Jiang Zhenhua looked Jiang Chengye up and down, especially glancing between his legs the most. Jiang Chengye is a notorious playboy. I wonder how badly his clothes are worn out now. Jiang Chengye noticed Jiang Zhenhua's gaze and felt a chill run down his spine. "I know, Dad, you've had a long night. You should get some rest." "It's time to rest," Jiang Chengye said, and Jiang Zhenhua really felt it. He was a bit sleepy. Before leaving, he added, "Be careful and watch your safety. Don't let anything happen to you one day. Oh dear, you'll get sick." Jiang Chengye was immediately embarrassed and nodded repeatedly. Finally, Jiang Zhenhua was sent away. Jiang Chengye lay back down on the bed and just then there was another knock on his door. Then Zhou Dafu's anxious voice rang out, "Young master, something terrible has happened. Miss Tang Shiyu is here to see you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye instantly sat up in bed, speechless. "If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. The female lead just came to visit and this is considered a major incident." "This is fantastic news. I didn't expect the female lead to show up so quickly. She only awakened her memories yesterday and she's already coming to my door today. That's way too fast. I wonder if Chen will put a hat symbolizing peace on himself after he finds out." Jiang Chengye opened the door, still in his pajamas. Zhou Dafu was taken aback when he saw Jiang Chengye's attire. Was he really going to dress so casually for his beloved to come to his door, and what's with that messy hairstyle? "Young master, would you like to tidy up?" Chow Tai-fuk reminded him in a low voice. "It's all right, it's not like we're going to someone else's house. Why bother with these details when we're at home?" Jiang Chengye waved his hand, looking completely unconcerned. If Tang Shiyu had come to visit before, stop fooling around, roles reversed, he's no longer the simp. Outside the Jiang family villa, Tang Shiyu wore a light green floral dress, her jet black hair casually draped over her shoulders. It's 8:30 in the morning and the first rays of dawn are shining on her. Her fair face is glowing with a rosy hue in the light, making you want to hug her and give her a big kiss. Bathed in this dawn light, she looked like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. And in her hands she was holding a beautiful flower, or more accurately, a sunflower. She stood quietly beside her car. The two bodyguards in black suits at the door kept glancing at Tang Shiyu through their sunglasses. They dared not look too long, as both of them frequently accompanied Jiang Chengye on outings as part of his support team. He naturally knew who this was. She might very well be his future mistress. If you displease the lady of the house, things will get really bad. Zhou Dafu had already let Tang Shiyu in, but Tang Shiyu chose not to go in. Instead, she asked Zhou Dafu to call Jiang Chengye, saying that she was not worthy to enter the Jiang family now. She glanced into the villa every now and then and finally saw Jiang Chengye come out. All night long, Jiang Chengye was on my mind and I couldn't wait to go straight to the Jiang family villa early in the morning. Nariya. Tang Shiyu quickly walked up to Jiang Chengye, shyly calling out, and then handed him the sunflower, saying, "This is a flower I'm giving you." Jiang Chengye's lips twitched slightly when he saw the large, nearly ripe sunflower. He reached out and took it. "I never expected Miss Tang to have such leisure time bringing me a sunflower so early in the morning. Does she think my family can't even afford sunflower seeds?" Tang Shiyu's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this. She glanced at Jiang Chengye suspiciously, wondering if he didn't know the meaning of sunflowers. As for the sunflower's words, Jiang Chengye naturally knew that sunflowers always face the sun. It symbolizes loving bravely, and this is also Tang Shiyu's way of expressing her love to Jiang Chengye. "My flower shop wasn't open, so," Tang Shiyu explained in a low voice. But Jiang Chengye interrupted him. "All right, Miss Tang, just say what you want to say. Aren't you usually too busy with work to bother with me?" Jiang Chengye said casually, picking some slightly unripe sunflower seeds from the sunflower and eating them. "Chengye, do you still like me?" Tang Shiyu asked softly. Jiang Chengye frowned. This was even more direct than him. Couldn't he at least have some kind of experience? He was already dreaming of getting his hands on her. "Miss Tang, I made myself very clear last night. I'm not good enough for you, so please stop asking such childish questions." Tang Shiyu's heart nearly broke upon hearing this. She fought back her tears and stubbornly looked at Jiang Chengye. Thinking back to how Jiang Chengye used to greet her with a beaming smile, now her face was replaced by cold indifference. "I'm sorry I was willful before. I don't ask for anything else. Chengye, can you give me another chance? This time let me pursue you." Tang Shiyu spoke sincerely, and the tears that had been welling up in her eyes finally fell. Jiang Chengye could clearly feel the hopeful look in Tang Shiyu's eyes. This made Jiang Chengye feel a little unreal. He can't stand seeing girls cry, especially such a beautiful one. She's so pitiful. "Let bygones be bygones," Jiang Chengye shook his head and sighed. "People have to look forward." Tang Shiyu was taken aback upon hearing this, but then a surge of joy filled her heart. The fact that Jiang Chengye didn't directly reject her means he's still giving her a chance. A slight smile played on her lips, her eyes brimming with affection. She tiptoed and, taking Jiang Chengye by surprise, kissed his cheek, leaving a faint lipstick mark. Of course, Jiang Chengye could dodge it, but he's not a saint. If he did, would he still be human? Feeling the lingering warmth of Tang Shiyu's soft lips on his face, Jiang Chengye could only say, "I can't resist. They're so moist." Yi Chen's storage room, green hat +1. "I will not give up. Just like this sunflower, I will love you all night long." Tang Shiyu lowered her head and whispered, "This is the first time I've ever confessed my feelings. And it wasn't just like that was used, it was love." Then her gaze fell on the villa behind Jiang Chengye. Her pupils contracted slightly and her face flushed. I'm leaving now." After saying that, she fled as if she were escaping, leaving Jiang Chengye standing there dumbfounded, watching Tang Shiyu drive away. The lip print left by Tang Shiyu on his face still emitted a unique fragrance, slowly wafting into Jiang Chengye's nostrils. "Unfortunately, I haven't washed my face yet. It'll be gone once I do." Jiang Chengye touched the spot where Tang Shiyu had just attacked him and said with a wry smile. Holding the sunflower, Jiang Chengye prepared to return to the villa. Turning around, he saw the study where Jiang Zhenhua was standing by the window, giving Jiang Chengye a thumbs up. Jiang Chengye finally understood why Tang Shiyu had left in such a hurry. It turned out that his father had been watching the drama unfold. Jiang Zhenhua saw everything that just happened. Good heavens, he made someone cry. In the end, they even gave her a sweet kiss. Tell me, isn't that showing off? Did you take pictures of everything? Jiang Zhenhua looked at Zhou Dafu behind him, who was fiddling with his phone, and asked. Chow Tai Fuk put away his phone and nodded. "I've already taken pictures." Jiang Chengye nodded and laughed heartily. Send it to me in a bit. From now on, if anyone dares to call me the father of Wolf Warrior, I'll shove a video right in their face. Oh yeah. Tang Shiyu's face was still flushed when she left the Jiang family villa. How embarrassing! Uncle Jiang could have just looked, but he actually had someone take a picture of it. However, thinking about Jiang Zhenhua's reputation in the industry, Tang Shiyu couldn't help but feel guilty, as she was largely responsible for that reputation. She secretly made up her mind that if she could marry into the Jiang family in the future, she would definitely take good care of Jiang Zhenhua. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Tang Shiyu did not go to Tang Yu Group but returned to her villa. She wasn't wearing that outfit for anyone else to see. Naturally, she needed to go home and change. Phoenix Villa Complex is where most of the direct descendants of the Tang family live. As long as they reach adulthood, they can own a villa of their own. Grandpa Tang was just doing it for the fun of it, and he didn't care about the money. After all, they are all family. When Tang Shiyu went out again, she changed into a business suit. She is very capable. She can be very gentle in front of Jiang Chengye, but she must hide that gentleness in front of others. Although she is now the general manager of Tang Yu Group, there are far too many eyes in her family eyeing this position. Just as Tang Shiyu got into the car to head to Tang Yu Group, a middle-aged woman and a man slightly younger than her walked towards them. The women were her second aunt, Zhou Li, and her cousin, Tang Liaobing. My cousin is a well-known expert in all things eating, drinking, and whoring. In my memory, although my second uncle's family secretly harbored some resentment towards my grandfather's allocation of the family head position, they were still family. My second aunt, on the other hand, was all bark and no bite, and she doted on her eldest niece. Although his cousin was not a good person, he had a good relationship with Jiang Chengye. In her memory, when Jiang Chengye kidnapped her and tried to force himself on her, this guy was also involved. However, after Jiang Chengye kidnapped her, he didn't lay a hand on her at all. It was more like he deliberately tied her up somewhere and even left his phone in front of her. Later she realized that perhaps Jiang Chengye was just testing her back then. Instead, she chose to call Yi Chen. After Yi Chen killed Jiang Chengye, his second uncle's entire family was also killed over a trivial matter. It was all because my cousin said a few dissatisfying things. Afterwards, Yi Chen showed no remorse whatsoever. It was only after that Tang Shiyu realized that Yi Chen was an absolute serial killer. What they coveted was the Tang Yu Group behind them. Why are you only going to the company now? Are you not feeling well? Zhou Li saw Tang Shiyu coming out of her house and asked, her tone somewhat flippant, but her eyes secretly held a hint of concern. Hee, Mom, you're worrying unnecessarily. She probably had insomnia last night. Tang Liaobing grinned lewdly. He received the news about what happened at the Su family last night. I never imagined that my beautiful cousin had such a hidden side. So many people said those things back then. Wasn't that obviously just throwing their lives away? Moreover, young Master Jiang was quite assertive and directly refused. Tang Shiyu probably didn't sleep well last night. Her lickspittle suddenly turned on its owner. Moreover, he felt extremely uncomfortable with his cousin. She had always been an excellent student and received the love of most people in the family, with all the family's attention focused on her. He then began to indulge in his wickedness, doing bad things to attract attention. Overall, he was a pitiful person. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you talk to your sister like that? Zhou Li pinched Tang Liaobing hard and said, That's just how your brother is, don't take it to heart. Now that you're the general manager, don't forget to help him out. Zhou Lidao, upon hearing this, Tang Liaobing's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. Mom, why are you telling her all this? I'm not worthy of working for the company. He knew Tang Shiyu all too well. They looked down on him completely. Although he seemed harmless on the surface, he was actually very cunning. Back then, Grandpa Tang arranged for him to work as a manager in the group. This guy was always picking on him, and he couldn't take it anymore, so he just stopped going to the company. As for what her mother said to Tang Shiyu, given Tang Shiyu's temperament, she would probably only agree on the surface but would definitely show a different face behind her back. Liao Bing, I want to apologize for what I did in the past. I was wrong. The company welcomes you back anytime. Tang Shiyu said in a deep voice. She felt extremely guilty towards her second uncle's family. If it weren't for her, perhaps her second uncle's family wouldn't have died such a tragic death. If it weren't for the severe blow that the death of his second uncle's family had dealt to old Master Tang, the old man who was originally in good spirits would not have passed away shortly after his second uncle's family was buried. Zhou Li and Tang Liaobing were both stunned by Tang Shiyu's apology, looking at her strangely. Tang Shiyu is a true and genuine strong woman. Although she appears gentle, she cannot tolerate even the slightest imperfection. Zhou Li knew her son well and could understand why Tang Shiyu was targeting him, but Tang Shiyu's apology was something she hadn't expected. Tang Liaobing was shocked. He never expected Tang Shiyu to apologize to him. This completely baffled him. He seriously suspected that Tang Shiyu in front of him had been possessed. Tang Shiyu had never given him a second glance since she was a child. At home, things were all right. The two would exchange a few words with the adults, but outside, Tang Shiyu would always avoid him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have targeted him like that at the company. While the two were still in a daze, Tang Shiyu added, "Second Aunt Liao Bing, I have other things to attend to at the company, so I'll be leaving now. What I said earlier was serious. Liao Bing, you can go back to the company anytime you want." After saying that, he got into the car and slowly drove away amidst the shocked gazes of the two men. Holy crap, has she taken the wrong medicine or am I dreaming? Tang Liaobing swallowed hard and said. Zhou Li, standing beside him, pinched his arm hard again. So, are you dreaming? Since your sister has spoken, go to work at the company and stop hanging out with your shady friends all day. Ouch, that hurts, Tang Liaobing gasped, realizing his mother was really going all out. Zhou Li released him and calmed herself down, saying, "Those aren't your friends, and I know the reason Tang Shiyu is like this is mostly because." After hearing this, Zhou Li covered her mouth, never expecting that her proud niece would actually pursue Jiang Chengye. And they weren't even happy about it. It's a bit hard to digest. As for Yi Chen, after going to the hospital for a checkup that night, the doctor concluded that he had been beaten up and there was a bright red fist mark on his stomach. His back was even worse, covered in bruises, but all were external injuries. He also suffered a mild concussion and temporary amnesia. The doctor's initial assessment was that he was slammed against a wall by a punch. We suggest they call the police. The Dragon King was beaten within the Dragon Kingdom's borders. If his foreign enemies knew this, they'd laugh themselves to death. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't intend to call the police, the doctor suggested that he stay in the hospital for observation, but that wouldn't work either. He still has to go to work. Moreover, he was working despite his injury. If Tang Shiyu saw him like that, she would be moved to tears by his dedication. Yi Chen, dressed in a security guard uniform, was squatting at the entrance of Tang Yu Group, smoking and contemplating life with several bandages wrapped around his head. Who on earth made me lose my memory? The most powerful person in the entire Jiangbei, both openly and secretly, is only at the peak of the dark force realm. There's no one who could possibly injure me. Don't let me find out who it is or I'll bark at you. Yi Chen tossed his cigarette butt aside, stomped on it hard, and then turned to enter Tang Yu Group. Yi Chen couldn't lie down at all that night. He forced himself to sleep sitting up. It caused me to oversleep and be late, but it's not a big problem. After all, with that bandage on his head, he could have easily taken a day off, but he still came to work. Who wouldn't be moved to tears by such dedication? Just then, Tang Shiyu's Porsche 211 slowly pulled into the company's parking space. From afar, Tang Shiyu saw Yi Chen, his body wrapped in bandages, sitting on the steps smoking, and a surge of anger rose within her. I clearly told Yi Chen to get lost last night, but I can't believe that this beast still has the audacity to come to work today. If Yi Chen hadn't been so incredibly powerful, Tang Shiyu would have hired someone to kill him long ago. Yi Chen was taken aback when he saw Tang Shiyu's car. Tang Shiyu had never been late before, so what was going on? And I had a really panicked feeling inside, like there was a heavy weight on my head. He reached up and touched the top of his head. Yes, it must be because of the bandage. Having lost all memory of last night, Yi Chen jogged to Tang Shiyu's car. "Mr. Tang, what a coincidence to run into you here," Yi Chen said with a fawning expression, but his IQ is a bit worrying. He spoke without thinking, but given his current brain injury, it's not entirely incomprehensible that he would say such things. Yi Chen then bent down, letting Tang Shiyu see the bandage wrapped around his head. You think my dedication can't win you over? As soon as I bent over, a burning pain shot through my back, but this did not deter Yi Chen from showing off. He was already fantasizing about Tang Xiu covering her mouth with her hand and then stroking his head with a look of tenderness. She gently told him to go back and rest, but he was clearly overthinking it. Yi Chen, I already told you yesterday you're fired. Tang Yu Group can't keep someone as important as you. Please leave or I'll call the police right now. Tang Shiyu's pretty face was expressionless, her eyes filled with coldness as she looked at Yi Chen and spoke. After saying that, he got out of the car, opened the door and went straight into the company. She didn't look at Yi Chen again. Yi Chen stood there, stunned, next to Tang Shiyu's car, utterly bewildered in the wind. What happened? I was fired for no reason. Yesterday, could it be something that happened last night? Yi Chen's head, about the size of a kernel, began to think rapidly. But the CPU is faulty and it has also lost its memory. The only explanation is that the problem stemmed from yesterday's marriage proposal. Even after all I've done, you still can't forgive me. How can you speak to me with such a cold tone? Aren't you afraid of hurting me? Watching Tang Xiu walk into the company like that, Yi Chen's heart was about to burst. It hurts so much. Not only did they not offer any comfort, they even told him to get lost. Moreover, Tang Xiu had never spoken to him so coldly before, which broke his heart. Even if he was wrong, he's still the Dragon King, a man destined to reach the pinnacle. Can't we forgive him a little? At this moment, Yi Chen had already secretly banished Tang Xiu to the sidelines. Although she was confined to the cold palace, she was still Yi Chen's woman, and he had no intention of letting Tang Xiu go so easily. Yi Chen looked up at Tang Yu Group. Tang Yu Group is a powerful asset in my future conquest of the Dragon Kingdom. These large corporations are a crucial part of the process of relocating their Dragon King palace to the Dragon Kingdom. He also needs to rely on Tang Xiu to gradually bring the Tang family under his control. In Yi Chen's mind, these powerful families could avoid being wiped out as long as they had beautiful women in their household. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a surge of emotion and he thought of the fiery policewoman. Xia Oyu will be meeting soon. Yi Chen looked into the distance and said calmly. Looking at Tang Yu Group, Yi Chen hesitated for a moment before turning and leaving. Tang Xiu's demeanor just now didn't seem like she was joking. If they actually call the police and end up in jail, that wouldn't be fun at all. Alice, one of his subordinates, is now wanted by the Huxia Cybersecurity Bureau. In order to delete the videos for him, she has fled to the United States to lay low. If this gets reported online again, it will really cause a big problem. In Tang Xiu's office, she stood by the window watching Yi Chen leave before finally putting down the phone. If Yi Chen dares to enter Tang Yu Group again, she will immediately call the police. Then Tang Xiu looked up into the distance. Even without you in this life, I will protect Chang'ai. Inside the Jiang family villa, Jiang Chengye sat on the sofa holding a half-cut watermelon in his hands and ate it with a spoon. The TV was playing the hottest movie of the moment, You're So Beautiful. But after watching for a while, Jiang Chengye almost threw up. What a piece of trash movie. Suddenly, an idea came to Jiang Chengye's mind. Why not just make your own movie? Let's go straight for realism and film it like we're actually playing the character. He directly replicated his villainous role, letting Yi Chen admire his own success story. We'll film it then and let Yi Chen experience what true malice looks like. Yi Chen, listen to me, thank you. Without hesitation, Jiang Chengye put down the watermelon in his hand and quickly ran upstairs to find his kind old father. Meanwhile, in Jiang Zhenhua's room, Jiang Zhenhua sat on the edge of the bed holding a photograph in his hand. The woman in the photograph exuded an ethereal beauty. He also held up his phone playing a video and placed it in front of the photograph. Honey, I misunderstood Xiaoi. Look at this video. From now on, let's see who dares to call me the father of Wolf Warrior. As he spoke, tears welled up in Jiang Zhenhua's eyes. Just then, Jiang Chengye opened the door and walked in, startling Jiang Zhenhua. She quickly wiped away the tears on her face. Hey kid, can't you knock? Jiang Chengye was also a little embarrassed, not expecting that Jiang Zhenhua was secretly wiping away tears. Who would have thought? Dad, remember to lock the door next time you cry. Jiang Chengye coughed awkwardly, then paused, noticing the photo in Jiang Zhenhua's hand. Dad, where did you find this news anchor? She looks like a fairy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenhua immediately flew into a rage. This is your mother, for crying out loud. Jiang Chengye was taken aback upon hearing this, his own mother. He has never seen his mother since birth. After he was old enough to remember things, Jiang Zhenhua only told him that his mother died in childbirth and that his mother's name was Yang Mingsu. In my memory, my mother is Jiang Chengye's obsession. I never imagined my mother would be so beautiful. She's comparable to a fairy from Earth. Moreover, Jiang Zhenhua never showed him a photo of his mother. The reason was that his mother had said that since Jiang Chengye had never met her, she shouldn't have this painful memory. Dad, you're not lying to me, are you? Is this really my mom? Jiang Chengye took the photo from Jiang Zhenhua's hand, looking at it while scrutinizing Jiang Zhenhua. In the photo, Aoyang Mingsu is standing under a large locust tree, her face beaming with a smile, making a peace sign with her hand. Get lost! Do you think I joke about your mother? Jiang Zhenhua rolled his eyes at him, then snatched the photo from Jiang Chengye's hand and carefully put it into a box. What do you want? Hurry up and get lost, you're ruining my enjoyment. Jiang Zhenhua seemed unwilling to let Jiang Chengye dwell on this matter, so he took the initiative to ask Jiang Chengye what was wrong. If there's nothing wrong, Jiang Chengye wouldn't come upstairs to find him on his own initiative. Does your family own a film and television company? Jiang Chengye sat down next to Jiang Zhenhua and asked. Jiang Zhenhua was taken aback by his words, then nodded and looked at Jiang Chengye strangely, asking, what do you want to do? Jiang Chengye could tell from Jiang Zhenhua's expression that he was overthinking things. He chuckled sheepishly. I've been a bit free lately, so I thought I'd make a movie myself. Luckily, we own a company. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenhua felt a pang of anxiety but quickly regained his composure. Now that Jiang Chengye has some free time and isn't being a simp anymore, nor is he going out partying, it's time for him to find something to do. Jiang Zhenhua dared not let him stay idle any longer. If he remained idle, who knew when he might lose his mind again and become everyone's sycophant? I finally managed to shed the title of Father of Wolf Warrior with great difficulty. If it's reinstated, it will truly be a permanent restriction. Okay, I'll call the company later and let them know. You can film whatever you want, just don't let yourself be idle. Jiang Zhenhua said in a deep voice. Jiang Chengye nodded helplessly. Jiang Zhenhua was clearly someone who had been bitten by a snake once and was now afraid of even a rope for 10 years. Then get out of here. Jiang Zhenhua waved his hand, and as Jiang Chengye was about to leave, he added, don't be idle. Do whatever you want except for murder, arson, and illegal activities. Dad will support you in everything else. Also, while you're still young, hurry up and make a grandson. Jiang Chengye immediately closed the door. Jiang Zhenhua had witnessed what happened that morning, and upon returning, he began urging him to hurry up and get things done. With Tang Shiyu's genes combined with his, they're sure to give him an outstanding grandson. Jiang Chengye was speechless. It was truly a case of the emperor being more anxious than the retired emperor. After Jiang Chengye left, Jiang Zhenhua took out Aoyang Mingsu's photo again and began to silently shed tears. Do whatever you want. Jiang Chengye murmured, then a glint of light flashed in his eyes. After going downstairs, Jiang Chengye tidied himself up and drove off to a certain place. Sunshine Welfare Home. This was the first welfare home I donated to during my first incarnation. Nothing has changed, not even the rusty signboard, and the occasional sound of children's laughter could be heard from inside. Jiang Chengye was initially drawn in by the children's laughter. Seeing those children is like seeing myself back on Earth. After getting out of the car, Jiang Chengye walked straight into the orphanage. Sir, who are you looking for? The security guard at the entrance frowned as he looked at Jiang Chengye and asked. This young man was clearly no ordinary person, you could tell just by looking at the car he parked to the side. Although the security guard didn't recognize what kind of car it was, that didn't stop him from knowing it was expensive. Uncle Chen, I'm looking for Dean Li. Jiang Chengye smiled and said that the security guard in front of him was surnamed Chen, and everyone called him Uncle Chen. Jiang Chengye had come here many times and naturally recognized him. But he definitely wouldn't recognize him now. If the system suddenly resurrected and said it had added something to Grandpa Chen's food, Jiang Chengye would probably commit suicide on the spot. That's hilarious. Grandpa Chen frowned and searched his memory for a long time before confirming that he did not recognize the handsome young man in front of him. How would I know my surname is Chen? Seeing Mr. Chen's confusion, Jiang Chengye quickly said, I just called Dean Li and he said to just tell Mr. Chen at the door. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Chen's furrowed brows relaxed and he said with a smile, then let's go in quickly. Jiang Chengye walked into the Sunshine Welfare Home with a smile. The children in the orphanage looked at Jiang Chengye with a hint of timidity in their eyes. These children are very sensitive and have little contact with outsiders. If a stranger comes, one of their friends might leave them. That is, they were adopted. Although the teachers told them that once they were adopted, they would have a father and mother and would no longer be alone. But in their hearts, the orphanage was already their home and the teachers were their family. And they are a big family. Sir, who are you looking for? While playing with the children, Liu Zilai quickly stood up and asked with a smile. She thought Jiang Chengye wanted to adopt the child, which would be a good thing for the child. For them, the burden on their shoulders will be lighter. Liu Zilai is a teacher at the Sunshine Welfare Home and the only one there. Li Chunlin is the director and there are only the 3 of them in this Sunshine Welfare Home. There are more than 20 children in total. Although these welfare institutions in the Dragon Kingdom are supported by the government, they still cannot escape the problem of corruption. The money sent to the welfare home was barely enough to feed these children. It was when Jiang Chengye was following the plot that he happened to pass by this place and heard children's cheerful laughter coming from inside. After completing the main storyline, I arrived here directly. This inevitably reminded me of my experiences on Earth. If Jiang Chengye hadn't been taken in by the orphanage on Earth, he would have died long ago. The situation on Earth is no different from here. These small welfare homes rely on government assistance and donations from kind-hearted people to survive. For the children who grew up in the orphanage, reading was a luxury. Therefore, after coming of age, Jiang Chengye went directly to the construction site and became an excellent worker. If he had been able to go to school back then, perhaps his life would have been completely different. He won't be working on construction sites anymore, he'll probably be a corporate slave at a small company. I'm looking for Dean Li. Jiang Chengye smiled at Liu Zilai. Looking at this group of children whose average age was 6 or 7, Jiang Chengye knew the name of each of them. I had told them stories before, and when I was beaten up by Yi Chen and came here, these kids even vowed to avenge me. Brother Cheng, why did the little rabbit lose to the little turtle? The tadpole went to the wrong mother. Brother Chang'e, you've been hit. Who dared to bully Brother Chang'e? Oh yeah. But when everything restarted, everything returned to its original starting point. He's the only one who remembers everything. This feeling is truly unbearable, but things are different now. This world has become the real world and we can't start over. Then the lock on Jiang Chengye's heart was naturally unlocked. I came here to make up for all the regrets I had in the past. When Liu Zilai heard that Jiang Chengye had come to see Li Ziolan, her smile became even brighter. In this situation, it's either adoption or donation. Either way, it's good news for the children. What do you want with Dean Li? A small, thin child with a very straight back looked at him warily and asked. Jiang Chengye looked at the child and couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. When he first came here, this kid had asked him the same question. The child's name was Wang Hu, but everyone called him Huzi. He's the oldest of the group of children. He's 10 years old this year. When Jiang Chengye was beaten up by Yi Chen while following the plot, this guy was the one who yelled the loudest. We must avenge Jiang Chengye. I'm planning to adopt a child and I think you'd be a good fit. Jiang Chengye laughed and said that Hu Zai was the one who least wanted to be adopted. He felt that if he left, who would protect his younger brothers and sisters? Upon hearing Jiang Chengye's words, Hu Zai's face instantly turned bitter and tears welled up in his small eyes as he stubbornly declared, I don't want you to adopt me. I still want to protect my younger siblings. You child, do you want to spend your whole life in an orphanage? Liu Zilai scolded. He knew Wang Hu's temper. He had been abandoned at the gate of the orphanage when he was still an infant. He grew up in an orphanage and Liu Zilai and Li Ziolan treated him like their own child. But Tiger can't live in the orphanage forever. The best option is for someone to adopt them. I'm going to stay in the orphanage for the rest of my life, Aunt Liu. I don't want to leave you and Aunt Li. Wang Hu hugged Liu Zilai tightly and cried. Seeing this, the other children also started to cry. Jiang Chengye was immediately embarrassed. He had made them all cry with just one sentence. Liu Zilai's eyes were also filled with tears as she gave Jiang Chengye an apologetic look. All right, I was just kidding," Jiang Chengye said, half laughing and half crying. Then he coughed and asked seriously, "Do you guys want to study?" When Liu Zilai first heard that Jiang Chengye was joking, she thought that Jiang Chengye was angry about his attitude towards the children. She was about to explain, but when she heard Jiang Chengye's question, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. The issue of the children's schooling has always been a thorn in the side of him and Li Ziolan. Her heart ached most whenever she saw these children looking enviously at the children going home from school. The children who had been crying while holding Liu Zilai stopped crying and looked at Jiang Chengye with hope in their eyes. "We want to study," everyone said in unison. Jiang Chengye's lips curled into a slight smile. "If you want to study, you're not allowed to cry. Be a good girl and listen to Aunt Liu. From now on, your brother will sponsor your schooling." "Okay, let's study. I can carry my school bag now." Reading. Seeing the children cheer with joy, Jiang Chengye couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. This problem exists both on Earth and in this world. What is within one's reach is a luxury in the eyes of others. What you take for granted may be their lifelong dream. Inside Li Ziolan's office. It was called an office, but it was actually her and Liu Ziolai's bedroom. Li Ziolan slumped into a chair, staring blankly out the window. At only 45 years old, her temples were already slightly graying and her face showed wrinkles that didn't belong to her age. "He looks like he's in his 50s or 60s, his eyes were filled with loneliness. You will be punished," she murmured softly, and the they he was referring to were, of course, those corrupt public officials. She contacted the relevant authorities, but the process was complicated. In the end, none of these matters came to fruition. Now that these children are all of school age, she really has no other choice. Just as I was feeling lost, there was a knock on the door. She frowned, then quickly put on a smile and got up to open the door. Upon opening the door, a handsome young man dressed in fine clothes appeared. He was clearly from a wealthy family, Dean Li. Jiang Chengye shouted with a laugh. He respected Li Ziolan from the bottom of his heart. She founded the Sunshine Welfare Home when she was in her 30s. At that time, her family had experienced a crisis and Zurin, all alone, found salvation here. Seeing those displaced children, they decided to establish the Sunshine Welfare Home. Before the assistance came, she was the only one supporting us. Later, with the help of the assistance program and the arrival of Liu Ziolai, things improved. The burden on her shoulders eased a little, but she didn't slack off. She continued to work on the front lines, striving to ensure these children could go to school. "Quickly, please come in," Li Ziolan greeted, tidying up her bed. "I'm sorry, the space is limited, please have a seat." Jiang Chengye looked around. The furnishings were still the same as when he first arrived. After sitting down, Li Ziolan was about to make a cup of tea when Jiang Chengye stopped her. "Dean Li, please don't trouble yourself, please sit down. We need to discuss some things." Li Ziolan nodded upon hearing this, sat down on Liu Ziolai's bed and then politely asked, "What is your name?" Jiang Chengye waved his hand. "Dean Li, please don't call me sir. My surname is Jiang. Just call me Xiao Jiang." "This is fine." Li Ziolan wanted to say something, but seeing Jiang Chengye's serious eyes, she said, "All right then, little Jiang, did you come here to adopt a child or?" Seeing Jiang Chengye's politeness, Li Ziolan went straight to the point and asked, "I want these children to have access to education, just like other children." Jiang Chengye said firmly, and Li Ziolan was stunned when she heard this. Looking into Jiang Chengye's sincere eyes, Li Ziolan knew she hadn't misheard. She stood up abruptly and was about to kneel down. Jiang Chengye had anticipated this and quickly helped Li Ziolan up. "Dean Li, what are you doing?" Tears welled in Li Ziolan's eyes as she said emotionally, "Thank you, I thank you on behalf of these children." Jiang Chengye's expression was complicated. He also had a mother like that on Earth. However, he passed away not long after reaching adulthood. She also begged people everywhere for help for her children, even kneeling down. But in the end, all I got in return was a cold shoulder. Over the next half hour, Jiang Chengye smoothly explained his donation to Li Ziolan. A school bus is responsible for picking up and dropping off the children. We need to find a new home for the welfare home. This two-story bungalow is too old and unsafe. Furthermore, it can take in more orphans. He'll hire a few more teachers and he'll pay their salaries. He will cover all the children's tuition fees from now until university. After hearing Jiang Chengye's arrangements, Li Ziulan laughed through her tears. The bent spine straightened up at that moment. Jiang Chengye immediately took out a card with 2 million in it and asked Li Ziulan to accept it. If you need anything else, please contact him directly. He will personally handle the arrangements at the school, so Li Ziulan can rest assured. Jiang Chengye had everything arranged. All of Jiang Chengye's arrangements resonated with Li Ziulan. Holding the bank card, Li Ziulan still felt a sense of unreality. Just after Jiang Chengye finished explaining things to Li Ziulan told the children the good news. The children cheered and jumped for joy. Led by Liu Ziulai, they bowed deeply to Jiang Chengye. Amidst repeated expressions of gratitude, Jiang Chengye left the Sunshine Welfare Home. Grandpa Chen saw everything that was happening inside and his face was filled with gratitude. Jiang Chengye felt a warm glow in his heart. Only after getting soaked in the rain did he think of offering an umbrella to someone else. Jiang Chengye had just gotten into the car when the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding. It's like it came back to life again. I just saw it in my dream last night and today I received its last message. Good heavens, this ghost is relentless. You old B*******, D, are you dead or not? Jiang Chengye cursed in his mind. However, the system only retains the recording. Friendly reminder, at this stage all the female characters' memories have been restored. The host has probably already guessed this. These female characters are the ones who failed their first attempt at the storyline. Their memories can be considered a kind of rebirth. Hope you have fun, host. Love, your little host. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye was stunned and then a memory entered his mind. It's a scene where these female protagonists sit together and discuss things after killing Yi Chen. A generous gift crabs, they've all been reborn. The memories he received yesterday were all real. Yi Chen was actually killed by this group of female protagonists. My goodness, this is outrageous. He deserves to be torn to pieces. No wonder he's the protagonist, he's truly amazing. However, he never expected that these female characters would seek revenge for him. Jiang Chengye finally understood. This damn system is up to no good, but he wasn't afraid. He figured he might as well make the best of it. Jiang Chengye, will definitely not become like Yi Chen, a harem. Jiang Chengye doesn't approve of all of these female leads. Jiang Chengye already felt disgusted. Hey, sixth brother, why are you still playing around even after you're dead? Jiang Chengye gave a bitter smile. He needs some peace and quiet. Jiangbei City Public Security Bureau. Sun Xiaoyu was organizing the files when his face suddenly turned pale and then countless memories flooded into his mind. Naria. She suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with tears. She then dropped the file folder in her hand, roared away from the police station in her Panamera. They went straight to Jiang Chengye's house. Meanwhile, inside a secluded villa in Jiangbei City, Zhou Xian, who was scolding her subordinates, was stunned for a moment. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Then he told his men who were hanging their heads to leave and stared blankly at himself in the mirror. Sometimes crying, sometimes laughing. Cheng Yi, this time it's my turn to protect you. Jiang Chengye was driving home when a Panamera sped past him. That speed is absolutely terrifying. Jiang Chengye suddenly noticed the license plate of the Panamera and his heart tightened immediately. Holy crap, Sun Xiaoyu. Jiang Chengye exclaimed in surprise, looking at the departing Panamera and realizing that the direction it was heading was right towards his home. Jiang Chengye swallowed hard, then silently turned around and drove back the way he came. If they went back now, given Sun Xiaoyu's temper, she might just force herself on him. He silently took out his phone and called Liu Yun. After 2 beeps, the call was quickly connected and Liu Yun's cheeky voice came through. Boss, what's up? Want to go to a bar? Jiang Chengye hasn't participated in any activities these past 2 days, which really confused Liu Yun. He even thought Jiang Chengye had become a monk. What are you talking about? I just came to hide here for a bit. Open the door for me in a minute. Jiang Chengye said speechlessly, then hung up the phone. Although Liu Yun's family wasn't a wealthy family, they were considered well-off by ordinary people. This kid's dad owns a small company and was Jiang Chengye's college classmate. The two are kindred spirits and often drink and go to bars together. Shortly after, Jiang Chengye parked his car downstairs at a luxury apartment building. This is where Liu Yun lives. After graduation, his father bought him an apartment here, saying that he was annoyed to see him at home. I just give him a little pocket money every month. It's basically like I'm letting him run wild. I'm genuinely envious. When Jiang Chengye was out in bars and didn't have any women, he often slept at Liu Yun's place. These are critical times, and these female characters are now dangerous. In Jiang Chengye's eyes, they are the villains. Inside Liu Yun's room, Jiang Chengye lay down directly on the sofa. Liu Yun looked like he had just woken up, suggesting he had another fun night. This kid is good-looking, definitely handsome, especially with that hairstyle that's the same as Kun's. He totally nails the vibe. There were a few Akamoto figurines on the coffee table. If it's not your older brother, who are you hiding from? Liu Yun, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, looked at Jiang Chengye with a puzzled expression and asked, "Don't even mention it, I'm hiding from the police." Liu Yun was immediately startled. You, that security guard." He then made a throat-slitting gesture. "That's really ruthless." They said the security guard was making videos to support his family and it wasn't easy for him, and then they just ripped him off. "That's terrifying." Jiang Chengye looked at him speechlessly. "Do I look like the kind of person who kills people randomly?" Liu Yun nodded. "It looks like it." "UF *****ing. Jiang Chengye slapped him on the head. "Ah, it feels so good to not have been beaten up for 2 days." Liu Yun looked completely satisfied. Jiang Chengye felt a chill run down his spine. "Get out of my way!" Jiang Chengye kicked him, then reclined on the sofa. "I'm going to rest for a bit, don't make a sound." Liu Yun sat to the side, rubbing his bottom and looking aggrieved. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyu drove her Panamera directly to the Jiang family villa. The two bodyguards at the door were smoking and bragging when the Panamera suddenly appeared, startling them. Then, seeing a beautiful woman in a police uniform get out of the car, both of their eyes lit up. "Is Jiang Chengye home?" Sun Xiaoyu looked at the two of them and asked anxiously, "Why the rush? Has the young master done something good again? They've even come knocking on our door." The two exchanged a glance. Although they were separated by sunglasses, their hearts were connected. "My young master is out, he's not home." Hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu was clearly a little disappointed. He then looked at the two of them. He recognized them both. Weren't they Jiang Chengye's personal cheerleaders? "Do you know where he went?" The two shook their heads. Jiang Chengye had been acting very strangely lately. He used to always take them with him wherever he went. "Now I go everywhere alone." Sun Xiaoyu got into the car dejectedly, looking at the luxurious villa in front of her, her heart filled with an urgent desire to see Jiang Chengye. As if she had just thought of something, she suddenly turned the car around. "Tang Shiyu, although Chengye initially pursued you, I'm sorry, God gave me this opportunity. Now that I've regained my memories of my past life, Chengye can only belong to me alone." Sun Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes were filled with ambition. Yi Chen's Dragon's Den. At this moment, Yi Chen stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the building opposite. The couple across the street are trying to have a baby in broad daylight. What a mess! They didn't even draw the curtains. As a concerned citizen, Yi Chen naturally wanted to remind them, but now was not the right time. So Yi Chen simply observed quietly. Watch and think. Just then, the male protagonist on the other side seemed to notice Yi Chen, the peeping Tom, and quickly stopped what he was doing and closed the curtains. He even gave Yi Chen the middle finger. A murderous glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He had kindly offered to remind him, yet this person dared to insult him. He clenched his hands tightly but then sighed. This isn't overseas, so he has to be more discreet, otherwise he might just pull out his AK and start firing. Good intentions are wasted. Yi Chen spat out a curse, then straightened his back and continued standing by the window. Even though there was nothing left to watch, Yi Chen didn't stop thinking. He hasn't touched a woman since returning to Daxia, whereas he could have S**X with foreign women every day abroad. After establishing relationships with Tang Shiyu and other female leads, Yi Chen never even held hands with them. Seeing such beautiful women by his side but being unable to touch them caused Yi Chen a lot of suffering. It's time to find a way to satisfy my physiological needs. Yi Chen thought to himself. At the same time, he took a card out of his pocket. A phone number was written on it along with a scantily clad woman. He was still wearing an air traffic control uniform, which made Yi Chen's heart flutter. He found this small card by chance on the street, and seeing that it was well made, he kept it on him. Now it came in handy. Same city. I never thought that I, the mighty Dragon King, would be living the life of ordering takeout. You or Zaya Oyu Union, you should understand, right? After all, I have nothing to do right now. According to the current plot, Yi Chen is still working as a security guard and is constantly being harassed by the thugs hired by Jiang Chengye. But he hasn't even seen Jiang Chengye yet, and he just witnessed someone else making a baby, which really shocked him. I need to find something to do. Yi Chen grinned wickedly, then took out his phone and made a call. Let your true self shine. As soon as Yi Chen dialed the number, a very strong voice came from the other end. What location? The 4 simple words left Yi Chen completely stunned. He was a little puzzled, but then he realized that this must be the operator. He understands. A wicked smile crept across his face as he made the arrangements directly to the person on the other end of the phone. Please wait a moment, I'll arrange it for you right away. Then the other end of the phone hung up. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen stood by the window, quietly admiring the opposite building where the curtains were already drawn. He couldn't help but feel disdain. Shortly after, there was a knock on Yi Chen's door. Yi Chen straightened his clothes and opened the door with a calm expression. He froze completely the moment the door opened, his eyes glazing over. My hair stood on end and I even felt a pang of fear. Wearing a pink, oversized dress, she was unmistakably a devilish Pogan. Hello, I'm Durian's sister. But this voice seems somewhat familiar. I think I've heard it before. That voice has a slightly masculine quality. While Yi Chen was still in a daze, Durian's sister directly darted into Yi Chen's room. Yi Chen, who was frozen in shock, finally came to his senses. I want a refund. Yi Chen said angrily. He had been trying his best to be patient. Durian's sister acted as if she hadn't heard anything and sat down directly on Yi Chen's precious sofa, which immediately creaked painfully. Sofa heavy? It's way too heavy. Durian's sister's figure made the sofa experience what it means to feel unbearable pain. At this moment, Yi Chen's small sofa had reached its limit. Return the item. Didn't you see what the card said? Everything is subject to the actual product. Durian's sister said nonchalantly and then casually lay down on the sofa. The sofa creaked painfully again. Yi Chen took out the small card, examined it carefully, and finally found the sentence subject to the actual product on the back. That sentence is only about 1 centimeter long. Who would notice it? Shady businessman, shady businessman. Yi Chen roared in a low voice. See, I wasn't lying to you. Durian's sister laughed. This time my voice isn't as sweet. Yi Chen instantly realized that the person in front of him was the one who had just answered the phone. Holy crap, this is unbelievable. When has the Dragon King ever been so thoroughly mocked? Just then, a voice suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's mind, constantly urging him that the woman in front of him was a beautiful woman. And his consciousness began to become confused. Meanwhile, Durian's sister was typing a text message on her phone. The fish has taken the bait, haul in the net in 5 minutes. Then the other side replied with understood. Then Durian's sister looked at Yi Chen, who was covering his head, and said, Not bad, young man. You have a bandage on your head, but you're determined despite your disability. Come sit down here. She initially thought Yi Chen was adjusting the bandage on his head, but gradually she sensed something was wrong. No. No. Yi Chen covered his head and growled, Brother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Durian's sister, sensing something was wrong, prepared to run away. However, it was all too late. Yi Chenlong's place downstairs. 5 thugs with brightly colored hair were looking around, carrying baseball bats. The leader, the one with red hair, was named Liu Ma. He had a long, narrow face and a 5 or 6 centimeter long scar on his face. The group of men were all dressed in studded outfits and looked very energetic. They all make a living by extorting money. Simply put, it's catching them in the act of adultery. Durian says the fish have taken the bait. Liu Ma looked at his phone, a smug smile spreading across his face. Brother Ma, once we get the money, let's go have a good time. I haven't taken a shower in ages. A green-haired man looked at Liu Ma with a lewd grin. Snap! Liu Ma raised his hand and slapped him on the head. I know exactly what you're up to, you're just trying to get into a shower, aren't you? I'm too embarrassed to call you out on it. The others looked at Green Hair with amusement and they joked around like that for 4 minutes before they knew it. 1 minute left. Go upstairs. Liu Ma said fiercely, threw away the cigarette in his mouth, grabbed a baseball bat and led his brothers upstairs. Not far from them, a man took out a walkie-talkie after seeing them go upstairs, seemingly reporting something. Meanwhile, inside Yi Chen's dragon's lair, everything had ended. It seemed as if something had happened, yet nothing had. Durian's face was flushed red. This time he messed up. She had never encountered this situation before. That's absolutely outrageous, and everyone can calculate the time themselves. They're such pitiful people. At this moment, Yi Chen sat on the edge of the bed, smoking, looking utterly hopeless. He didn't understand why things had turned out that way. That was absolutely a nightmare for her. He himself didn't know what he was doing. His mind was in complete chaos. But afterwards, I remembered it perfectly. I'm completely devastated. Outside the door, Liu Ma and the others were already in place. He lifted his leg and kicked. It has to be said that this kid is quite strong. He kicked open Yi Chen's rusty security door. Damn it. Who's trying to steal my man? Liu Ma walked into Longwo carrying a baseball bat, followed by several thugs who filed in behind him. Their faces were all fierce and menacing. Yi Chen was still in a daze and didn't even react when Liu Ma violently kicked the door open. Oh well, never mind, brother Ma, he's a pitiful man. Upon seeing Liu Ma enter, Durian immediately offered some advice. But Liu Ma wasn't about to listen. His future success depended on this vote. Just follow the lines directly, it never fails. Enough nonsense, it's you, right, trying to steal my guy? Liu Ma pointed a baseball bat at Yi Chen, who was standing there in a daze. Oh, and you even have a bandage on your head, physically disabled but mentally strong. Yi Chen looked up at Liu Ma, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Very well, you dare to extort money from me. Looks like you're tired of living. Yi Chen stood up and threw the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground. Just as he got up from the sofa, it collapsed. Sofa, I should have known we'd end up in a lousy factory. You think you're so tough with that bandage on your head. 10,000 yuan and we'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I'll make sure you keep that bandage on for a while longer. Liu Ma continued to shout, not backing down an inch despite Yi Chen's gaze, even spitting on Yi Chen's face. Anyone familiar with Yi Chen would know he's truly angry if they saw that look in his eyes. I hate it when people use punctuation marks, especially quotation marks. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi Chen grabbed Liu Ma by the throat and lifted him up, leaving everyone present stunned. Although Liu Ma is small in stature, he still weighs at least 100 pounds. Yi Chen actually lifted him up without batting an eye as if he were a chick. I gasped in shock. Durian's sister was completely shocked. Damn it, what are you looking at? Get your hands on him. Liu Ma shouted at his stunned underlings. Damn it, the immortal didn't jump up, but the man did. The henchmen, who had been stunned for a moment, finally came to their senses. Damn it, let go of Brother Moth. The four henchmen swung their sticks and started hitting Yi Chen. Seeing this, Durian's sister covered her eyes and dared not look. Yi Chen remained expressionless, revealing a crooked, wicked smile. Liu Ma nearly peed his pants in fright. Was that a normal person's smile? That's terrifying, but what happened next shocked Liu Ma even more. Just as the baseball bat was about to hit Yi Chen, Liu Ma was overjoyed and shouted, "Kill this son of a B****ch." However, Yi Chen suddenly unleashed a burst of energy, and the baseball bats in the hands of the four thugs were all shattered and flung away. Bang, bang, bang! The television and the glass were shattered by the flying baseball bat. Several thugs clutched their hands and howled in pain. Their thumbs and forefingers were cracked open from the shock. The group stared at Yi Chen as if they'd seen a ghost. They'd never heard of such a method before. Durian's sister opened her eyes when she heard the noise and was immediately stunned by what she saw. Just then, the sound of screeching brakes downstairs alerted Yi Chen. He carried Liu Ma to the window and looked down. Police car. He had a bad feeling. He wondered which security guard had called the police. I never wanted to get involved with the police, let alone in this situation. He was both a womanizer and a thug, and the woman he was seeing was none other than the devilish Bo gang. If this gets out, he, the mighty Dragon King, might as well just throw himself into the river and return to his dragon palace. Liu Ma was immediately thrown to the ground. Roll. He took out his phone and photographed all of them, then told Chen Wu to deal with them all. Especially when he looked at Durian's sister, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. When have I ever met such an ugly woman? I still taste seafood in my mouth. Yi Chen wished he could kill her right now. They all have to die, but now is not the time. The police are here, so we need to figure out how to get away first. He peered down and saw several policemen already heading upstairs. Damn it, if I find out who called the police, I'll bark at you, Yi Chen said fiercely. Then he turned and looked at the group with a smile. Are you guys all right? Look, this is a classic case of no fight, no friendship. We're all in the same boat, why make a scene and become a laughingstock? It's all a misunderstanding between this Bo gang and this Durian sister. Yi Chen took out a bundle of 10,000 yuan from a small drawer and handed it to Liu Ma. Brother Ma, consider this money for medical expenses. Take it and leave quickly. The police are already upstairs, this isn't good for anyone. Liu Ma and the others were stunned by Yi Chen's complete 180-degree change in attitude. But upon seeing the bright red bundle of 100 yuan bills, everyone immediately broke into smiles. The arrival of the police was indeed disadvantageous for them. Although they all made money through honey traps, they had also read a lot of legal information online, and their current situation constituted illegal trespassing. It wouldn't be good if I got caught. Moreover, the business might not be able to continue, and if Yi Chen reports it, everyone will be out of business and will have to go back to work as sewing machines. Liu Ma took the money from Yi Chen's hand. You're smart enough to know what's good for you. Although she was almost scared to death by Yi Chen, she still kept her mouth shut. A murderous glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, but before he could think it through, the police had already arrived at the door. Yi Chen quickly put his arm around Liu Ma's shoulder. Brother, you've been practicing well lately. Let's have a proper spar another day. Don't move, everyone put your hands on your heads and squat down. Police officer Liu Wei led 4 or 5 other officers in and rushed in, pointing at Liu, Ma, Yi Chen and others and shouting. Durian's sister's barrel-like body clearly couldn't squat down, so she lay down on the ground. The other 4 thugs immediately squatted down and leaned against the wall, showing they were well trained. Only Yi Chen was still smiling, his arm around Liu Ma's shoulder. Liu Ma was about to squat down with his head in his hands, but Yi Chen pulled him back. Officer, you've come to the wrong place. We didn't do anything. Yi Chen looked at the group and smiled, his smile as bright as a daisy in bloom. Yes, officers, you've gone to the wrong floor, we're all law-abiding citizens. Liu Ma chimed in, acting like he and Yi Chen were brothers for many years. The two were practically cheek to cheek, their intimacy was palpable, but Liu Wei didn't even glance at them. He looked around and then at the door that had been kicked open. Even at a time like this, she still wants to put on an act in front of him. Suddenly, Liu Wei stared at Yi Chen for a while, then his eyes lit up. Hey, isn't this the guy who went to jail for filming those skits last time? Yi Chen. I didn't recognize you at first glance with all those bandages on. Liu Wei gave Yi Chen a playful smile and said. Yi Chen was overjoyed. An acquaintance? Oh, you know me. Yi Chen released his arm from Liu Ma's shoulder. So Liu Ma knew him, why pretend anymore? With his extensive social circle, who wouldn't give him some face? If you dare refuse, he'll just grin and say something sarcastic. Liu Ma was taken aback. Could this guy have some kind of powerful backing? They were just pretending to be innocent and even offered money. We might as well have beaten them up. Oh, you really have a short memory. Yesterday you were making a scene and disturbing the peace by filming a short video. I was the one who recorded your statement back then. You've already forgotten. Liu Wei laughed and said that the other 4 police officers had already put special handcuffs on Durian's sister and the others. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen gradually recalled the scene of Liu Wei interrogating them. Perhaps due to brain damage, his memory of yesterday's events was somewhat hazy. It was only after Liu Wei reminded him that he remembered. Yi Chen immediately wrapped his arms tightly around Liu Ma again. Awkward, cuff them both too. Liu Wei said to the police officer behind him. Seriously, officer, what did we do wrong? We were just sparring, you understand. Yi Chen dodged the police officer who was about to handcuff him and said to Liu Wei with dissatisfaction. Liu Ma didn't dare to breathe loudly at this moment and could only hide in Yi Chen's arms, trembling. I never expected Yi Chen to be so resolute, daring to resist arrest. Liu Wei frowned, looking at Yi Chen with an unfriendly tone and said, "Stop pretending. We've been watching this group for days and they haven't made a single sale. We don't have concrete evidence. We spent half the day staking out the place before catching them red-handed. Do you think you can make all our efforts go to waste with just a few words? If you know what's good for you, cooperate with the investigation, otherwise you'll end up like them, eating a government meal." Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He thought someone had called the police, but he never expected that he was the police's prey. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yi Chen had a million curses running through his mind. "You are now suspected of engaging in money for S**X transactions. You'd better come with us." Liu Wei said calmly, then looked at the police officer holding handcuffs. "Cuff him and take him away." Liu Ma's legs had completely given way in Yi Chen's arms. He thought it was a thigh, but it turned out to be a habitual offender. "Honey, no, brother, say something. You've been keeping your head down the whole time. It's scary. Wait, let me make a phone call." Yi Chen looked up and said calmly, "There's no other way. It seems I'll have to use my connections." If he doesn't use connections now and word gets out that he, the Dragon King, is soliciting PR**sent*** Utes, then how can he maintain his reputation? And if word got out that he was a 7 times in 10 seconds guy, how would he ever live? Liu Wei frowned but still nodded. He gestured to the police officer behind him to let him make the call. Yi Chen released Liu Ma, took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. After a few beeps, the call was answered. "Mr. Wang, I am Yi Chen." Yi Chen chatted for a few minutes, then hung up the phone. Then he looked at Liu Wei with indifferent eyes. "Your bureau chief will call you soon." Upon hearing this, Liu Wei smirked disdainfully. Yi Chen was just a security guard making jokes. What a load of crap. But just then, his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it really was Director Zhou's phone number, so he quickly answered it. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, his expression immediately turned solemn. "Yes. Clear. I'll release them right away." After hanging up the phone, Liu Wei looked at Yi Chen with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected that Yi Chen would actually have such power. "Take everyone else with you except him." The other police officers knew perfectly well that Yi Chen was no ordinary person. Liu Ma had already collapsed to the ground and the police immediately handcuffed him with silver handcuffs. "You can't take them with you either," Yi Chen said calmly. These people were already on his kill list. No one who knows his secret can survive. "You, don't go too far," Liu Wei said in a deep voice. Although Zhou Kaiyan said on the phone that he would release everyone, these few extortionists have been held captive for several days. If they just let it go like that, all their efforts will have been in vain. "Should I make another call?" Yi Chen looked at Liu Wei with amusement. If Liu Wei weren't a policeman, Yi Chen would have killed him too. The other police officers also looked very grim and they all turned to look at Liu Wei. Liu Wei sighed helplessly. There was nothing they could do. These people had powerful connections and they couldn't afford to offend them. Let it go. Liu Ma and his group originally thought they were guaranteed a government job, but they didn't expect Yi Chen to be so loyal. "This guy is someone I can get along with. Thank you, brother, thank you, brother." Liu Ma and the others said excitedly. They were almost ready to kowtow to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen looked at them as if they were dead. After Durian's sister stood up, her eyes were filled with adoration as she looked at Yi Chen. After all, she had already had a deep conversation with Yi Chen, and now she liked him more and more the more she looked at him. She felt that Yi Chen must have done this because of her, which was why he wouldn't let the police take them away. "Brother, I'm so scared." Durian's sister hugged Yi Chen tightly and said in a sweet, coquettish voice. Everyone gasped. What was going on? The police officers were dumbfounded to see Yi Chen being held by the mountain demon. He couldn't help but look at Yi Chen strangely. They didn't find this group on their own. They only got the tip after someone reported them. The whistleblower was crying his eyes out, saying he had encountered a demon and needed to go to prison to purify his soul. They were quite taken aback when they first met Durian's sister. To be honest, she really does look a lot like Bo Gang. Seeing Durian's sister's intimate gesture, it's hard not to think that Yi Chen and she have a relationship. Yi Chen remained silent, but his clenched fists showed that he was trying his best to control himself. Liu Wei and his accomplices went downstairs with grim expressions and drove away in their police car. Only Liu Ma and the others remained, still standing there in a daze. "You can get out now," Yi Chen said calmly, then released his energy, and the Durian sister hanging on him was immediately blasted away, crashing into the wall with a scream and passing out. Liu Ma and the others were stunned. This Durian girl must weigh at least 300 pounds, and suddenly she just flew out on her own. They looked at Yi Chen as if they had seen a ghost. "We're leaving now, we're leaving now." Liu Ma bowed obsequiously, saying that Yi Chen was clearly someone they couldn't afford to offend, whether in terms of martial prowess or background. He immediately ordered his men to retreat. "Carry her away," Yi Chen said, pointing to the unconscious Durian sister. He then looked at Liu Ma. "Remember to leave behind anything you shouldn't have taken and give me her address." Upon hearing this, Liu Ma was immediately distressed. He had truly lost both his wife and his army. He took out the 10,000 yuan he had just stuffed into his pocket and placed it on the ground. Then she wrote down an address, Durian's sister's address, and gave it to Yi Chen. Liu Ma couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Wow, that's really something, offering door-to-door service. Their tastes are truly perverted." However, since they all lived together, Yi Chen was a little scared to visit them. He's decided to move out tomorrow night. As for Yi Chen coming to his door to kill him, he never even considered it. What era are we living in? Who would dare to come to someone's door to kill someone? But the Dragon King really dared to do it. It's just that he wasn't the one who actually made the move. Then, the five of them worked together to lift Durian's sister up. It was incredibly strenuous. "Damn. I'm never falling for a honey trap again." Liu Ma thought regretfully, "If I were to do it, I should have found a skinny one. This is even more difficult than raising a pig for the Lunar New Year." After the group left, Yi Chen sent their photos and the address Liu Ma had left to Chen Wu, downstairs at Tangyu Group. Sun Xiaoyu parked the car in a parking space, got out, and looked up at the building in front of her. "Tang Shiyu, I've confessed my feelings to you so many times every night and you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for that." She came to confirm one thing, whether Jiang Chengye was here. After all, everyone knew perfectly well what Jiang Chengye's feelings were for Tang Shiyu. Seeing that Jiang Chengye wasn't there, Sun Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked into the lobby, staring at that beast Yi Chen. "But after searching for a long time, I still couldn't find it. What's going on? In my past life I remember that scumbag Yi Chen. Was he watching over Tang Shiyu during this period?" Filled with doubt, Sun Xiaoyu walked into the hall. Upon seeing Sun Xiaoyu in the lobby, Li Linhai was first struck by her beauty and then by her police uniform. "Officer, are you here to see Yi Chen?" Li Linhai walked up to Sun Xiaoyu and asked in a low voice. Sun Xiaoyu, who was looking around, was taken aback when she heard this. How did he know she was looking for Yi Chen when she had just come in? Did he have "looking for Yi Chen" written all over his face? "How did you know I was looking for Yi Chen?" Sun Xiaoyu frowned and asked. Li Linhai was overjoyed. He couldn't wait for Yi Chen to be arrested and imprisoned since Yi Chen dared to be aggressive towards him yesterday. If he hadn't been expelled, Li Linhai would have definitely tried his best to make things difficult for him in front of the team leader. "We didn't see him after he was arrested and put in the police car yesterday. But officer, if you want to find Yi Chen, you'll have to check his address. He's been fired today." Li Linhaidao, the other security guards all nodded. This completely baffled Sun Xiaoyu. What was the situation with being arrested and put in the police car, and what was the situation with being fired? This plot doesn't seem to have happened in my previous life. Wasn't Yi Chen arrested by himself the first time he entered the police station? How come he was arrested right here at Tangyu Group? And judging from the way these people look, Yi Chen seems quite happy about being arrested. When they captured Yi Chen, these guys even boasted that they would vouch for him. Her intuition told her there was something fishy going on. Why was he arrested, and why was he expelled? Tell me the details. So Li Linhai embellished the story of yesterday and recounted it to Sun Xiaoyu, adding at the end, "Officer, this kid doesn't look like a good person at all. The way he looks in his eyes, he could turn into a murderer at any moment. I suggest we just shoot him. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoyu's heart was in turmoil. Yi Chen had someone confess his feelings to Tang Shiyu. Yi Chen was arrested for intentionally injuring someone, and after being arrested it was said to be for filming a skit. Tang Shiyu fired Yi Chen. Sun Xiaoyu stated that none of these events ever occurred. And it should have been Jiang Chengye who confessed. Suddenly, Sun Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. The key to everything lay with Tang Shiyu. In her previous life, Tang Shiyu initially found everything about Yi Chen agreeable, but it was only after her family was murdered that she saw Yi Chen's true colors. Tang Shiyu must be a complete idiot right now just because Yi Chen had someone confess his feelings to her. Wait, why would Yi Chen need someone to confess his feelings to Tang Shiyu? Sun Xiaoyu couldn't understand it for a moment, but she had a feeling that Tang Shiyu had also been reborn just like her. The only way to find out the whole story is to confront them face to face. Sun Xiaoyu took the elevator towards Tang Shiyu's floor. Li Linhai also reminded Sun Xiaoyu to make sure Yi Chen was captured and brought back. Upon reaching the top floor, Sun Xiaoyu, dressed in a police uniform and looking so beautiful, drew strange looks from the employees working outside. Sun Xiaoyu ignored them and walked towards Tang Shiyu's office. "Officer, who are you looking for?" Wang Xia stood up and blocked Sun Xiaoyu's path. Wang Xia and Sun Xiaoyu naturally knew each other, but Wang Xia didn't know her now. "I'm looking for Tang Shiyu. Could you please tell her that Sun Xiaoyu is looking for her?" Sun Xiaoyu laughed. "I'm wearing a police uniform now, so I can't just force my way in." Wang Xia glanced at Sun Xiaoyu, a policewoman whose looks rivaled Tang Shiyu's. Was there something she wanted? Please wait a moment. After Wang Xia finished speaking, she opened the door to Tang Shiyu's office. At this moment, Tang Shiyu was looking down at the documents, but she kept staring at one spot. She couldn't concentrate at all. She kept thinking about Jiang Chengye. They didn't even notice when Wang Xia opened the door and came in. Someone named Sun Xiaoyu is looking for you outside." Wang Xia patted Tang Shiyu on the shoulder and said, "Oh, what is it?" Coming to her senses, Tang Shiyu looked at Wang Xia with a bewildered expression and asked. Wang Xia sighed helplessly. Tang Shiyu had been like a lost soul since yesterday. "There's a policewoman named Sun Xiaoyu outside looking for you." Tang Shiyu was taken aback upon hearing this. "Let her in." Wang Xia nodded and went out. A moment later, Sun Xiaoyu came in. "Officer Sun, what brings you here?" Tang Shiyu frowned and looked at Sun Xiaoyu warily, asking. She didn't know why Sun Xiaoyu would come to her door at this time. Could it be because she wanted to gather evidence about Yi Chen assaulting someone yesterday? "I want to ask you why you fired Yi Chen." Sun Xiaoyu plopped down on the sofa and looked at Tang Shiyu expressionlessly, asking. Looking at Sun Xiaoyu's face, Tang Shiyu suddenly seemed to understand something. "You were reborn too?" she asked with a smile. Sun Xiaoyu was taken aback by this. Why was this so unconventional, coming straight to the point? "It seems I was right, you really have been reborn as well." "No pretense, just reveal the truth." "I thought it was my longing for Chengye that gave me this chance to be reborn, but it seems I was overthinking it." Tang Shiyu got up from her office chair, walked over and sat down next to Sun Xiaoyu and said, "I knew it. Given how devoted you were to Yi Chen, how could you possibly fire him over such a trivial matter?" Sun Xiaoyu said with amusement, clearly trying to provoke Tang Shiyu. Jiang Chengye had been pursuing Tang Shiyu for a long time, and the initial trigger was also because of her. If Tang Shiyu hadn't been close to Yi Chen, Jiang Chengye wouldn't have bothered with Yi Chen. Jiang Chengye won't die. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiyu lowered her head and remained silent, though she also knew the mistakes she had made in her past life. Yi Chen is clearly a despicable person, but I just can't see through him. It wasn't until Jiang Chengye died that she felt as if she had regained her ability to think. Although she made a mistake, it's not her place, Sun Xiaoyu, to point fingers. They were all wrong. Tang Shiyu was no pushover either. "You're still wearing that police uniform. You seemed quite happy watching Yi Chen fight Chengye back then. Don't you feel ashamed of this uniform?" Sun Xiaoyu was speechless. She didn't know why she hadn't stopped Yi Chen from hitting her, even though she knew it was wrong. She even thought he was right to do it. Jiang Chengye only said a couple of things about how pretty she was, but this is how he ended up. Two of her ribs were broken by Yi Chen, and Sun Xiaoyu felt extremely guilty whenever she thought about it. Especially after Jiang Chengye's death, Yi Chen directly took over the Jiang family and transferred his Dragon King palace to the Dragon Kingdom, which was then thrown into chaos. Jiang Chengye was the first to stand up and stop Yi Chen, but these women betrayed him from behind. Seeing that Sun Xiaoyu remained silent, Tang Xiyu realized that she had gone a bit too far. She took Sun Xiaoyu's hand and said sincerely, "Xiaoyu, God gave us the chance to be reborn so that we could stay by Chengai's side and protect her, not so that we could be reborn to fight. We shouldn't fight amongst ourselves." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu looked up at Tang Xiyu and nodded emphatically. "Yes, now that we've been reborn, we should cherish the present and protect the people we love. That's the most important thing." After a pause, Tang Xiyu suddenly sat up straight and looked at Sun Xiaoyu. "Little Rain, it seems like Chengye has been reborn too." Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Sun Xiaoyu's eyes. She looked at Tang Xiyu in shock. "Are you serious?" Tang Xiyu nodded. "In my past life, Chengye was supposed to come and confess his feelings to me yesterday, but he didn't. Instead, he didn't come. Moreover, at the Su family matriarch's birthday banquet yesterday, Chengye's behavior was completely different from that in my past life. But I'm certain that he is Chengye, the Chengye who has shed his disguise. And Chengye's attitude towards me was so cold, with that look of having seen through me. It seems he remembers everything that happened in his past life, which is why he acted that way. I went to his house this morning and he said, 'Let bygones be bygones.' If he didn't remember it all night, he definitely wouldn't have said that." Sun Xiaoyu panicked upon hearing Tang Xiyu's words. He didn't know how to face Jiang Chengye after his rebirth, but upon hearing Tang Xiyu's last sentence, she immediately lost her composure. "Let bygones be bygones? Doesn't this mean Jiang Chengye doesn't blame Tang Xiyu anymore? She can't fall behind, so it seems Chengye has been reborn too. Do you know where Chengye is now?" Sun Xiaoyu asked with anticipation in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiyu took out her phone. Her phone had been on the entire time solely for Jiang Chengye's sake. He should be home. Sun Xiaoyu shook her head. "I just went there, he wasn't home." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiyu's mind flashed through countless places Jiang Chengye might have gone. There are just so many possibilities. She looked at Sun Xiaoyu suspiciously and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to find Chengye? What's wrong?" Sun Xiaoyu felt a little embarrassed. She couldn't let Tang Xiyu know what she had been thinking. I haven't seen Chengye in a long time. I'm just a little anxious. Oh dear, tell me, do you know?" "I don't know either, but have you forgotten how often Chengye went to the Sunshine Welfare Home? Maybe he's there." Sun Xiaoyu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. When they were secretly investigating Chengye, he was a very kind-hearted person who built a primary school, donated to welfare homes, and did a lot of good deeds. However, they only saw the facade he presented. He often visited the Sunshine Welfare Home, playing with the children and telling them stories. Of course, they only learned about these things later when they found Li Ziyulan. Perhaps that was the place where his soul found redemption. A hint of excitement flashed across Sun Xiaoyu's face, and she immediately got up to head to the Sunshine Welfare Home. "Have you really thought about how you're going to face Chengye now?" Tang Xiyu asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu's elation turned into a complicated expression. If she hadn't learned from Tang Xiyu that Jiang Chengye had also been reborn, she could have approached him slowly as a complete stranger. But now, does she really have the courage to see him? She took a deep breath and said, "Even if I haven't made up my mind, I still want to see him." Tang Xiyu nodded. Her situation was different from Sun Xiaoyu's. She had already met Jiang Chengye, and Jiang Chengye didn't seem to blame her too much. As for Sun Xiaoyu, she didn't know. "Aren't you going?" Sun Xiaoyu looked at Tang Xiyu and asked. Tang Xiyu shook her head. "I won't go. I have things to take care of." She's not stupid. Sun Xiaoyu is trying to use her as a lubricant. She knew exactly what was going on. She wasn't sure if Jiang Chengye could forgive Sun Xiaoyu. If he didn't forgive her and she was there, it would be bad if she got implicated. "HMPH, fine, I won't go then, I'll go by myself." Sun Xiaoyu pursed her lips slightly. Tang Xiyu looked Sun Xiaoyu up and down. "Xiaoyu, I reminded you to change your clothes before you go." Sun Xiaoyu has a very easygoing and carefree personality, but who would wear a police uniform to see their sweetheart? Sun Xiaoyu blushed slightly. I regained my memory at the police station just now and I was so excited that I forgot about this. She decided to go home and change her clothes first. Okay, I'll be going now. As he reached the office door, he suddenly turned around, clenched his fist and looked at Tang Xiu. Let's join forces to slay the dragon. Tang Xiu chuckled softly, to avenge the night. Sun Xiaoyu smiled and nodded before opening the office door and leaving. This was a coded message left behind when they sought revenge for Jiang Chengye. After Sun Xiaoyu left, Tang Xiu frowned deeply. It seemed that things were not as simple as she had thought. Inside Liu Yun's apartment, Jiang Chengye and Liu Yun were playing Street Fighter with game controllers. Several lunch boxes were still on the coffee table. Jiang Chengye looked relaxed while Liu Yun looked extremely uncomfortable. I'm not playing anymore. I haven't won a single game. Boss, have you been secretly practicing? You're so good. Liu Yun asked with a suspicious look. Do I need to practice? This is my skill, I was just teasing you before. Jiang Chengye put down the controller and smiled. Liu Yun, I'll just quietly watch you show off. Then I took out my phone and checked the time. Before I knew it, it was almost 6 p.m. Everything should be all right now. Boss, wanna go drink with some girls later? Liu Yun raised an eyebrow and said. Jiang Chengye nodded. This was perfect since he had nothing else to do. Don't call me girl, I'll take care of it. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's face lit up with excitement. Jiang Chengye's phone contained a whole bunch of contact information for models, flight attendants, young ladies, and so on. I'm getting a little excited just thinking about it. I'll leave it all to the boss. Liu Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Meanwhile, on Sun Xiaoyu's side, her police uniform was gone. She changed into her usual clothes, a pink cartoon short-sleeved shirt and light blue jeans that perfectly accentuated her long, slender legs, and she wore light makeup. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye is particularly captivating. She is simply stunning. I just went to the Sunshine Welfare Home. Jiang Chengye did go there, but he left long ago, another missed opportunity. Sun Xiaoyu decided to go directly to Jiang Chengye's house and wait outside. She drove towards the Jiang family villa, but just then her phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his team leader, Zhang Zheng, calling. He immediately parked the car in a designated parking area on the side of the road and answered the call. Hey, Sun Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you today? Why aren't you at your post? Zhang Zheng's helpless voice came through the phone. Captain Zhang, I'm out there helping Liu Wei and the others arrest those extortionists. Sun Xiaoyu said guiltily. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Sun family, only a few high-ranking leaders knew about this matter. Stop pretending. Liu Wei and his men are right here in the station. Zhang Zheng's tone immediately turned displeased. This was treating him like a fool. Oh, they caught him. Sun Xiaoyu was immediately a little embarrassed. Zhang Zheng's dejected voice came through the phone. That client had connections. They were about to handcuff him when Director Zhou personally called to order his release. Sun Xiaoyu frowned. Who could possibly allow Zhou Kaiyan to so blatantly protect someone? Who is it that has such power to make Director Zhou call and order their release? Sun Xiaoyu quickly changed the subject and asked. That's the security guard who was taken to the station yesterday. Oh right, you weren't there yesterday, so I didn't know. I never knew you could judge a book by its cover. Sun Xiaoyu didn't hear the last few sentences Zhou Kaiyan said, but the first few sentences immediately shocked her. The client was a security guard. He was just arrested yesterday. How could they have him released by phone a week ago? The answer is obvious. Yi Chen. After hanging up the phone, Sun Xiaoyu couldn't help but want to laugh. Yi Chen actually became a customer of PR*Sint**** Utes. Ha ha ha, Dragon King, now he's the king of PR*Sint*** Utes. Sun Xiaoyu laughed loudly inside the car. She finally stopped after a while, her stomach aching from laughing. She wiped away tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. You big stallion, I never thought I'd end up like this. After calming herself down, Sun Xiaoyu continued driving towards the Jiang family villa. Grand Hotel, the only 7-star hotel in Jiangbei City. Boss, want a drink here? Liu Yun looked at Jiang Chengye somewhat bewildered and asked. Jiang Chengye nodded. I'll treat you to something luxurious today. After saying that, Liu Yun pulled out the black card that Jiang Zhenhua had given him, and drool involuntarily dripped from the corner of his mouth. My goodness, a supreme black card. This is amazing. Jiang Chengye's lips curled up slightly. Little brat, isn't this enough to seduce you? Let's go, it's all arranged, they should be here soon. Jiang Chengye said. Liu Yun was overjoyed. Girls, lots of girls. Led by a waiter, the two went directly to the top-floor VIP room. Even without the black card given to him by Jiang Zhenhua, Jiang Chengye could still easily spend money at the Hayata Hotel. I just took out the black card to show off. If I don't show it off a little, it feels like something's missing. This is my first time in this super VIP box, it doesn't look cheap at all, Liu Yun said, smacking his lips. Then he looked at the ornaments displayed on the cabinet. Holy crap, this lucky cat is pure gold and this boat is too. Jiang Chengye looked at him speechlessly. This kid had never seen anything like the world. He turned to the pretty waitress behind him and said, "You can go now." "Yes, young Master Jiang, please call me anytime if you need anything." Her tone was slightly coquettish, seemingly a mating signal. Even her eyes were filled with spring-like longing as she looked at Jiang Chengye. He was handsome and rich, who wouldn't love him? Now you can just go to the toilet. All right, stop acting like you've never seen anything like this before. Don't embarrass me. Jiang Chengye sat down in the main seat and looked at Liu Yun, who was still looking around and touching things, and said speechlessly, "Boss, when is the girl coming?" Liu Yun sat down next to Jiang Chengye and said excitedly, "In a place where land is incredibly valuable, which girl wouldn't lose herself here? Girl, you'll find out soon enough." A mysterious smile played on Jiang Chengye's lips. Upon seeing Jiang Chengye's smile, Liu Yun became even more excited and a lewd smile crept onto his lips. But then he couldn't laugh anymore. Over the next half hour, people started arriving intermittently. The first to arrive was a portly middle-aged man, Gu Rongzhen, the director of the Education Bureau. Then came another man with a receding hairline, Cheng Dawei, the person in charge of the Hope Primary School project. Finally, a girl arrived. No, a stunningly beautiful young woman. Jiang Chengye contacted Zhou Dafu directly as he did not have their contact information. Liu Yun was dumbfounded. Where was the promised young girl? The young woman was all right, but what was with these two middle-aged men? Seemingly noticing Liu Yun's mournful gaze, Jiang Chengye patted him on the shoulder. Stop thinking about picking up girls all day. It's time you started thinking about your future. I'm giving you a chance. These people are all influential figures in Jiangbei. Then Jiang Chengye raised an eyebrow and gestured for Liu Yun to look at the beautiful young woman. Her name is Judy. She's the second in command at the Jiangbei Red Cross and also the owner of Jiangbei Rongcheng Co. Limited. She's worth several $100 million. I heard she recently divorced her husband. Liu Yun was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. He turned to look at Judy, who was dressed in red. He thought she was only in her 30s, but she was over 40. She looked quite well maintained, but why am I emphasizing this to myself? Could it be that they want to avoid making the same mistakes they made over several decades? Although Liu Yunjia's family didn't meet Jiang Chengye's standards, their total assets still exceeded 100 million. There was absolutely no need to go down this path. Boss, what do you mean? Liu Yun stammered as he asked. Jiang Chengye patted him on the shoulder. I'm planning to build several Hope primary schools and help those welfare homes. Simply put, I'm doing some charity projects and I want you to be in charge. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun was immediately shocked. What the hell was going on? He just wanted to sponge off his parents, but somehow a job came knocking on his door. Jiang Chengye stood up and looked at the group of people who were still boasting. Gentlemen, you probably don't know why I called you here. Gu Rongzhen and the others looked at each other in surprise. They had all rushed over after receiving a call from Zhou Dafu. We must give the Jiang family face. To her surprise, it was Jiang Chengye who extended the invitation. She was even more delighted. The young master of Jiangbei Group was someone others would never have the chance to curry favor with. Jiang Chengye looked at Gu Rongzhen seriously and said, Director Gu, the main purpose of inviting you here today is to ask for your help in resolving the schooling problem for the children in the orphanage who have no access to education. Then turning to Cheng Dawei, he said, Mr. Cheng, you are the head of the Jiangbei Hope Project. I want to build a Hope Primary School in every impoverished area of Jiangbai, and I will also donate to other projects under the Hope Project. Then turning to Judy, he said, as for Mr. Zhu, I know the Jiangbai Red Cross isn't short of money. The reason I invited Mr. Zhu here today is to introduce my brother to you, hoping you'll mentor him. The head of the Jiangbai City Red Cross is the mayor, and Judy, as the second in command, can report directly to the mayor. Another thing is that Judy is also a successful businesswoman, so she can mentor Liu Yun and keep him from acting like a street urchin all the time. His mind is filled with nothing but drinking and women. Now there's no need to follow the plot anymore. Liu Yun used to get humiliated by Yi Chen a lot while following him, although most of the time it was Yi Chen who came up with the schemes behind the scenes. But that was for the sake of the plot, and Jiang Chengye wouldn't be happy if he didn't offer his ideas. Now that he's no longer needed as the crouching dragon, it's time to plan for his future. And who knows, he might even take the opportunity to live off a mistress. Isn't that wonderful? It directly paves a clear path for my brother. Jiang Chengye was deeply moved. Where could he find a brother like him? I was moved to tears. Upon hearing this, Judy glanced at Liu Yun, who seemed slightly nervous, and thought to herself, this young man is quite good. She also has to curry favor with the brother of the young master of Jiangbei Group. Although she is worth hundreds of millions, she is just a small ant in front of Jiangbei Group. Since young master Jiang has spoken, then naturally I have no problem with it, she said with a smile, then winked at Liu Yun, giving him a direct, flirtatious look. Liu Yun's face immediately turned red and his veins bulged. Cheng Daoi's face lit up with ecstatic joy. He had made a killing this time. I was just worried about not finding anyone to donate to, and now this has come to me of its own accord. He immediately stood up, his face beaming with excitement. Young Master Jiang, on behalf of the children, I'd like to thank you. Yu Rongzhen was in a bit of a dilemma. Schools had already started and it was difficult to suddenly assign students. However, since Jiang Chengye had already spoken, he didn't dare to refuse. Although he was the director of the Education Bureau, it was perfectly fine for the Jiang family to make him repeat a grade. He gritted his teeth. Anyway, this was a good deed. He was on the side of truth, and with Jiang Chengye backing him up, what was there for him to be afraid of? Since young Master Jiang is so thoughtful, I will not hesitate to make the same arrangements. I will hold a meeting with the principals of these primary schools tomorrow to make these arrangements. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye smiled and nodded, then grabbed Liu Yun and lifted him up. My brother here is named Liu Yun. He'll be in Boss Zhu's care from now on. Then, looking at Cheng Daowei, he added, Director Cheng, I'll also entrust the Hope Project to him. If you have any problems, just contact him directly. Good grief, he just dumped his job. Mr. Zhu, I look forward to working with Director Cheng in the future. Liu Yun said awkwardly. When Liu Yun looked at Judy, his face immediately turned bright red. Judy smiled slightly and nodded at Liu Yun. Cheng Daowei smiled and nodded. As long as the money was there, nothing else mattered. He's after money, not people. It was 10 p.m. when Jiang Chengye and his group finally left the Hayata Hotel. Judy, who had her own driver, took her leave first. Before leaving, he reminded Liu Yun to report to the company the next day. Jiang Chengye originally intended to have someone send Yu Rongzhen and Cheng Daowei back, but both of them politely declined. I just called a designated driver. Before leaving, Jiang Chengye slipped a bank card into Yu Rongzhen's hand. Yu Rongzhen reluctantly accepted it, though he couldn't refuse. Now only Jiang Chengye and Liu Yun are left. Liu Yun is a seasoned veteran of the drinking scene, so naturally he's completely unharmed. Jiang Chengye's case was even more outrageous. The alcohol he drank was immediately expelled. It's not urinating out, it's evaporating. After all, their strength speaks for itself. Boss, are you really comfortable entrusting me with managing such a large sum of money? In the car, looking at the bank card in his hand, Liu Yun looked at Jiang Chengye, who was driving, with a complicated expression and asked, There's a full 100 million in this card, that's all the assets his family has combined. Jiang Chengye shook his head and smiled, You just go for it, kid. It'll be tough though, since you'll be doing research in various places. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's eyes reddened slightly. Boss, I will definitely learn diligently from General Manager Zhu, and I will also strictly oversee the Hope Project. For the first time he felt valued. When I was a child, because of my grades, I heard all the time, "Look at how other people's kids are doing," which repeatedly damaged my self-confidence, and eventually I just gave up. Just play as much as you want. In fact, Liu Yun himself still wanted to make a name for himself. Jiang Chengye nodded. He was satisfied with Liu Yun's attitude. He truly regarded Liu Yun, the poor boy who had been with him through countless hardships, as a brother. If the Heavenly Dao hadn't been destroyed, Liu Yun and his companions would have been beaten to a pulp by Chen by now. After transporting Liu home, Jiang Chengye drove to his own house. On the way, he also called Li Zilan to let her know that the children's school enrollment problem had been resolved. "We'll have news about these things tomorrow." Li Zilan was overjoyed to receive this news from Jiang Chengye. "I kept thanking them." Not long after, Jiang Chengye was driving his car just a few hundred meters from his house when he noticed a Panamera parked not far from his villa, hidden in the darkness. Jiang Chengye's current vision has been systematically enhanced and even possesses X-ray vision. Therefore, Panamera, even in the darkness, could not escape Jiang Chengye's eyes. Upon closer inspection, the license plate revealed it to be Sun Xiaoyu's car, and Sun Xiaoyu was slumped over the steering wheel, seemingly asleep. "Is this girl really that persistent?" Jiang Chengye muttered to himself. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Chengye drove the car into the courtyard. He then got out of the car, walked away, and then turned back to Sun Xiaoyu's car. It was the height of summer and Sun Xiaoyu had opened all the car windows. "Although it's cool, the mosquitoes are overjoyed. This is just a buffet." Looking at the several mosquito bites on his arm, Jiang Chengye shook his head helplessly. "Blame it on the system being such a slowpoke." Seeing Sun Xiaoyu's stunning profile, especially the captivating beauty mark at the corner of her eye, I was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Thinking about how she was beaten by Chen during the storyline and how she just stood by and watched coldly, she couldn't help but feel bitter. Although they knew Chen had a mental impairment aura, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, Sun Xiaoyu is a police officer. But seeing Sun Xiaoyu having been a mosquito buffet for who knows how long while waiting for him, he felt a little touched. If Chen found out, he would definitely be wearing another hat on his head. However, in this situation, Chen would need to prepare at least a dozen or so for himself. "Hey, wake up." Jiang Chengye stretched out his index finger and poked Sun Xiaoyu's little face. Sun Xiaoyu remained motionless, still slumped over the steering wheel, but her previously relaxed brows visibly furrowed. She mumbled something, but it was unclear what she said. Seeing this, Jiang Chengye poked it again. This time, Sun Xiaoyu finally opened her eyes. Everyone is a little groggy after just waking up. Moreover, the surrounding light was rather dim, so he didn't recognize Jiang Chengye for a moment. The sudden presence of someone beside her jolted Sun Xiaoyu out of her dazed state. "Ah, a ghost." Then, Sun Xiaoyu threw a punch directly at Jiang Chengye, and she really put her strength into it. She's a master of the Ming Jin stage. If that punch had landed on an ordinary person, they'd probably be eating a feast tonight. Jiang Chengye caught her small, pink fist with his left hand and covered her mouth with his right hand to prevent her from frightening others. He didn't know if Jiang Zhenhua was home. If Jiang Zhenhua saw Sun Xiaoyu, he would probably immediately become her disciple. "That's incredible. Another stunning beauty has come knocking. SHH, don't make a sound in the middle of the night," Jiang Chengye said in a low voice. Upon hearing that voice, Sun Xiaoyu's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She nodded slightly. Jiang Chengye then loosened his grip on the small pink fist, and Sun Xiaoyu's air raid siren sounded. Sun Xiaoyu turned on the interior light, and the moment the light appeared, Jiang Chengye's image became clearly visible in front of her. "Seiya." Sun Xiaoyu's cheeks were flushed, and her voice trembled slightly. She was clearly very nervous. At that moment, she noticed the small amount of liquid left on the steering wheel, and her face immediately turned red. Oh no, I actually fell asleep. If I see drool on the steering wheel all night, my husband will definitely be disgusted with me." She quietly reached out and covered the drool on the steering wheel. Jiang Chengye had naturally seen all of this long ago, and even Sun Xiaoyu was unaware that there were some white marks on the corners of her mouth. "Beautiful lady, do you know me? Why don't you come to my house and we can have a chat about life?" Jiang Chengye leaned against Sun Xiaoyu's car window and laughed, his face once again displaying the same drooling expression he had in his past life when he saw a beautiful woman. Anyway, only Tang Xiu has a slight guess about his rebirth while Sun Xiaoyu definitely doesn't know. It's better to act it out and make her back down. Although it may not have a significant effect, it might just have a miraculous effect. However, he was unaware that Sun Xiaoyu had already received the news from Tang Xiu in advance. Sun Xiaoyu gave Jiang Chengye a strange look. Jiang Chengye's expression had left a deep impression on her. Jiang Chengye would make this expression whenever he saw a beautiful woman. Okay. She replied with a smile, her face showing anticipation. He made a move to get off the bus. Jiang Chengye was utterly embarrassed. He was used to the female lead's coldness, and this sudden enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming. This is clearly an attempt to give something away for free. Forget it, you're just feeding mosquitoes here at night. Your IQ probably isn't high, I don't talk to idiots about life. Jiang Chengye waved his hand, looking at Sun Xiaoyu with a look of disgust. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu's tears, which had been welling up in her eyes, immediately flowed out. Chengye, do you really hate me? Sun Xiaoyu asked, sobbing. Jiang Chengye was stunned. Wait a minute, he didn't know Sun Xiaoyu at all at this time. My reaction just now was normal. Why are you crying? It seems unreasonable to cry in front of a complete stranger. He can't stand seeing girls cry, especially pretty girls. Why are you crying? I don't even know you, how could I hate you? Sun Xiaoyu didn't believe Tang Xiu would lie to her. That means Jiang Chengye was simply putting on an act in front of him. He doesn't want to forgive her. Upon hearing Jiang Chengye say that he didn't know her at all, she cried even harder. Could you please stop crying? What if you scare the flowers and plants this late at night? Jiang Chengye said helplessly. This was the first time he had ever seen Sun Xiaoyu cry. Although Sun Xiaoyu had always been a bit of a goofball, she had always been incredibly indifferent to him. Jiang Chengye. When will we see this vulnerable side of you? Wah! Sun Xiaoyu cried even louder. In Jiang Chengye's eyes, she wasn't even as important as the flowers and plants. Seeing that things were about to get out of control, Jiang Chengye reached out his wicked left hand and covered Sun Xiaoyu's mouth. Wah! Sun Xiaoyu almost couldn't breathe. Don't cry, it's impolite to cry anymore. Sun Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Chengye. This signaled to her to stop crying. Jiang Chengye then removed his hand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Sun Xiaoyu spoke in a low voice, her voice trembling slightly as she sobbed. Hey beautiful lady, instead of sleeping properly at night, you're here feeding mosquitoes and then you're crying like that. If someone sees you like this, they'll think I did something to you. Jiang Chengye said speechlessly. That's why I was avoiding Sun Xiaoyu earlier. These female leads are all so beautiful, their crying is simply unbearable. I can only blame myself for being too soft-hearted. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu's lips curled slightly. She couldn't wait for Jiang Chengye to pin her down on the bed and bully her. Besides, it's just Jiang Chengye's family here. Where else could anyone else see this? As for feeding the mosquitoes, it was only then that Sun Xiaoyu noticed the several red mosquito bites on her hands. It's a little itchy. I didn't feed the mosquitoes, I was waiting for you. She said stubbornly, scratching the mosquito bites on her arm as she spoke. Wait for me, do we even know each other? You think you can just wait for me? If I don't see you, you'll probably be feeding on mosquitoes all night. Jiang Chengye frowned slightly. Stop scratching or you'll leave marks. Hearing Jiang Chengye's concern for her, Sun Xiaoyu stared at him blankly. At this moment, a serious expression appeared on Jiang Chengye's face that she had never seen before. So handsome, a slight smile appeared on her lips. New. Okay, go home and take care of it yourself. If I hadn't seen you, you'd probably be feeding on mosquitoes all night. Jiang Chengye said helplessly. Sun Xiaoyu realized that although Jiang Chengye pretended not to know her, he still cared about her. Why not pretend you don't know him and start over? That way, I'll have a reason to stick close to him. Okay, I'll go home now. By the way, you don't know my name yet, do you? My name is Sun Xiaoyu, and I'm one of your admirers. Jiang Chengye looked at Sun Xiaoyu suspiciously. Why was she suddenly so obedient? Admirers, you're kidding me. Okay, I got it. Let's go. Jiang Chengye waved his hand, looking impatient. Then he turned around and walked towards his own home. I'll be back, Sun Xiaoyu shouted loudly as she watched Jiang Chengye's retreating figure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye stumbled. Another wolf in sheep's clothing. Watching Sun Xiaoyu's car drive away, Jiang Chengye could only manage a bitter smile. I went back to my room, took a shower, and then lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, Jiang Chengye saw the system again, this old sixth brother. The girl in the maid outfit was still by his side, but he still couldn't make out what she looked like. In the stillness of the night in the old city of Jiangbei. This area in Jiangbei has not yet begun planned demolition. It mainly consists of old-style residential buildings. Chen Wu, dressed in all black, darted and leaped through the narrow alleyways. Earlier, he was playing mahjong with his 3 sworn brothers when his phone rang. He saw it was a photo and an address sent by Yi Chen. Good heavens, several non-mainstream individuals plus an ugly Chen Wu with a chest pain and a devilish bow gang. He was immediately startled and fired a shot that hit 3 houses. Chen Wu was furious. Yi Chen directly ordered him to deal with these people. The emphasis is on the fact that this woman must be dealt with ruthlessly. Chen Wu was shocked. If Yi Chen said something like that abroad, he could wipe out an entire family. You know, Yi Chen didn't even try to kill the person who stepped on his face last night, so what did this demon do to make Yi Chen so angry? Could it be love or hate? Chen Wu thought it was unlikely. Yi Chen's tastes shouldn't be that perverse. Following the address given by Yi Chen, Chen Wu quickly found where Durian's sister lived. Looking around, although he was a master of the early stage of internal energy, this was Daxia, not abroad, so he had to be careful. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras around, Chen Wu climbed directly up the old residential building in front of him, his steps steady and making no sound. After all, Chen Wu had done plenty of assassinations abroad. We arrived at the 4th floor, the floor where Durian's sister and the others lived. Chen Wu crouched down under the windowsill. Meanwhile, Liu Ma and the others inside the house were still drinking beer with gusto, completely unaware that death was imminent. Drinking so late at night instead of sleeping. You'll all be passed out, which will be my chance to reap the rewards. A sinister smile crept across Chen Wu's lips. Then they crouched down to listen to what was happening inside while constantly observing their surroundings. Damn it. When have any of us in this line of work ever suffered like this? Liu Ma put down his copy of Brave the Paradise and said with righteous indignation. His 4 henchmen also looked indignant and they all picked up their beers and started showing off. Meanwhile, Durian's sister sat to the side holding a bottle of industrial alcohol and drinking alone. Durian's sister has no interest in ordinary liquor, only this medical alcohol can soothe her wounded soul. So what if he has some power and connections? He thinks he can get away with anything without paying. Then, turning around, he patted Bo Gang, who was facing away from them, on the shoulder. Durian, you tell me this kid did that asterisk to you and then knocked you out. If we hadn't carried you back, you'd probably be in a terrible state right now. Exactly. You didn't see it, but the way that kid looked at you was like he wanted to devour you. I really suspect he can see through things. I can't believe it, a thug smoking a cigarette said indignantly. Then he picked up the barbecue on the table and took a big bite. He even got Brother Ma's address. Who knows, maybe he'll develop a relationship with Sister Durian. I have to say that kid's pretty weird. He's got incredible strength. I wonder what kind of monster he is. The 2 thugs smacked their lips and said, I won't allow you to talk about him like that. He just didn't know how to face me, so he knocked me unconscious. Besides, if it weren't for him, we'd all be arrested by the police now. Durian's sister turned around and looked at them fiercely, her eyes flashing with malice. Liu Ma and the others immediately felt their hair stand on end. Let's not talk about him anymore, he's bad luck, let's have a drink. Liu Ma chuckled and said. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Durian's sister suddenly shoveled a mouthful of rubbing alcohol into her hand, then said with a deeply affectionate expression, After all, he's the only man who dared to face me directly. And also, everyone was horrified. It turned out that someone dared to have a deep conversation with Durian's sister while fully conscious. The group couldn't help but admire Yi Chen. They still thought that Durian's sister and Yi Chen hadn't had any physical contact at all. It turns out it was too fast. Meanwhile, Chen Wuren, who was eavesdropping at the window, was completely dumbfounded. Is this talking about the Dragon King? That's incredibly exciting. And it's the demon of the mountain, and it's free. That's way too extreme. Chen Wu wanted to laugh at that moment, but he held it in. He was professionally trained and he wouldn't let himself be. His thigh Chen Wu remained squatting under the windowsill for an hour, listening to a lot of nonsense. He still wanted to get a taste of the Dragon King's gossip. But nobody brought it up again. It's already 2 a.m. Just as Chen Wu felt it was time to make a move, an unusual sound suddenly came from inside. Liu Ma, drunk, pointed at Durian Mei, who had drunk a bottle of industrial alcohol and was lying on the ground, and said, "Brother, brother, old rules." Everyone was already in the zone. Durian's sister, lying asleep on the ground, was snoring loudly. They had no idea what they were about to face. Chen Wuren, standing under the windowsill, was completely stunned. This is G insane. Is this really necessary? He looked up and glanced inside, his face immediately filled with terror. Everyone had already started getting busy. The person being busy was, without a doubt, the target ordered by the Dragon King to be killed. She is also the Dragon King's woman. Chen Wu was stunned by the bizarre scene before him. My eyes even felt a little sore. It was so burning my eyes, I can't stand it anymore. Chen Wu gave a low shout, put on gloves, then stood up and bent the steel bars of the security window in front of him. Just enough for him to get in. Inside, Liu Ma and the others were all naked with their backs to Chen Wu, completely unaware of the commotion behind them. The only one who could see Chen Wu was Durian's sister, but unfortunately, after drinking a bottle of industrial alcohol, she was completely unresponsive even when being ganged up on by 5 people. Chen Wu looked at Durian's sister and almost threw up. The real person is even more visually striking than the photograph. I secretly admire these guys, they're really indiscriminate in their hunger. But then I thought about it again and realized that my Dragon King's tastes had become so unusual. I simply couldn't believe it. But now is not the time to think about these things. Completing the task is the most important thing. The 5 men were still muttering incantations, mostly vulgarities. That's unbearable to hear. He pulled a triangular bayonet from his pocket. With a swift movement, he swiftly slashed the back of each of the 5 men's necks. The 5 of them were busy when suddenly they felt a chill on their necks. Then my vision spun around and then a man in black appeared in my sight. Then consciousness disappeared. Immediately, blood spurted from the necks of the 5 men like a fountain. It took several seconds for it to reach the ground. Looking at the bloody scene before him, Chen Wu felt no discomfort whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt quite relieved. The grievances I suffered these past few days and the frustration of losing at mahjong vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Durian's sister was still snoring happily, seemingly having a sweet dream. Looking at the industrial alcohol bottle next to it, Chen Wu felt a chill run down his spine. Was this something humans could drink? Chen Wu showed no mercy whatsoever and plunged his triangular bayonet into Durian's sister's heart. The resistance is quite significant, but in the end it still went in, and with a plop, blood began to spurt out. Chen Wu was prepared for Durian's sister's resistance, but the industrial alcohol didn't give him that chance. Durian's sister didn't feel anything at all. After a while, her snoring and breathing gradually disappeared. Chen Wu wiped the triangular bayonet in his hand and put it away. The room reeked of blood. Chen Wu took a deep breath and then sent a message to Yi Chen. Task completed. Then they returned along the same route. Yi Chen, lying in bed in Longwo, felt relieved after seeing Chen Wu's message. This is about your image. Staring at the ceiling, Yi Chen felt utterly lost. Without Jiang Chengye, he felt like he couldn't move an inch. This is completely different from the plot of my previous life. Tomorrow is the day Jiang Chengye will confess his feelings again, and Yi Chen is extremely nervous. Moreover, there was a master who could injure him. Yi Chen's heart was like a roller coaster. Especially since I did something so stupid today. Yi Chen grew angrier the more he thought about it. Jiang Chengye, this is all your fault. If you don't obediently confess your feelings to Yuer tomorrow and make me slap you in the face, I'm going to lose my temper. After saying that, he got up and went to the restroom, letting out a little rant. Back in bed, Yi Chen couldn't help but grin wickedly as he recalled kicking Jiang Chengye's head like a ball. With that smile in his eyes, Yi Chen slowly drifted off to sleep. I had a really great dream. Yi Chen dreamt that he was being cut apart by more than a dozen women whose faces he couldn't make out. The next day, Jiang Chengye woke up from his dream feeling a little dazed. Was the system sending him a message in his dream? Is she implying that she should burn a maid for him? Knock knock, young master, someone is looking for you. There was another knock on his door. Jiang Chengye frowned. Good heavens, Chow Tai Fook is practically a human alarm clock. Whether the storyline continues or not, he is always woken up at this exact time every day. It's really poisonous. He got up and opened the door and then saw Joe Dafu's daisy-like smile. Who's looking for me again? Jiang Chengye asked groggily after waking up. Miss Tang, there's another one I haven't met before, but she's just as beautiful as you. Chow Tai Fook rubbed his hands together. Our young master is truly blessed with good luck but not in love. Since he stopped being a simp, beautiful girls have been coming to his door one after another. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye immediately knew who it was. It could only be that little girl, Sun Zaya. At the same time, Jiang Chengye was surprised. Why would the two female leads coincidentally meet at his door so early in the morning? Something's not right. Could it be that the two of them have already gotten together? Jiang Chengye muttered to himself. Young master, why don't you wash up first? Joe Dafu looked at the mess on Jiang Chengye's head and couldn't help but remind him. There are two of us today, so we need to be mindful of our image. Meanwhile, outside the Jiang family's gate, Sun Zaya and Tang Shiyu stood side by side outside the gate. Let's pretend we don't know each other for a bit. Sun Zaya whispered to Tang Shiyu. Last night after Sun Zaya returned home, she told Tang Shiyu about how Jiang Chengye pretended not to know her. He then shared his plan with Tang Shiyu, saying, if we're going to pretend, let's all pretend together. That way I'll feel less guilty. The two of them came to find Jiang Chengye simply to use their connections. As for their motives, everyone was afraid that the other would beat them to the punch and become Jiang Chengye's official girlfriend first. Both of them harbored their own ulterior motives. The two bodyguards in black at the door now held Jiang Chengye in the highest esteem. Both are top-tier beauties. To have either one would be an incredible stroke of luck. Two at once. Does stopping being a simp really cause a backlash? They plan to find a target to learn from Jiang Chengye. Aunt Liu and my family would be a great match. Tang Shiyu and Sun Zaya looked on expectantly inside the villa. Jiang Chengye, dressed in pajamas and sporting a messy hairstyle, made a dazzling appearance once again. Seeing Jiang Chengye like this, Tang Shiyu was relieved that she had seen him yesterday, but Sun Zaya was completely stunned and covered her mouth to laugh out loud. This was the first time she had seen Jiang Chengye like this. In her memory, Jiang Chengye always wore a sharp suit and looked very respectable. Tang Shiyu coughed softly, signaling her to tone it down. You're a criminal now. Is it funny, mosquito, what's wrong? Jiang Chengye frowned and looked at Sun Zaya then touched his unruly hair. Karen Mok, who's that? Sun Zaya looked at Jiang Chengye with a blank expression and asked, her face showing a big question mark. Hey, did you enjoy feeding the mosquitoes last night? Jiang Chengye laughed. Sun Zaya blushed slightly upon hearing this, HMPH. Jiang Chengye looked at Tang Shiyu, who was covering her mouth to stifle a soft laugh. Do you two know each other? Jiang Chengye asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiyu and Sun Zaya quickly shook their heads. We don't know her, we've never seen her before. Jiang Chengye thought to himself, are they treating me like a fool? Don't you guys know me? Coming to my place this early in the morning to grind dungeons. Tang Shiyu, who disliked lying, blushed immediately and whispered, a coincidence. Yes, Sun Zaya quickly chimed in. Jiang Chengye stared at the two of them speechlessly. Their acting skills were simply futile in front of him. Come in and have a seat, my sofa is quite spacious. Isn't this inappropriate? Tang Shiyu asked shyly. After all, Jiang Chengye had witnessed that scene yesterday. And they even took a picture of it with their phone. Thinking of this, Tang Shiyu glanced at the study and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Jiang Chengye was not there. Okay, Sun Zaya said happily and then took Jiang Chengye's hand. Let's go. Jiang Chengye looked at Tang Shiyu and smiled. Tang Shiyu was immediately captivated and nodded. Meanwhile, in Jiang Chengye's room. My goodness, when did this kid get in touch with the eldest daughter of the Sun family? Jiang Chengye held his phone in his hand, then turned off the camera. His eyes were filled with shock. "Sir, is that the eldest daughter of the Sun family?" Chow Tai-fuk was shocked upon hearing this. "The Sun family is a renowned martial arts family," Jiang Zhenhua nodded grimly. "I saw him at the Sun family's house last time. What a rebellious son. Quickly come down with me." Sun Xiaoyu's affectionate gesture of holding Jiang Chengye's hand speaks volumes about their relationship. It's definitely extraordinary. "This kid stopped being a simp and started being a player. They've come knocking on our door, don't be fooled by their seemingly amicable demeanor, a fight might break out in no time." As his father, he has to stand up and give him a good thrashing. Zhou Dafu quickly pulled the excited Jiang Zhenhua back. "Sir, mind your image." Jiang Zhenhua nodded upon hearing this, then changed his clothes and replaced his belt with a Seven Wolves belt. With all the equipment in place, Jiang Zhenhua nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that things were going badly, he immediately brought out his family heirloom, Seven Wolves, inside the living room. Jiang Chengye and the other two sat facing each other. Jiang Chengye then casually sprawled out on the sofa in a relaxed, reclining position. Seeing that the two were a little reserved, Jiang Chengye laughed and said, "Make yourself at home, don't be so stiff." Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu were taken aback upon hearing this, then felt a sweet warmth in their hearts. "Treat them like it's their own home, that's a subtle way of implying something. Have you had breakfast?" Seeing that the two remained silent, Jiang Chengye asked. Jiang Chengye was speechless. She came to him and didn't say a word. What kind of attitude was that? It would have been better if they hadn't asked. Once they did, their stomachs started rumbling in protest. "I didn't eat," Sun Xiaoyu said with a simple, honest smile. Tang Shiyu felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but wonder if their stomachs were voice-activated. "Uncle Fu, Uncle Fu." Jiang Chengye called upstairs. "Young master, what are your orders?" Chow Tai-fuk's voice came from the stairwell. The three looked over and Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu were immediately startled, quickly standing up. "Hello, Uncle Jiang. Dad, so you're home." Jiang Chengye remained in a relaxed, reclining position, but his pupils constricted when he saw the Seven Wolves sword on Jiang Zhenhua's waist. Jiang Zhenhua won't wear this out easily. If he does, he'll most likely get a beating. It all stems from the soul imprint from his childhood. Although Jiang Chengye was never beaten by Jiang Zhenhua after transmigrating, the original owner was dominated by this thing quite a bit when he was a child. Instinctively, Jiang Chengye immediately sat up. "Shiyu, Xiaoyu, you didn't even tell your uncle you were coming, please have a seat." Then he turned to Chow Tai-fuk and said, "Go ask the kitchen to add 2 more sets of tableware." Zhou Dafu responded and walked towards the kitchen. Jiang Chengye's villa is over 1,000 square meters. A Huxia and Western kitchen of over 100 square meters is quite reasonable, isn't it? And there's a dedicated chef providing 5-star standard meals. That's just how simple and unpretentious it is. There's only a little money in the family. Yesterday, Shiyu came over but didn't even come in for a visit. Uncle Jiang felt really bad about it, Jiang Zhenhua said with a smile as he sat down. Then he looked at Jiang Chengye and his expression immediately turned stern. "You're such a grown man and you don't even know how to groom yourself. Aren't you ashamed? Look at your hair, it's more like a bird's nest than your hair. You're such a disobedient son." Jiang Chengye, they didn't give me any face at all. Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu both covered their mouths and chuckled. "What are you looking at? Go upstairs and tidy up. Finish this in 5 minutes and come down for breakfast." "It wasn't Dad." I'll go right now." Jiang Chengye wanted to say something, but Jiang Zhenhua's hand was already on Seven Wolves. Under Jiang Zhenhua's tyrannical power, Jiang Chengye had no choice but to go upstairs. After Jiang Chengye went upstairs, Jiang Zhenhua looked at Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu with a kind expression. "This kid deserves a beating. Sorry for making a fool of himself." Now that only Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu were left, the atmosphere on the scene gradually became awkward. Tang Shiyu stood up first. "Uncle Jiang, I want to apologize to you. I was ignorant before, and you were given unpleasant nicknames behind my back." Their attitude was extremely sincere. Jiang Zhenhua waved his hand, his face full of satisfaction. "How can this be your fault? It's all that brat Chengye's fault. Just take what outsiders say with a grain of salt." Tang Shiyu's face flushed slightly upon hearing this, her heart pounding. "Outsider, does that mean I'm a member of the Jiang family? Oh dear, how sudden." Uncle Jiang is right, it's none of their business how our family matters are handled. Tang Shiyu blushed slightly, her small hands clenched tightly, and she spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenhua nodded, his heart skipping a beat. He meant that the Tang family and the Jiang family were business partners, not that they were one family. Although Tang Shiyu misunderstood, this also let Jiang Zhenhua know that this girl really wanted to marry into the Jiang family. I mentally gave Jiang Chengye a thumbs up again. What a genius. If anyone dares to say that a simp will end up with nothing, he will be the first to disagree. That's because you didn't lick it properly, you didn't get the hang of it. Look at my son. He's been licking her boots to the extreme, and now that he's stopped, people are coming to him on their own. At this moment, Sun Xiaoyu also stood up. Uncle Jiang, I think you're really handsome. Tang Shi looked at Sun Xiaoyu in shock. She thought Sun Xiaoyu was going to say something, but after all that, she said, "You're so handsome." Is this a compliment to her future father-in-law? When Sun Xiaoyu said those words, her mind went blank. She felt a sharp pain in her chest the moment she heard this stranger's name. She didn't want to be an outsider, she also wanted to talk to Jiang Zhenhua. They didn't have much contact with Jiang Zhenhua, only knowing that Jiang Zhenhua sought revenge after Jiang Chengye's death. They liquidated all their assets and then hired a master of the peak of internal energy to take action. Unfortunately, even the peak-level dark force expert couldn't withstand more than a few moves from Yi Chen. Jiang Zhenhua ultimately met a tragic end at the hands of Yi Chen. Seeing how such a kind and gentle elder as Jiang Zhenhua ultimately ended up with his family destroyed and his life ruined, she regretted it now. Ha ha ha. You have good taste, you have good taste. Jiang Zhenhua laughed loudly. He's the kind of person who doesn't like people flattering him. He loves hearing this kind of honest truth. This kid is good too, honest. Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu were both stunned. This actually works? It seems my future father-in-law is easy to please. With Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu showering him with praise, Jiang Zhenhua's face beamed like a daisy. You look so young, anyone who didn't know better would think you and Jiang Chengye were brothers. He clearly exercises regularly, he's vigorous and full of energy despite his age. However, it's true that she's still going strong despite her age. Female anchors often make surprise appearances, which shows she's indeed quite capable despite her age. Xiaoyu, how did you meet Chengye? Jiang Zhenhua asked with a smile. Sun Xiaoyu was just about to launch another attack to win over her. Jiang Zhenhua was stunned by the question, but it didn't stump her. Uncle Jiang, do you believe in love at first sight? Speaking of this, Jiang Zhenhua was no longer sleepy. He nodded vigorously. Back then, he and Aoyang Mingsu, who was also Jiang Chengye's mother, had only glanced at each other in a crowd, and that's how Jiang Chengye came to be. It was love at first sight for me to fall in love with Cheng Yi. I was immediately captivated by his charming aura. Cheng Yi is the prince charming of my dreams. Sun Xiaoyu clasped her hands together and said with a happy expression. Jiang Zhenhua's mind was in turmoil at this moment. He thought Jiang Chengye was secretly pursuing Sun Xiaoyu, but it turns out Sun Xiaoyu fell in love with Jiang Chengye at first sight. It might seem a bit far-fetched, but it's not impossible. After all, her son had perfectly inherited her genes. This put him in a bit of a predicament. The two of them were implying that they wanted to be Jiang Zhenhua's daughter-in-law. This is a difficult situation. He was satisfied with both of them, but polygamy was not allowed nowadays. Moreover, both of them come from respectable families, so they definitely wouldn't agree. Especially considering that the Sun family behind Sun Xiaoyu is a martial arts family. He couldn't help but worry about Jiang Chengye. Clearly, Jiang Zhenhua's worries were unnecessary. There are still several more to come. This is just the appetizer. Just then, Jiang Chengye, dressed in a gray bespoke suit and with his messy hair styled into a sideswept look, slowly walked downstairs, his handsome face perfectly showcased by the new hairstyle. He's incredibly handsome, though compared to you readers, he's still a step below. He overheard every word of their conversation. Regarding Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu's flattery of Jiang Zhenhua, Jiang Chengye remarked that the two of them could say anything. Jiang Zhenhua's attitude was so disrespectful that Jiang Chengye immediately knelt down. It was utterly disrespectful to an elder. Not ashamed at all. As for Sun Xiaoyu's claim of love at first sight, that's utter nonsense. Tang Shiyu's attitude in admitting her mistake was quite sincere. This family, who knows what might happen someday. As for Sun Xiaoyu, forget it, she has absolutely no self-awareness. What are you talking about? Jiang Chengye walked to the sofa and casually sprawled out in a relaxed, reclining position. But Jiang Zhenhua narrowed his eyes and then reached for the seven wolves' sword at his waist. He quickly sat up straight. Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu stared blankly at Jiang Chengye. He was just too handsome. Previously influenced by Yi Chen's supposedly low intelligence, they thought Jiang Chengye was very ordinary. On the contrary, Yi Chen is incredibly handsome. But once the brain drain aura is gone, Yi Chen's appearance is completely unremarkable, not handsome at all. He's quite ordinary. If I had to praise someone, they'd say they have a sunny appearance, but their heart is incredibly dark. He's simply no match for Jiang Chengye. Seeing the two girls' adoring gazes, Jiang Chengye couldn't help but feel a little smug. He thought to himself, these little devils are going to be smitten. Now you know how handsome your brother is, right? What we talk about is none of your business. Jiang Zhenhua glared at him and said. Jiang Chengye could only give an awkward smile. My own father. He was all so gentle just a moment ago, but the moment I spoke, it was like he wanted to kill me. Just then, Chow Tai Fook came out. Sir, breakfast is ready and can be served. Jiang Zhenhua looked at Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu and smiled. My two nieces, come on, try my chef's cooking. If you don't like it, we'll replace him. Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu nodded upon hearing this. Both of their stomachs were empty. I've been craving it for ages. The chef, who was placing a pot of seafood porridge on the table, was trembling slightly. My livelihood depends on these two young ladies. She earns tens of thousands of yuan a month, only responsible for 3 meals a day, and Jiang Zhenhua and Jiang Chengye are sometimes not even at home. Where else can you find such a great job? Although the two were hungry, they ate very elegantly at the dinner table. Both of them praised the chef's skills. The chef, who had been standing to the side, finally breathed a sigh of relief and quietly left. A large pot of seafood porridge was devoured by the four of them. Of course, most of them ended up in Jiang Chengye's stomach. Jiang Chengye sat in his seat with a satisfied expression. After finishing their meal, Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu got up to say goodbye. Everyone else was about to leave, but Jiang Chengye remained seated on the stool, unmoved. Jiang Zhenhua glared at him fiercely before he got up to see the two off. The three of them had just reached the villa's entrance. Just then, a truck stopped outside. Upon seeing the large truck, Jiang Chengye was taken aback, then realized it was Friday, another day of being a simp. The florist delivered the goods as usual. I used to order by phone myself, it's something I'm used to. Even though Jiang Chengye hadn't made an appointment, he still brought it over directly. A man in his 30s named Wang got off the car. He was wearing a blue shirt. It also had the words "Home" in flower shop printed on it in big letters. After getting out of the car, Wang ran up to Jiang Chengye and said with a fawning expression, Young Master Jiang, these are blue roses I just picked this morning. Shall we set off now? This departure naturally refers to going to the building downstairs at Tangyu Group. Wang was already very familiar with the process. He had gone to the scene with Chen Wu and the others the day before yesterday. Otherwise, Chen Wu and the others wouldn't have been able to create the same confession scene as Jiang Chengye so quickly. Tang Shiyu blushed slightly and looked at Jiang Chengye with deep affection. Sun Xiaoyu bit her lip, naturally knowing that Jiang Chengye always brought in truckloads of flowers to pursue Tang Shiyu. Only then did Wang notice Tang Shiyu beside Jiang Chengye, and his expression changed. He had seen Tang Shiyu a few times before. Holy crap, how come the main character is already at my house? What's going on? Has she already won him over? At this moment, Wang's heart was breaking. If Jiang Chengye won over that person, wouldn't all those thousands of acres of precious flowers they had planted for Jiang Chengye just rot in the ground? Thanks to Jiang Chengye these past few years, they've bought cars and houses, their consumption level has skyrocketed, and they've even started wearing luxury goods. If Jiang Chengye weren't around, their quality of life would seriously decline. Jiang Chengye's eyes shifted slightly and he saw Tang Shiyu's loving gaze, then looked at Sun Xiaoyu with a resentful expression. An angel on the left, a demon on the right. Jiang Chengye's eyes lit up. He hadn't seen Yi Chen for a day, so he decided to take this opportunity to accompany Yi Chen through the plot. Given Yi Chen's dedication, that kid is probably already squatting at the entrance of Tang Yu Group. You go ahead and set things up, I'll be there shortly. Wang Er was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then overjoyed. He had thought that this truckload of roses would be used as fertilizer again, just like the last one. He wondered if he would ever encounter a great trader like Chen Wu again. Unexpectedly, this young master Jiang wanted to continue confessing his feelings, as expected of the most affectionate person in Jiangbei, clear. After saying that, he jogged along and happily drove the truck towards Tang Yu Group. Chengye, there's no need for all that trouble anymore, I'm willing. Tang Shiyu lowered her head and replied shyly. Sun Xiaoyu was so angry she was practically turning into a pufferfish. I mainly want to experience that feeling again, that feeling from before. Jiang Chengye scratched his head and said. Tang Shiyu and Sun Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Chengye suspiciously upon hearing this, not expecting him to have such a hobby. I want to go too. Sun Xiaoyu shouted, but no sooner had she finished speaking than her phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Zhang Zheng calling, he leaned to the side to answer it. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Zheng's furious voice came through. Sun Xiaoyu, it's so late and I still haven't seen you, where have you been? He glanced at Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu. Thankfully they weren't on speakerphone, otherwise it would have been awkward. Team leader Zhang, I'm not feeling well, I'll be right there. Hearing Sun Xiaoyu say she wasn't feeling well, Zhang Zheng's voice softened. Is your phone broken? Are you feeling better now? If you are, come to the old town as soon as possible. He added in a deep voice, there's been a murder here, 6 people are dead. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu's expression immediately turned solemn. 6 people have died, this is a really big deal. Before Sun Xiaoyu could even think, Zhang Zheng continued, and the 6 dead people were the extortionists that Liu Wei and his group were staking out yesterday. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu instantly knew who the murderer was. Yi Chen, only a demon like Yi Chen would dare to kill like this within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. You beast, 6 precious lives and he has cruelly taken them all. If she weren't outmatched by Yi Chen, she would have torn him to pieces by now. After chatting with Zhang Zheng for a few minutes, Sun Xiaoyu hung up the phone. Although she knew that Yi Chen was involved in this matter without evidence, it was all just talk. She was determined to personally gather evidence and bring that despicable Yi Chen to justice. She gave Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu a complicated look, then a bright smile appeared on her face. I have something to do tonight, so I'll be going now. After saying that, he ran to his car and slowly drove away, watched by Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu. Jiang Chengye's gaze was somewhat complicated. He had heard the entire conversation between Sun Xiaoyu and Zhang Zheng on the phone. Thinking about how this girl had been feeding on mosquitoes outside for so long last night, and then came to see me again early this morning, only to be scolded by my boss, I couldn't help but feel a little touched. However, Jiang Chengye frowned as he thought about how 6 people had died in the old city. The storyline supposedly spans 9 lifetimes, but that's completely untrue. 6 people died at once, this is no small matter. To kill 5 people at once and all of them by beheading is something no ordinary person could do. It must have been a martial artist. Moreover, their strength is considerable. Jiang Chengye couldn't help but think of Yi Chen. However, it's just suspicion. Yi Chen probably has no connection to the extortionists. Chengye, will you come with me? Just then, Tang Shiyu asked in a low voice. Although she didn't know what Sun Xiaoyu was rushing off to do, Jiang Chengye was planning to confess his feelings to her. Whether Jiang Chengye wanted to experience it or had other ideas, she would just accept and become his girlfriend. How wonderful! Tang Shiyu's question immediately pulled Jiang Chengye back to reality as he was deep in thought. Then she started thinking about where Yi Chen was now, since Tang Shiyu had already dealt with Yi Chen the day before yesterday. I wonder if Yi Chen will come back to participate in the storyline again. Today's scene is meant to provoke Jiang Chengye's dissatisfaction, as Jiang Chengye sees Yi Chen and Tang Shiyu walking intimately together. The first time, he found someone to teach her a lesson. This second time, Jiang Chengye took a huge risk and kidnapped Tang Shiyu, intending to do something wicked. Then Tang Shiyu calls Yi Chen for help, and the story ends perfectly with the hero rescuing the damsel in distress. Next, Sun Xiaoyu makes her appearance. From a normal person's perspective, given how badly the plot had already fallen apart at Grandma Su's birthday banquet last time, even if Yi Chen's brain were as thin as a walnut, he wouldn't be thinking about following the plot again. However, nothing is absolute and the outcome is still uncertain. Yi Chen's brain might not even be the size of a walnut. You should drive there first. You're the general manager of the group. I bet Wang Zia has been urging you for a while now. It's almost 9 o'clock now, well past work hours, and Tang Shiyu's phone has been vibrating every now and then. It's probably Wang Zia who sent the message. Tang Shiyu, looking pitiful, held Jiang Chengye's hand and said, "You must come later." Jiang Chengye patted her cold little hand helplessly and nodded heavily. It's said that for a man to pursue a woman is like climbing a mountain, but for a woman to pursue a man is like piercing a thin veil. It's absolutely impossible to refuse. Tang Shiyu felt a sweet warmth in her heart after receiving Jiang Chengye's affirmative reply. She tiptoed and gave Jiang Chengye a quick, light kiss on the lips. Jiang Chengye instantly felt the warm touch on his lips. Tang Shiyu had intended to give him a light kiss. Just as they were about to part, Jiang Chengye suddenly wrapped his arms around Tang Shiyu's slender waist. Their lips, about to part, pressed tightly together. Jiang Chengye launched a domineering attack. Tang Shiyu's pupils dilated slightly and her breathing became rapid. Feeling Jiang Chengye's hot breath, she instantly felt weak all over. She collapsed directly into Jiang Chengye's arms. Their lips parted after a long while. "Go quickly." Jiang Chengye released Tang Shiyu and whispered in her ear. Tang Shiyu blushed and nodded slightly. As Jiang Chengye watched Tang Shiyu drive away, he turned around and saw Jiang Zhenhua looking at him with a face full of satisfaction. "Peeking again?" "No, this time it's openly peeking." "Good." Yeah. Jiang Zhenhua gave a thumbs up and smiled. Jiang Chengye, he instantly switched expressions, adopting a poker face and said, "Come in, I need to talk to you." Good heavens, a master of face changing. Upon entering the villa, Jiang Chengye and Jiang Zhenhua sat facing each other. "My son, you've made your choice and I'm very pleased," Jiang Zhenhua said. "But I can tell that Xiaoyu seems to like you quite a bit too." Most of the power struggles between wealthy families in TV dramas stem from this kind of situation. How do you plan to handle it? Jiang Chengye felt ashamed. His father was an incomparably dignified and domineering CEO outside, but once he got home, he completely let loose. They also love watching those TV dramas about power struggles within wealthy families like Summer's Desire, which are the kind that put your values to the ground and rub them into the dirt. In response to Jiang Zhenhua's question, Jiang Chengye's lips curled into a wry smile. "Dad, actually I don't want to either, but mainly because I'm a cursed man now. These things are no longer up to me. All I can say is, I'll try my best to give you a few big, healthy grandsons." "It's all the system's fault. What does it have to do with him?" "What?" Jiang Zhenhua stood up abruptly, staring at Jiang Chengye with a look of horror on his face. The buckle on the Seven Wolves belt around his waist suddenly popped open. "The seal has loosened." "Wrong." It was Jiang Zhenhua's belly that stretched open the already rusty Seven Wolves pee. But then Jiang Zhenhua's pants fell down. An awkward atmosphere filled the air. Jiang Zhenhua quickly pulled up his pants and rushed upstairs, shouting as he went, "You unfilial son! You unfilial son!" At the entrance of Tangyu Group, Yi Chen, dressed in a security guard uniform, quietly hid in a corner. He'd been waiting here for ages. Their eyes were constantly fixed on the passing vehicles. "Damn it. Jiang Chengye, where the hell have you been?" Then, looking at the cars parked in front of Tangyu Group, he continued, "Yours car isn't here either. Can't you pay a little attention? If your world is affected because of this, how will you take responsibility? How will you take responsibility for me? It's already rush hour and Tang Shiyu's car is nowhere to be seen, nor is Jiang Chengye. His mind is in a mess right now and he's very anxious." This was his last chance for Jiang Chengye. If he didn't show up, the Dragon King would truly lose his temper. He had no idea that he had secretly collected 2 little green hats in his walk-in closet. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, a large truck slowly came into his view. Upon seeing the familiar truck, Yi Chen burst into tears. He brought flowers. But upon closer inspection, the Lamborghini that should have been following behind was nowhere to be seen. Following behind was a 9 times used Alto. Could it be that the Jiang family has gone bankrupt? Then, the engine of the 9-handed Alto roared to life, and after overtaking the parked truck at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, it finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that no one was behind him, Yi Chen's heart started pounding again. Wang immediately began unloading the goods and setting up the site. Seeing this, Yi Chen instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced behind him to make sure no one was around, then stepped forward and patted the busy Wang on the shoulder. "Brother, who ordered these decorations for your car?" Upon hearing this, Wang looked up at Yi Chen and realized from his clothes that he was a security guard. He looked unfamiliar and was probably new. Wang knew almost all the security guards here. Yi Chen had been hiding when Wang came the day before yesterday and hadn't shown up until Wang left. "Naturally, it's the eldest son of the Jiang family," Wang said proudly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face blossomed into a chrysanthemum-like smile. Fortunately, he didn't grin wickedly, otherwise Wang would have definitely abandoned the car and fled. "Where is young Master Jiang?" Wang chuckled. "Young Master Jiang won't be here for a while. I've been setting up the scene first. Brother, you seem to have a lot of free time. Do you want to lend a hand? Young Master Jiang won't treat you unfairly. You should know that he could earn several thousand yuan in tips each time he helped Jiang Chengye set up the scene." After getting the information he wanted, Yi Chen prepared to go further away. He still wanted his help. After all, he was the Dragon King. "Take your time with your work," Yi Chen said calmly, then turned around and went back to the corner to continue squatting. He was still a little worried. After all, he didn't know where Tang Xiyu was now. Wang shook his head. He was giving Yi Chen a chance to prove himself because he was relatively young. One match's earnings were equivalent to a month's salary for a lowly security guard like him. He didn't call any of the security guards inside. "They're so ungrateful." Just as Yi Chen was feeling worried, Tang Xiyu's Porsche 911 slowly came into his view. "It seems I was overthinking it. Everything is under control." Yi Chen gave a wicked smile and looked at Tang Xiyu's car, saying calmly. But to Yi Chen's surprise, Tang Xiyu and Jiang Ran parked the car next to Wang then rolled down the window as if to say something to Wang And what's most strange is the blush on Tang Xiyu's face. "What's going on?" After exchanging a few words with Wang Tang Xiyu parked her car in a parking space and entered the company with a cheerful expression. "Why are you dressed so nicely for work? Did you know I was coming?" Yi Chen revealed another confident smile and said in a low voice. He was more concerned about the unusual blush on Tang Xiyu's face than about how pleasing her outfit was to the eye today. "I've never seen Tang Xiyu wear this outfit before. She looks so pure and innocent. She must have worn it for him." And he came. While Jiang Zhenhua was going upstairs, Jiang Chengye took advantage of the moment and ran away. And this time they brought bodyguards. If they're going to act, they'll go all the way. 2 large black Jinbei vans followed behind Jiang Chengye's Lamborghini. They drove in a grand procession toward Tangyu Group. "Master. Something terrible has happened. Young Master has gone to Tangyu Group again." Zhou Dafu stumbled and crawled all the way to Jiang Zhenhua's room, exclaiming in surprise. Jiang Zhenhua stood by the window with his hands behind his back holding the 7 Wolves cigarettes he had just changed out of. "I know, it's not like it's the first time. Why are you making such a fuss?" He said it calmly. Zhou Dafu was taken aback for a moment, then scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. A conditioned reflex, a conditioned reflex. A hint of worry appeared in Jiang Zhenhua's eyes, regarding Jiang Chengye's domineering desire to have it all. "He still hasn't recovered. Forget it, let the young people handle their own affairs." A bitter smile appeared on Jiang Zhenhua's lips. Downstairs at Tangyu Group, Yi Chen remained crouched in the corner. The roar of the Lamborghini reached his ears from a great distance. Yi Chen's face lit up with ecstatic joy. Upon seeing that familiar Lamborghini Reventon, Yi Chen almost lost control and was about to kick the car away. "I've waited so long and today has finally come. I've waited so long and my dream has finally come true." The flowers in Yi Chenhua are almost withered. Jiang Chengye, who was in the car, immediately spotted Yi Chen crouching in the corner. Good heavens, his brain really isn't even the size of a walnut. Even after all this, they still insist on following the storyline. He's a true role model. A wicked smile crept across Jiang Chengye's lips. After getting out of the car, Jiang Chengye waved his hand, and the dozen or so bodyguards who got out of the large golden cup quickly began to disperse the onlookers. Yi Chen secretly gave a thumbs up. It really took Jiang Shao's personal intervention. Before long, everything was ready. Oh my, it's this young man today. I thought he wasn't coming. In a little while, remember the usual. If you hurry up, you'll earn your month's salary in 2 days. In our line of work, remember, you have to be thick-skinned. After this boss's failed confession and he leaves, all these flowers are ours, so don't be shy. This is all money. Among the onlookers, several elderly men and women carrying plastic buckets pointed at the roses scattered on the ground and said in a deep voice to the middle-aged man beside them. Clearly, they are passing on their experience. Inside Tang Yu Group, Wang Zia strained to look out the window, and the 2 giant pandas on her chest were deformed from being squeezed by the windowsill. She turned to Tang Shiyu, who was signing documents, and asked, "I thought he wasn't coming today. Is this all? I thought he was so tough." This he naturally refers to Jiang Chengye. If Jiang Chengye heard this, he would definitely ask Wang Zia to personally verify whether he was hard or not. "Zia Oxia, you're not allowed to speak ill of Chengye in front of me or I'll dock your pay." Tang Shiyu smiled and signed the document as she spoke. But my heart had already flown downstairs, thinking back to Jiang Chengye's domineering kiss just now and his tongue. Right now, all she wants is to lie down with Jiang Chengye and have a good chat about life. "No way, you've really fallen for her. You keep calling her Chengye, a homophone for all night in Huxia, and you've been like a completely different person ever since the birthday banquet at Grandma Sue's the day before yesterday. What's going on?" Wang Zia sat down next to Tang Shiyu, propped her head up with both hands, tilted her head and looked at Tang Shiyu, asking a question. Tang Shiyu put down her pen, her eyes filled with deep happiness. "This is the red thread that the old man of the moon tied for me. It was so thin before that I didn't notice it, but now it's as thick as a tree and can't be cut anymore." She whispered, her face flushing red, then looked at Wang Zia and said, "Do you know what I mean?" Wang Zia shook her head quickly. "I don't understand." "It's understandable that you don't understand. You should start worrying about your other half. You're already 25 and still single. Be careful or no one will want you in the future." Tang Shiyu smiled and then continued signing the documents with her head down. "I have a great figure and I'm good-looking. Why would I be afraid of not finding someone?" Wang Zia proudly displayed her 2 impressive breasts, making her shirt look like it was about to burst open. All right, I know you have a 36D, stop your magic tricks now. This dress is going to explode if you keep going." Tang Shiyu said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Wang Zia snorted softly upon hearing this, then asked seriously, as your best friend and secretary, tell me honestly, why are you dressed up so beautifully today?" "It's nothing, I just went to Chengai's house this morning and had seafood porridge, that's why I'm late." Wang Zia was immediately taken aback upon hearing this. They had actually come to her door. Why are you being so unreserved? Even if you like Jiang Chengye now, isn't it a bit inappropriate to chase him all the way home?" Tang Shiyu rolled her eyes at her. "What do you mean by not being reserved?" "I'm doing this for love." Wang Zia looked at Tang Shiyu with a gossipy expression. "So you 2 are together now?" Tang Shiyu smiled faintly. "Not yet." Wang Zia suddenly understood. Jiang Chengye's confession had a 100% chance of success. No wonder she's not wearing business attire anymore, she's dressed so beautifully, so that's why. There was another explosion on the 2nd and 3rd floors of Tang Yu Group, and several employees near the windows started watching the drama unfold. This time, it's young Master Jiang. Look how handsome he is. Yeah, I think young Master Jiang looks much more handsome than when he came last time. Indeed, he's a bit more handsome than me. Don't be ridiculous, you're not even as good as young Master Jiang's little toe. I thought it was that greasy old man filming another skit, but young Master Jiang is really persistent. Wow, so handsome. He's so talented, I wonder what Mr. Tang was thinking. If it were me, I'd take a nice shower and lie down on young Master Jiang's bed. It's starting. Oh yeah. Below, Jiang Chengye stood in the middle of a huge blue sea of flowers holding a bouquet of vibrant blue roses. A ray of sunlight shone on Jiang Chengye's profile, a slight smile playing on his lips. Following the storyline is still as exhilarating as ever. Oh dear, it's definitely more pleasing to the eye when young Master Jiang stands amidst the sea of flowers. That uncle the other day was truly an eyesore. That's right, I second that. I second that. Hiding in the corner, Yi Chen frowned slightly, feeling that Jiang Chengye seemed a little different from his previous life. I don't remember this guy being this handsome. He's almost as good-looking as me now, how come? And this outfit isn't from my previous life, it's what I wore during my first confession. Shouldn't he be wearing a custom-made black Armani suit now to look more formal? Yi Chen clearly has an inexplicable confidence in his looks. Following the typical melodramatic tropes of novels, the difference between this crooked-mouthed protagonist and the rich second-generation villains is like the gap between an ordinary person and a celebrity. As for the different outfits, Yi Chen suddenly had his own understanding. Could it be that he had remembered the time wrong and today was the day Jiang Chengye was supposed to confess his feelings? Could it be that I was reborn too early? It's not impossible. Thinking about this, Yi Chen felt a little regretful. He had acted impulsively at the time, which directly affected his impression of Tang Shiyu. Clearly, Yi Chen's IQ had plummeted to an alarming level and he had begun to console himself. All units are ready, prepare to shout. At the command of Jiang Chengye's bodyguard, the black-clad bodyguards behind him smirked slightly. Instantly, the handmade megaphone began to shout, the voices perfectly synchronized. Tang Shiyu be my girlfriend. Tang poetry. Meanwhile, Tang Shiyu on the top floor had been waiting for this shout. A shy blush appeared on her face, then she tossed aside the documents in her hand and launched herself forward in her chair. Wang Zia, who was talking to her, immediately froze on the spot. Wang Zia was dumbfounded, her face full of question marks. Had she somehow managed to lose control after being exposed to some kind of advanced technology? You are wait for me. The company employees were all shocked to see Tang Shiyu rushing downstairs. The young male employees in particular were completely enraged. Masaka. Is our goddess doomed? It's over, I've never seen President Tang look like this before, he's probably gone. I'm going to jump off a building, I don't want to live anymore. Go ahead and dance. It's been a while since we've had a feast. Yes, I've been craving this feast for days. You go ahead and dance, I'll give you 100 yuan and treat you to a big meal. You guys are inhuman. Yi Chen stared intently at the lobby downstairs and then finally saw Tang Shiyu walk out of the elevator. The female lead is here, the male lead is about to make his entrance. Yi Chen straightened his clothes and styled his hair. He slowly walked out from the corner. Ace pilot requests deployment. Jiang Chengye was watching Yi Chen's every move and at this moment he looked at Yi Chen as if he were a chihuahua. He can still laugh now but he'll probably cry himself to death in the bathroom in a minute. Wait for me. Wang Zia, wearing high heels, followed Tang Shiyu with a clattering sound, but Tang Shiyu didn't hear her at all. At this moment she only had eyes for Jiang Chengye who stood amidst the sea of flowers. My heart was pounding. Jiang Chengye's lips curved into a beautiful smile. The onlookers who were stopped by the bodyguards started performing beatboxing, some cheering and some whistling. Tang Shiyu slowly walked to the edge of the heart shape, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, looking at Jiang Chengye with deep affection. She had made countless mistakes at this moment, but thankfully Jiang Chengye was willing to give her another chance. She vowed she would never forget it for the rest of her life. Yi Chen had already silently walked to the door of the lobby. Wang Zia stood aside, watching the scene unfold before her. This moment belonged to Tang Shiyu. It would be impolite for her to go forward again. Although Jiang Chengye has a bad reputation, he has been able to persist in confessing his feelings to Tang Shiyu for 5 or 6 years. This is enough to show that he still loves Tang Shiyu very much. All she could do was wish the lovers a happy ending. She even felt a slight pang of envy. Her Mr. Right won't appear for a long time. Although she's very beautiful, it's precisely because of her beauty that no one pursues her. So she's also a tragic figure who's been single for 25 years. Suddenly, he noticed Yi Chen standing to the side, his pupils contracted instantly, and he glared at Yi Chen angrily, saying, Yi Chen, weren't you fired? What are you doing here wearing our company's security guard uniform? Yi Chen didn't speak upon hearing this but instead gave a faint, crooked, wicked smile. Upon seeing this, Wang Zia felt her breath catch in her throat, her pretty face filled with terror, and she quickly hid inside the lobby. Oh my god, that was terrifying. She huddled in a corner, her two breasts seemingly startled, heaving uncontrollably. Little brat, I'll make you swoon. Yi Chen stopped his crooked, wicked smile and watched Wang Zia run away in self-consciousness. Yi Chen felt that the charm of his crooked, wicked smile had reached a new level. Perhaps because he had just launched yesterday, his overflowing masculine energy had been contained. Jiang Chengye happened to catch this scene out of the corner of his eye and was immediately shocked. Did Yi Chen eat the rubber fruit? Jiang Chengye's memory of Yi Chen's crooked smile wasn't this outrageous. That mouth is practically splitting to the roots of its ears, and there's a huge Nike logo on it. It's terrifying. Jiang Chengye almost couldn't resist the urge to rush forward and tear Yi Chen's mouth apart. But now is not the time. He looked at Tang Xiu, who was as beautiful as an angel, and slowly knelt down on one knee, presenting her with the blue rose in his hand. You, or will you be my girlfriend? Tang Xiu covered his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes. Before he could speak, the crowd in the distance began to shout again. Say yes, say yes. The two are a perfect match, a truly adorable couple. Tang Xiu shook her head slightly. I knew it, Mr. Tang is still the same Mr. Tang. Young Master Jiang has failed again. Let's wait for the proposal on Sunday. What a pity, although young Master Jiang is very handsome, he's still a little bit inferior to me. Don't just drink alcohol, eat some more food. Oh yeah. The employees of Tangyu Group upstairs thought Jiang Chengye had a 100% chance of winning this time, but they were surprised. Seeing this, Yi Chen, standing behind Tang Xiu, declared, Ace pilot request to go into battle. He did a deep squat jump and landed next to Tang Xiu. Jiang Chengye immediately stood up upon seeing this, comments. Tang Xiu also sensed a dark figure appear beside her, and when she turned her head she was immediately startled. You beast, she was completely bewildered. How could Yi Chen be so persistent? They've already been fired, but they're still shamelessly coming back. Call the police, you must call the police. Yi Chen remained expressionless and gave Tang Xiu a smile. Seeing the tears in Tang Xiu's eyes, he felt a warmth in his heart. It must be his appearance that made Tang Xiu feel safe. I was immediately moved to tears. Although they may seem incredibly cold towards me, when they actually see me, they must deeply regret their previous indifference. I'm the only one who cares about you, my back to you. Lean on my shoulder and cry your heart out. Yi Chen was overjoyed and had already begun to imagine how Tang Xiu would kneel down and sing Conquer for him. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Then, turning to Jiang Chengye, he shouted sternly, Our CEO Tang has already rejected you. Please leave and don't interfere with our company's work. Jiang Chengye looked at Yi Chen with amusement and handed the flowers in his hand to Tang Xiu. Yi Chen immediately stepped in to stop him, looking like a loyal little dog protecting its master. What, didn't you hear me? Mr. Tang doesn't want your flowers. Get out of here or I'll call the police. Tang Xiu bypassed him and accepted the flowers from Jiang Chengye. Who said I refused? Did I say anything? Yi Chen froze on the spot, shocked as he watched Tang Xiu affectionately take Jiang Chengye's arm. The atmosphere immediately reached a climax. Although she didn't know why Yi Chen would suddenly appear here, Tang Xiu wanted him to see with his own eyes that she and Jiang Chengye would finally become a couple. Since we're here, let's experience what love is all about. She looked at the crowd around her, then released her grip on Jiang Chengye's hand. She declared loudly, I, Tang Xiu, will not be your girlfriend, I will be your wife and the mother of your children. Then he forcefully kissed Jiang Chengye's lips. Boom! Hearing Tang Xiu's words and seeing the scene before him, Yi Chen was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. He seemed oblivious to the cheers and whistles around him. It felt like tiny bees were buzzing around in my head. Sensing Tang Xiu's initiative, Jiang Chengye didn't hesitate and directly embraced Tang Xiu's slender waist. The wails of the male employees inside Tangyu Group continued to echo, while the female employees watched the two kissing below with tears in their eyes. Wang Zia watched all of this from inside the lobby, her eyes slightly moist. Seeing your smile, you must be very happy right now. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded at this moment, and even a wisp of white smoke was rising from the top of his head. The CPU is probably fried. He didn't know why things had turned out this way. Tang Xiu was clearly his woman, but now it's like this. No, this isn't real. This must be a nightmare, it definitely is. It's all fake. It's all fake. A dragon roared in his heart and then he raised his hand and slapped himself. My face was burning with pain, but the scene before my eyes didn't disappear. Jiang Chengye continued to hold Tang Shiyu in his arms, lost in a passionate kiss. Even the tongue and the corners of the mouth shut up. Yi Chen roared angrily, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. It was filled with hatred. Yi Chen felt a heavy weight on his head right in front of him. This is treating him like he's not human. Everyone was startled by Yi Chen's roar. Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu finally released each other after Yi Chen's angry shout. There were even some things connecting the two of them. Jiang Chengye thoughtfully took out a tissue and gave it to Tang Shiyu to wipe her face. Yi Chen was furious, thinking about the durian girl he had played with yesterday. Then look at Tang Shiyu, she's completely out of it, her head is practically throbbing with blood. How could you do this? Yi Chen looked at Tang Shiyu, his heart breaking. Yi Chen, aren't you going a bit too far? Are we that close? I think I've only met you a few times. Besides, Tang Yu Group has already fired you. You have absolutely no connection with Tang Yu Group now and even less with me. Tang Shiyu shouted at Yi Chen. Jiang Chengye's bodyguards, who were silently shedding tears, were completely stunned by Yi Chen's angry shout. Rich people always end up together while you, the poor one, end up as a dog by their side. Why did you make a sound? When did it become your place to point fingers? It's my business what I say, what's it to you? Jiang Chengye glanced at him disdainfully, then lowered his head and kissed Tang Shiyu's cheek. Moi. Yi Chen's face was flushed red at this moment. If he had a long beard, he could easily look like Guan Yu. He felt like he was the Joker. Jiang Chengye, you beast. With white smoke rising from his hair, Yi Chen glared at Jiang Chengye and asked, his face full of resentment. At this moment in her mind, Tang Shiyu had already slid from the cold palace to the ranks of a slave. He wanted to make Tang Shiyu regret her actions and make her witness the downfall of the Tang family. And in this life, Jiang Chengye will absolutely not let him die so easily. Tang Shiyu looked at Yi Chen strangely, then suddenly seemed to think of something, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. All signs indicate that Yi Chen may very well have been reborn. The surrounding crowd was immediately enraged when they saw Yi Chen's indignant expression. Someone confessed their feelings and got a kiss, and you insult them like this. What a scoundrel! Someone in the crowd recognized Yi Chen as the one who beat Chen Wu the day before yesterday and exclaimed in surprise. This security guard is the same one who beat someone up last time. Now he's actually in charge. We accepted that the greasy old man hit us last time, but now that they've finally gotten together, he's actually cursing at them. This caused quite a stir, and many people immediately began to discuss it. That's him. I think I remember the police announcement later said that the security guard and those people confessing their feelings filmed the skit together. Holy crap, it was him. I thought he was bursting with a sense of justice when he stepped forward, but now I see he's practically inhuman. This kid's got some nerve. This is the eldest son of the Jiang family, the young master of Jiang Cheng Group. He dares to curse him, he's got some nerve. Are they blind? Are these dozen or so bodyguards in black just for show? Actually, I recognized him a long time ago. I bet this kid has someone secretly filming a skit again. This kid doesn't look like a good person at all. Look, smoke is coming out of his head. Is he even human? His CPU might be fried. God, the CPU burned out, bro. You're trying to make me laugh to death. Oh yeah. Jiang Chengye looked calmly at the enraged Yi Chen, somewhat puzzled. Hadn't that punch at old Madame Sue's birthday banquet the day before yesterday taught him a lesson? You're just a lowly security guard who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that. This line is from the original storyline, but to Yi Chen at that moment it sounded so jarring. Upon hearing Jiang Chengye's words, the three black-clad bodyguards behind Yi Chen immediately surrounded him. As soon as Jiang Chengye gives the order, the battle will begin. Although Yi Chen's intelligence had severely declined, he knew that if he made a move now, he would probably end up in the police station again soon. There were people all around. The Dragon King couldn't keep suffering losses in the same place. Now is not a good time to take action. He looked at the three black-clad bodyguards surrounding him and said coldly, "Get out of the way." However, the three bodyguards in black remained unmoved. Jiang Chengye, tell your men to get out of the way. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Chengye and said calmly, his killing intent emanating from him. He charged straight at Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu. The three bodyguards felt a chill run down their spines as they sensed the murderous aura emanating from Yi Chen. Jiang Chengye merely smiled slightly, his face calm, and a gentle aura emanating from him directly neutralized Yi Chen's murderous intent. Tang Shiyu even felt the gentle breeze of the spring equinox. "What, you think you can just leave after insulting me?" Jiang Chengye said with amusement. Without wasting words, Yi Chen released his inner energy, sending the three black-clad bodyguards flying. A master of internal strength. The three bodyguards exchanged a glance in midair, all inwardly exclaiming in surprise. They were all at the initial stage of the beginner level, so they naturally knew that Yi Chen was releasing his internal energy. This is something only a master of the dark force stage can do. It was only because Jiang Chengye sensed that Yi Chen wasn't going to kill him that he refrained from making a move. But this sudden scene stunned the ordinary people present. What's going on? Three burly men, each over 6 feet tall, just suddenly flew out of the air. My God, what kind of performance is this? I have no idea, it just came out of nowhere. Could this be some kind of coordinated acrobatic performance? You protect the young master. The other 8 or 9 bodyguards immediately surrounded Yi Chen, keeping a distance of at least 1 meter. After all, Yi Chen was a master of internal energy. Their strength was simply no match for him, so they might as well stand further away. Yi Chen, what exactly do you want? Tang Shiyu stood in front of Jiang Chengye to protect him. She could now see that Yi Chen also possessed memories of his past life. Although she had cultivated martial arts in her previous life, she only had the strength of the early stage of Ming Jin. Despite her inferior strength, Tang Shiyu still stood in front of Jiang Chengye. Yi Chen remained silent, his eyes coldly fixed on Tang Shiyu. Even in her past life, Tang Shiyu had never cared for him like this. Since he can't have it, then let's destroy it all. Seeing Tang Shiyu standing in front of him, Jiang Chengye was deeply moved. He reached out and patted Tang Shiyu's delicate shoulder and chuckled softly. He can't threaten me now, it's all right." Upon hearing this, Tang Shiyu suddenly recalled that at old Madame Su's birthday banquet when Yi Chen was hitting Jiang Chengye, she suddenly flew out. Jiang Chengye must be quite powerful. She turned to Jiang Chengye and smiled sweetly. "I won't let anyone hurt you." "Silly girl." Jiang Chengye gently rubbed his head, his face full of doting affection. "I'm not going to argue with you, just get lost." Jiang Chengye looked at Yi Chen and said with a smile, his face full of disdain. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards in black quickly made way for them. "Jiang Chengye, one day I will make you wish you were dead." Yi Chen said fiercely, then looked deeply at Tang Shiyu, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Then, with his hands behind his back, he slowly walked away. Jiang Chengye's lips curled up slightly, completely ignoring Yi Chen's threat. And would he really let him go so easily? After Yi Chen turned around, a wisp of energy quietly separated from Jiang Chengye's body, using the same principle as Tine Shinhan's Kai Bomb. Jiang Chengye moved his hand slightly and that aura rushed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen was immediately sent flying, his head hitting the steps directly. Thump! The sound of a head making intimate contact with marble rang out. "It sounds like a good start." Yi Chen lay motionless on the ground without uttering a sound. The onlookers were all shocked. What was going on? How did I suddenly fly out of the way and fall face first into poop? However, from that crisp sound just now, you could tell that Yi Chen was on a good footing. Serves him right, a security guard acting like that. You reap what you sow. Should we call an ambulance? Are you going to hit me? No fighting. Oh dear, how could you be so careless? You even tripped while walking. Jiang Chengye feigned surprise. Tang Shiyu gave Jiang Chengye a strange look. Was this really an accident? She thinks she saw Yi Chen fly out on his own. Can I sit in your office for a while? Jiang Chengye looked at Tang Shiyu and smiled. Tang Shiyu blushed, nodded, and softly replied with a single word, okay. This confession has now come to an end. Amid cheers, Jiang Chengye, holding Tang Shiyu's small hand, entered Tang Yu group. Young master, should we call an ambulance? Zhang Si, the bodyguard who often accompanied Jiang Chengye, asked in a low voice when he saw Yi Chen not moving. Jiang Chengye waved his hand. What do you think? If you lose your car somewhere else, it'll just be an eyesore here. What if I die? Zhang Si asked with a solemn expression. He won't die, even if he did, what would it have to do with us? He fell down on his own anyway. Jiang Chengye said indifferently. He was still careful in his actions. Besides, this was only the beginning and it would be so boring if Yi Chen died. If Yi Chen were killed so easily, there would be no fun left to play. Clear. Liu Si smiled. However, upon glancing at Yi Chen lying face down, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This is a master of internal energy cultivation. We must throw him far away. After everyone saw Yi Chen's bodyguards carry Yi Chen into the car, they assumed that Jiang Chengye had ordered his men to take Yi Chen to the hospital for treatment, and couldn't help but sigh that Jiang Chengye was truly a good person. But if they knew that they did it to get Yi Chen away from them, they would be even more moved. Amid cheers from the crowd, Jiang Chengye led Tang Shiyu into Tang Yu group. Jiang Chengye didn't forget to wave and thank the onlookers. The onlookers began to leave, leaving only a dozen or so elderly men and women carrying plastic buckets as well as middle-aged women. At this moment, these people were pale-faced and their eyes were often filled with tears. They never expected that Jiang Chengye would succeed in confessing his feelings. What does this mean? It means they're about to lose their jobs. Looking at the blue roses scattered on the ground, they suddenly didn't smell so appealing anymore. Because this is the last meal, they will need to find another way to make a living from now on. However, the money they've earned in the past few years is enough for them to live a comfortable life in the future. Son, you should just stick to your job. Actually, 100,000 a month isn't bad. An old man carrying a plastic bucket looked at his son beside him and said that they were the ones who had just been passing on their experience to him. Let's forget about it for now, there's always a risk involved. Look at that person, they confessed their feelings and succeeded and immediately lost their job, but I just resigned yesterday. Oh yeah. Your congratulations. Wang Zia, hiding in the lobby, smiled as she looked at Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu. Hee, now I'm no longer single, Zia Oxia, you'd better try harder. Tang Shiyu said with a smug look on her face. Upon hearing this, Wang Zia glanced at Jiang Chengye slightly. I don't know what he's thinking. The company was in complete chaos. Although they were heartbroken, everyone still offered their blessings to Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu. Tang Shiyu, Jiang Chengye arrived at her office. Wang Zia naturally didn't go in to avoid suspicion, and in. At this moment, only Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu were in the office. I didn't expect your office to be so big. Jiang Chengye looked left and right. This pathos is doing a great job, it looks so beautiful. The lighting here is quite good. Tang Shiyu sat in the boss's chair, quietly watching Jiang Chengye. This was Jiang Chengye's first time in her office. Why are there flowers on my face? Why are you staring at me? Jiang Chengye laughed. Tang Shiyu's face flushed slightly. Yes, there are flowers. Jiang Chengye brought his face close to Tang Shiyu's, saying, come on, look all you want. He acted as if he was ready to be picked at will. Tang Shiyu reached out and stroked Jiang Chengye's face, her expression full of affection. All night I'm so scared that this is all a dream, scared that when I wake up you won't be here anymore. As she spoke, 2 lines of clear tears slid down Tang Shiyu's cheeks and landed on Jiang Chengye's face. What are you saying? I'm right here, aren't I? Jiang Chengye picked Tang Shiyu up in his arms and then sat down in the boss's chair, while Tang Shiyu leaned against him. Listening to Jiang Chengye's strong heartbeat, she felt a sense of security she had never felt before. I had a dream last night, a dream in which I stood against you, and in the end I caused you and Uncle Jiang to die tragically. Tang Shiyu was preparing to give a proper self-criticism when Jiang Chengye put his finger to her lips. SHH, I told you, let the past be the past, and besides, that wasn't the real you. But no buts, this is the real world now, the past is all illusion. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Chengye's eyes. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiyu nodded slightly. At this moment he knew that Jiang Chengye knew everything. He didn't blame her and she felt incredibly happy. Chengye, I love you. Tang Shiyu looked up at Jiang Chengye and said, then tilted her head back and kissed Jiang Chengye's lips. The two kissed passionately again, this time not outside, not outdoors. Jiang Chengye's hands began to move out of his control. Just as Jiang Chengye reached the top of the breasts, Wang Zia knocked on the office door. Tang Shiyu's hazy consciousness instantly cleared and she quickly climbed out of Jiang Chengye's arms and straightened her clothes. She glared angrily at Jiang Chengye. Jiang Chengye looked completely innocent, but feeling the lingering warmth on his hand, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. "Come in." Tang Xiyu calmed herself down and called out to the door. At that moment, Wang Zia poked her head in, glanced around, and seeing that there was nothing she couldn't see, she walked in with peace of mind. "Yuer, why is your face so red?" Wang Zia looked at Tang Yuer and asked in confusion. "Oh, it was too hot just now," Tang Xiu said awkwardly, touching her face, then rolled her eyes at Jiang Chengye. "Too hot?" Wang Zia felt it was very cool inside and wondered aloud. Then she noticed that Tang Xiu's clothes seemed a little disheveled and her face instantly turned red. Meanwhile, Jiang Chengye was just fiddling with his phone, looking completely clueless. "Zioxia, is something the matter?" Tang Xiu quickly changed the subject. "Oh, your cousin Tang Liobing is here." Tang Xiu nodded upon hearing this, let him in. Upon hearing this, Wang Zia went out, and a short while later Tang Liobing came in. "Sister." Tang Liobing called out to Tang Xiu with a fawning expression. Tang Xiu nodded upon hearing this. Then his gaze shifted and he froze upon seeing Jiang Chengye sitting in the boss's chair playing on his phone. "Young Master Jiang, what are you doing here?" Jiang Chengye looked at Tang Liobing with amusement, even more surprised by his appearance. Logically speaking, Tang Liobing should be in a bar right now. "From now on, you'll have to call me brother-in-law." Jiang Chengye laughed. Upon hearing this, Tang Liobing looked at Tang Xiu with a shocked expression and then stared blankly at Jiang Chengye. You two are together?" Tang Liobing asked, somewhat stammering. Tang Xiu nodded and Jiang Chengye shrugged. "Didn't you see the blue roses below? I just successfully confessed my feelings to your sister." Tang Liobing was a little shocked. After all, just 2 days ago he had received news that Jiang Chengye had rejected his cousin, Jiang Chengye, at old Madame Su's birthday banquet. Was he pursuing her? It's only been a few days and he's already won her over with another round of confessions. There's definitely a lot of information here. As for the blue roses below, he didn't see a single one when he came. I reckon they're probably being resold by elderly people in the shopping district by now. "Oh, young Master Jiang.No, brother-in-law, congratulations." Tang Liobing, realizing what was happening, was immediately overjoyed. He then ran directly behind Jiang Chengye and began to act as Jiang Chengye's technician. The young master of Jiangbei Group has now become his brother-in-law and they were already good friends. He had been praising Jiang Chengye to Tang Xiu, but it had no effect. Instead, it made Tang Xiu dislike him. There's no point in arguing about this, but now that the two of them are finally together, doesn't that mean his happy life is about to begin? "You're quite the smooth operator, aren't you? So what brings you to your sister?" Jiang Chengye said with a satisfied expression. "Brother-in-law, you have to stand up for me. I lost my managerial position because I spoke well of you to my sister." Tang Liobing said pitifully, his face full of grievance. Tang Xiu bit her lips slightly, her eyes fixed on Tang Liobing. He lost his managerial position entirely because of his own mistakes. He spent all his time at the company hanging out with employees and was often nowhere to be seen. What kind of manager is he? Now he's framing her and filing a complaint. Jiang Chengye had no idea that guy was just spouting nonsense. He's got the brains, but his ambition is just too big. Back then, I used to brag to them all the time about how I'd managed to hook up with that new female employee. He's a complete scoundrel, why keep him around for the new year? You're still pretending in front of me. Do you think I'll side with your sister or choose to believe you?" Jiang Chengye said in a nonchalant tone. Tang Liobing froze, realizing he had acted without thinking. Looking at Tang Xiu again, a hint of anger was visible in her eyes. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly changed his tune. "I was just joking. My sister is actually a very caring person. You see, I came here today with her approval." After speaking, he glanced at Tang Xiu and saw her nod slightly before he felt relieved. Jiang Chengye looked at Tang Xiu with a puzzled expression. Tang Xiu quickly said, "I think Liao Bing is just a bit too playful. If he were willing to calm down and focus on his work, he would definitely achieve great things." Tang Liobing was delighted upon hearing this. "Sister, what about my supervisor position?" "Supervisor? You're still thinking about being a supervisor? Keep dreaming, just focus on working your way up from the bottom." Tang Xiu said with a serious expression. No way, he started from the bottom, brother-in-law look. Tang Liaobing looked utterly miserable. He was a direct descendant of the Tang family. If word got out, how could he ever face anyone again? He couldn't help but send a distress signal to Jiang Chengye. Grassroots. Jiang Chengye frowned. Speaking of the grassroots, an idea came to his mind. Liu Yun was in need of a companion. The two are like a perfect alliance, a powerful combination indeed. Brother-in-law, you also think my sister went a bit too far, don't you? Tang Liaobing was like a bullied puppy, directly begging his master for help. Cheng Yi, don't spoil him. Letting him start from the bottom is for his own good. Seeing Jiang Chengye frown, Tang Shiyu assumed that Jiang Chengye was dissatisfied with her decision, so she nestled into Jiang Chengye's arms and said sweetly. Tang Liaobing was completely stunned. Was this really the cousin he knew? This voice is simply irresistible. If she weren't his cousin, he would have completely ruined their family relationship. But at this moment, all that's left is endless awkwardness. His hand is now frozen. Liao Bing's still here, watch your image. Jiang Chengye coughed and said, but his hand immediately wrapped around Tang Shiyu. I think your sister's suggestion is good. Starting from the bottom and honing your skills properly is a good idea. Tang Liaobing felt terrible upon hearing this. If he had to start from the bottom, he would rather stay at home and live off his parents. After all, even if he were paralyzed now, his family's money would be enough to last him a lifetime. Tang Shiyu glanced at Tang Liaobing triumphantly, her eyes filled with smugness. The honey trap was used to their advantage perfectly. No matter how much you try to please them, it won't work. Then I'll just go back to living off my parents. Tang Liaobing turned around and sat down on the sofa, looking sullen. If your second uncle hears you say that, you'll see what he does to you. You're 24 and still acting like a child. Tang Shiyu lifted her head from Jiang Chengye's embrace and looked at Tang Liaobing speechlessly. I don't care, I'd rather die than go to the grassroots level. Tang Liaobing remained unmoved. Liao Bing, since you're unwilling to work at the grassroots level at Tang Yu Group anymore, then come work for your brother-in-law. I just don't know if you're willing. Jiang Chengye raised an eyebrow at him. Jiang Cheng Group is a leading enterprise in Jiangbei and its assets are more than 10 times those of Tang Yu Group. If I could get a managerial position at Jiang Cheng Group, my career would take off. Let's see who dares to look down on him now. Yes, I'm willing. Brother-in-law, from now on I'll follow you. You tell me where to go, I'll do it. You tell me to chase chickens, I'll never beat a dog. Upon hearing this, Tang Liaobing jumped up, patted his chest, and said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiyu frowned. It's a good thing for the Tang family that Tang Liaobing can join Jiang Cheng Group, but in his current state, joining Jiang Cheng Group is nothing short of a disaster. If Tang Liaobing affects Jiang Zhenhua's impression of the Tang family, that would be troublesome. She was about to advise Jiang Chengye not to act impulsively, but Jiang Chengye spoke first. Very good, you'll report to Liu Yun's place later and do a good job. Tang Liaobing was taken aback. Should he go find Liu Yun to report? Brother-in-law, when did you let Liu Yun go to work without telling me? Last night that kid texted me saying he was drinking with you at the Hao de Hotel, sis. I wanted to say there were lots of girls, but then I remembered Tang Shiyu is still around, so I can't say that. I didn't expect him to message me later saying he didn't need to go anymore. Were you arranging a job for him? The two were drinking together just 2 days ago, so it must have happened last night, which is why he hasn't received the news yet. You're pretty smart, kid. Okay, that's enough about this. Just call Liu Yun later and tell him directly. Jiang Chengye said with a mischievous grin. Seeing Jiang Chengye's smile, Tang Shiyu knew that things weren't as simple as she had thought. It seems Tang Liaobing is about to be tricked. She pretended not to know anything and not to hear anything. Tang Liaobing was too excited to speak, and in order not to disturb Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu's time together, he left happily. After Tang Liaobing left, Tang Shiyu asked curiously, Cheng Yi, what kind of job did you arrange for Liu Yun? It's not really going to Jiang Cheng Group, is it? Jiang Chengye chuckled, of course not. Then Jiang Chengye explained to Tang Shiyu the arrangement for Liu Yun to be in charge of Project Hope. You're so mean. Tang Shiyu smiled after hearing this. Was that bad? I was training them. Jiang Chengye patted Tang Shiyu's pert buttocks with a mischievous grin. After chatting with Tang Shiyu for a while in the office, Jiang Chengye left Tang Yu Group. Tang Xiu also has work and he can't always be there to influence her. There are many more red marks on her neck. I don't know if it's an allergic reaction. Tusk, they're all strawberries. You are really put in the effort. Jiang Chengye sat in the car and looked at his neck with the front camera of his phone. Tang Xiu had already taken over the high ground. Then I smelled my palms. They smelled wonderfully milky. Satisfy? Just then, Jiang Chengye's phone rang. It was his bodyguard, Zhang Si, calling. Zhang Si's voice came through the phone as soon as it was answered. Young master, the person was lost near Longshan. Do you think that's far enough? Jiang Chengye was immediately startled upon hearing this, as Longshan is more than 100 kilometers away from Jiangbei City. So after all that time without any news, they just dumped him this far away. Wow, impressive. Okay, you can come back now, just go back and don't worry about me. He hung up the phone immediately after saying that. Longshan, located 100 kilometers from Jiangbei City, is a desolate and uninhabited place. Two large Jinbei vans were parked on a grassy field deep in the jungle. Zhang Si hung up the phone and looked at Yi Chen, who was bound with nylon rope in front of him. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. He wanted to eliminate any future troubles, but there were too many onlookers watching as they carried Yi Chen into the car. He'll be in trouble if they investigate further. Brother Si, what did the young master say? The other bodyguards looked at Zhang Si and asked, let's just leave him here. This guy's a master of internal energy. He might wake up soon. Let's go. Zhang Si said. The other dozen or so bodyguards nodded. The crowd then departed in a grand procession while Yi Chen remained lying motionless on the ground with a large bump on his head, just like an old man celebrating his birthday. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one would probably think he was dead. In a dark space, 5 people, 3 men and 2 women suddenly appeared, dressed as male and female servants respectively. Then the space brightened up. Is this the world without a heavenly Dao that you discovered? A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a red maid outfit with a very mature and sophisticated appearance looked at the man dressed in a black male servant outfit and asked a question. The other 3 also looked towards the man in the black servant's outfit. That's right, the heavenly Dao of this world no longer exists. The man in the black servant's outfit spoke in a low voice, his face filled with malice. The others' eyes lit up upon hearing this. Then what is the origin of this world? Another man in a red servant's outfit frowned and asked, the fundamental nature of the world still exists. The man in the black servant's outfit spoke with a sickly smile. Upon hearing this, the other 4 all showed a glint of greed in their eyes. Then, the man in the black servant's outfit waved his hand, and a scene appeared before everyone. The person in the picture is Yi Chen, who was abandoned by Zhang Si and the others in the deep mountains and forests and still has a large bump on his head. 3 question marks were hanging above their heads. This is the chosen one of this world. How could he be so miserable? The black-clad male servant waved his hand again, and the scene remained the same. He truly is the chosen one of this world's destiny. Without the favor of heaven, he would be truly pitiful. A girl dressed in a sky-blue maid outfit covered her mouth and said in surprise. The others all nodded in agreement, and it was clear that they were all beings who embodied the heavenly Dao of their respective worlds. Since that's the case, then proceed according to plan and merge this world. The origins will be split 50-50. Another figure dressed in a yellow servant's outfit spoke with a greedy smirk. The other 4 nodded in agreement, and then a dazzling light emanated from all 5 of them. A planetary shape slowly appeared in the center of the 5 people's hearts. This was a miniature of the planet where Jiang Chengye was located. The light emanating from the 5 individuals slowly enveloped the miniature planet before them. But just as the light was about to touch the miniature planet, a mysterious force blasted the several heavenly Dao beings away. Ah! The group let out a scream, then steadied themselves and stared in shock at the miniature planet. How is this possible? What kind of power is this that can actually reflect our heavenly Dao power back? The group of people were completely dumbfounded. Something's not right. This isn't a method that the heavenly Dao could use. It seems more like something this world itself possesses. I am in a red maid outfit, Tendu said with a solemn expression. The other heavenly Dao beings nodded in agreement. Then, with a wave of his hand, the man in the black servant outfit reappeared and Yi Chen reappeared. It's possible that because of this chosen one, the script for this world's existence seems to have just begun. Even if the heavenly Tao disappears, the script will continue to run. Only when the chosen one completes their story will this world's protective mechanism disappear. The other three looked bewildered, mainly because they had never encountered a situation like this before. This is the only explanation. Such a situation has never occurred in their world. Skyhawk back, what do we do now? Everyone looked at Tiandao Wendao, who was dressed as a black male servant. This was also the first time that everyone present had spoken the other person's name. This heavenly Taoist was named Tian Hai. Tian is their surname and the color of their clothing represents their given name. After a moment of contemplation, Tianyingbei said, "In this situation, the only solution is to have our chosen ones reborn in this world to help them complete the storyline. Only in this way can we devour the origin of this world." The other heavenly Tao beings frowned upon hearing this, as the chosen one was a matter of great importance and any mishap could have a backlash against their very essence. Moreover, if the chosen one of their worlds were to be reborn in this world, their strength is probably less than 1/10. After all, they are beings who have already completed their own world's script. Seeing the four heavenly Taos hesitate, Tianyingbei said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. This world is a tempting offer, but if the heavenly Taos of other worlds discover it, things will get very bad. Hesitation will lead to defeat." Upon hearing this, all four made up their minds and nodded in agreement. Without further ado, let's return to our own worlds and make arrangements. Once everything is settled, each of us can gather here with our chosen ones. Skyhawk said calmly. The other four heavenly Tao beings nodded in agreement and then they all disappeared from this space. With the disappearance of the five people, the space returned to darkness once again. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space thousands of miles away in the Milky Way, every now and then, a few strange noises could be heard coming from within the space. After an unknown amount of time, the strange sound disappeared. Two figures appeared. They were the heavenly Tao of the world where Xiao Tong and Jiang Chengye resided. "Brother Tong, it seems another heavenly Tao is eyeing my world's origin." Tiandao's cheeks were still flushed, clearly indicating that the two had just had a fight. Xiao Tong nodded upon hearing this, patted the heavenly Tao's little hand and said, "It's all right, Jin Kui. As long as the host is here, no one can touch your essence." He had anticipated this situation. The world of the hollyhock, the outer barrier, is its masterpiece. Go ahead and dream about devouring others. Moreover, with Jiang Chengye present, even without that barrier, the power he left on Jiang Chengye could easily annihilate those heavenly Tao beings with wicked intentions. Tian Jin Kui was relieved upon hearing this and then rested her head on Xiao Tong's shoulder, a look of pure happiness on his face. "Let's not waste time, let's create a small heavenly Tao or a small system while it's still hot." With a wave of his hand, the two disappeared, and the space around them began to tremble slightly. At that moment, Jiang Chengye, who was driving on the road, suddenly felt a tremor. Then he slammed on the brakes and pulled the car over to the side of the road. But the feeling of palpitations quickly disappeared. "What's going on? Do I have a heart condition?" Jiang Chengye touched his chest, looking puzzled. He immediately shook his head. The dog system had said that his constitution was immune to all poisons and that he would never get sick, so it shouldn't be a heart condition. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Gyu Rongjun calling. The Education Bureau has already held a meeting and arrangements have been made for the children in the welfare home who have no access to education. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Chengye was not surprised, as it had been the same in his first life. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Chen hung up the phone. At that moment, Jiang Chengye suddenly felt a little lost, staring blankly at the distant mountains. The camera then shifts to Sun Xiaoyu. He hurriedly drove home from Jiang's house, changed into his police uniform and went straight to the old town of Jiangbei. At this moment, the area downstairs was already crowded with people standing outside the police cordon. This terrorist attack had caused widespread panic. The person who reported the incident was Liu Ma's neighbor, and he smelled a strong stench of blood early in the morning. So they called the police immediately. The police pried open the door and even curiously peeked inside. Now they've taken him in for psychological counseling. Sun Xiaoyu stood at the doorway and looked inside. This is the scene where Durian's sister and her friends were murdered. At this point, it wasn't just the police officers present, people from the Martial Arts Bureau were also there. In Jiangbei's martial arts bureau, the Sun family, being a renowned martial arts family, naturally had many older members. The person who arrived was Sun Xiaoyu's third uncle, Sun Heoran. She was also the deputy director of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Bureau, and her presence here in person indicated that the situation was more serious than she had imagined. Sun Xiaoyu's expression was complicated when she saw Sun Heoran. In his previous life, his third uncle had been incredibly kind to Yi Chen, always protecting him. They, like myself, also committed disciplinary problems. With Jiang Chengye's death and Yi Chen's subsequent actions that harmed the Dragon Kingdom, she finally realized her mistake and joined the ranks of those who wanted to kill Yi Chen. 4 headless corpses lay in pools of blood, all of them completely naked. A female corpse lay on the sofa, also completely naked, her lower body forming an M shape. There was a horrifying wound on her chest, the blood already congealed, suggesting the knife had pierced her heart. All 5 people were completely naked. It's easy to guess what happened there. There was still a lot of splattered blood on the ceiling. The scene was like a living hell. Sun Xiaoyu gasped in shock. Police officers, all wearing shoe covers, were observing the area while the forensic pathologist was examining the body. The heads of Liu Ma and the others had already been placed aside and covered with white cloth. Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Sun Heoran, who was watching the forensic doctor take photos with a serious expression, noticed Sun Xiaoyu outside the door and quickly frowned and asked. Sun Xiaoyu is the apple of their family's eye. How could she possibly be at a murder scene like this? Third uncle, I'm a policeman now, you forgot. Sun Xiaoyu pointed to the clothes she was wearing and said. Upon hearing this, Sun Heoran's face hardened and he walked up to Sun Xiaoyu. You silly girl, you won't join the martial arts bureau, you insist on becoming a policeman. Zhang Zhang, who was observing the window at that moment, heard the noise and saw Sun Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, Director Sun of the Martial Arts Bureau was still talking to her, assuming that Sun Xiaoyu had offended Sun Heoran. Sun Heoran works for a special organization, they can't afford to offend him. He hurried over, chuckling, Sun Xiaoyu, why are you so late? Hurry up and bring in some shoe covers. Sun Heoran's square face immediately hardened. How dare he let his niece into this situation? Team leader Zhang, I think that's unnecessary. Xiaoyu should just stay outside. Zhang Zhang was stunned upon hearing this, then suddenly realized that the two of them shared the surname Sun. Could they be relatives? Okay. Zhang Zhang nodded and bowed to Sun Heoran, then looked at Sun Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you can stay outside, don't go in. Sun Xiaoyu looked at Sun Heoran with a pleading expression. Third uncle, I'm a police officer, not just a pretty face. Please let me in. Sun Heoran couldn't hear anything and looked at Zhang Zhang calmly. No need to look anymore, this is beyond the jurisdiction of your police station. After you've verified the facts, collect the body and we'll handle the rest. Zhang Zhang nodded upon hearing this, he was used to it anyway. The bureau chief also gave the order that everything be done according to the instructions of the person in front of him. Clear. Zhang Zhang immediately replied in a formal tone. Sun Heoran looked at Sun Xiaoyu with a smug expression. Xiaoyu, how about considering joining us? Sun Xiaoyu decisively shook her head. No, I still think being a police officer suits me better. Joining the Martial Arts Bureau can easily lead to a life of idleness. The Bureau only takes action when a martial arts master injures someone. For someone like her who can't stay still, this was pure torture. By the way, third uncle Captain Zhang, I have a target for this case. Sun Xiaoyu said softly. Zhang Zhang and Sun Heoran were taken aback, then looked at her and asked, who? Yi Chen. Zhang Zhang frowned upon hearing this, then lowered his head to think. Sun Heoran, looking puzzled, asked, who is Yi Chen? Then Sun Xiaoyu repeated what Zhang Zhang had told her the day before. Sun Heoran frowned upon hearing this. From Sun Xiaoyu's words, it was clear that this kid was no good. Captain Zhang, I think we should definitely investigate Yi Chen. He has no regard for the law and is incredibly skilled. It's not impossible for him to have done something like this. Zhang Zhang nodded upon hearing this. Although Yi Chen's previous criminal record for assault had been erased by foreign hackers, they had all seen the video and Yi Chen was indeed exceptionally skilled. Jiang Chengye was aware of the existence of martial artists, so he could naturally tell that Yi Chen was definitely not an ordinary person. Of all the deceased, only Yi Chen had any contact with them. It's quite obvious that this person's motive was very serious. Sun Haoran nodded. Captain Zhang, give me this Yi Chen's basic information and we'll handle it. Jiang Chengye nodded. This kid's not simple. His information was directly deleted by foreign hackers, but luckily there was a text file. I'll have someone give it to you later. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu was taken aback, thinking to herself, a hacker. Then it can only be that Alice. HMPH, they're still aiding and abetting evil, having already forgotten how they sang Conquer in their past lives. The scene has been completely cleared and the written records left by Yi Chen have been handed over to Sun Haoran. Unfortunately, the address I left belonged to Chen Wu. This unexpected turn of events led directly to the discovery of the murderer. Meanwhile, Chen Wu was still playing mahjong with his 3 sworn brothers in the rented room, completely unaware that she had fallen into a trap set by Yi Chen. As Sun Xiaoyu watched the corpses being carried away, she couldn't help but think, why didn't I tear Yi Chen's bones off and feed them to the dogs in my past life? As evening approached, thunder roared and lightning flashed, followed by a torrential downpour. Yi Chen, who was resting in the wild, was finally woken up by the rain. Of course, this amount of rain shouldn't have woken Yi Chen up, but coincidentally, the place where Yi Chen was located was in a low-lying area and the rainwater gathered into a small puddle. Yi Chen was right in the center. Ugh. Yi Chen tried to move his hands and feet but found that they were bound and he couldn't move. Fortunately, it was just a nylon rope. If it had been an iron chain, Yi Chen would probably be dead here today. He easily broke free from his restraints with a single effort. The cold, icy rain slapped haphazardly against my face and it was pitch black all around. Yi Chen felt a severe headache. I reached out and touched it and lo and behold, there was another head on my head. How did I get here? Wasn't I downstairs at Tangyu Group? Where am I? A hint of confusion appeared in Yi Chen's eyes as he asked 3 questions in quick succession, revealing his doubts. But the situation didn't allow him to think too much. A torrential downpour was starting and he had to find somewhere to take shelter. Using the light from the lightning, Yi Chen knew he was in a mountainous area. He knew that you should never hide under a tree on a rainy day. That was common sense. But there was nothing around, so I had no choice but to hide under a tree. I, Yi Chen, the Lord of the Dragon King Palace, am destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Heaven dares not forsake me. Yi Chen let out a low growl, then found a large tree that could barely provide shelter from the rain and sat down cross-legged. He had clearly forgotten how he was reborn. Boom. Thunder rumbled and the rain poured down harder, but Yi Chen was not afraid at all. He has been to even harsher wilderness environments abroad. It's a minor issue. He took out his phone and everything was working perfectly. Michael Phelps's knockoff waterproof phone. Knockoff phones are awesome. This is a mobile phone developed by their Dragon King Palace themselves, specifically for maintaining contact even under these circumstances. However, the signal is a bit weak in this situation, only 1 bar, but 1 bar is better than none. Yi Chen frowned slightly and called Chen Wu, but the signal strength was a false signal. It hung up on itself as soon as I called. Blanche. Yi Chen punched the tree and because he didn't control his strength well, the tree snapped in two. Tree, victim number 1, I'm asterisk. Yi Chen, his face dark, changed to another tree. After Yi Chen sat down, he began to contemplate life. He vaguely remembered that he had hit his head on the steps and then lost consciousness. After a moment's thought, Yi Chen realized that his presence here must have been arranged by Jiang Chengye. I want to die in this desolate wilderness. Dream. Jiang Chengye, you missed such a good opportunity to get rid of me. Prepare to die when I return. Yi Chen finally understood. He wasn't going to follow the plot from his previous life anymore. He's determined to take back everything that belongs to him himself. When has the mighty Dragon King ever been so mocked? Forget about the plot, just go straight for the dark side. You're the one who forced me to change so drastically. Yi Chen stood up abruptly and roared, letting the cold, icy rain lash against him. Without even blinking, that's ruthless. I swear I will give back everything that belongs to me, or may I be struck by lightning." Yi Chen immediately began to swear an oath, his eyes blazing with fury in the darkness. But making such a vow on a rainy day is something even the heavens would agree with. Such a good thing. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck the tree next to Yi Chen. Instantly, the once lush green tree turned into a withered tree. He died on the spot without even a single leaf left. Tree, victim number 2. First of all, I didn't offend anyone. Secondly, I'm a F asterisk 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 GB asterisk 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 D. Yi Chen was so frightened by this sudden scene that he almost peed his pants. Just then, another bolt of lightning struck a tree not far away. Yi Chen was immediately startled. Something was wrong, but deep down I still felt it was probably a coincidence. I was just kidding. God, please don't strike me down. After Yi Chen sat down, he spoke softly, clearly still a little uneasy. But words spoken are like spit, you can't take them back. 2 more bolts of lightning struck the 2 trees behind Yi Chen. Tree, victims 3 and 4, what kind of oath are you swearing, asterisk 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 R? Yi Chen swallowed hard. Damn it, this is aimed at me, Yi Chen. Suddenly, Yi Chen felt a sense of alarm. The oath he had made was like a bolt from the blue. There have been 4 lightning strikes already, and there's 1 more to go. Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly as he had an idea. As we all know, the probability of the same tree being struck by lightning is as high as the probability of Daxia winning the World Cup. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he ran directly to the tree behind him that was still emitting black smoke. His eyes were fixed on the big tree where he had just taken shelter from the rain. Although the cold, icy rain was chilly, Yi Chen's heart was pounding. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck the tree where Yi Chen had just been standing. The entire tree burst into flames instantly, but the cold, icy rain extinguished it immediately. Yi Chen was beaming with smugness. Was fate deliberately targeting him? That lightning bolt was clearly meant to take him away. I, Yi Chen, am half a step ahead of heaven. You damned heaven, do you submit? Yi Chen's face was full of smugness, and a wicked smile crookedly appeared on his lips. At this moment, Yi Chen seemed to be standing on the highest peak of the world, overlooking the entire world. But boom! Another bolt of lightning struck the withered tree where Yi Chen was standing. Ah! The lightning lasted for quite a while. Yi Chen let out a scream. His security uniform was instantly shattered by lightning. Yi Chen was completely naked, all his body hair had disappeared, and his originally fair body was now blackened by the electricity, making him look like a completely different person. 5 seconds later, Yi Chen collapsed to the ground, his mouth opening and closing as if saying, "No sportsmanship," before losing consciousness again. The large bulge on my head was still emitting white smoke. I wondered if it was cooked. The cold, icy rain brought a sudden drop in temperature. Yi Chen lay down on the ground, having a close encounter with nature, inside the Jiang family villa. Jiang Chengye lay on the bed after taking a shower, his brows furrowed. The sudden storm left Jiang Chengye somewhat bewildered. This scene wasn't in the original storyline. I was originally planning to pick Tang Shiyu up from Get Off Work and experience what it's like to be in love. Plans can't keep up with changes, so I was forced to go home. I wonder if Yi Chen has gone home yet. With this heavy rain, he should know to run home, right? Jiang Chengye said calmly. Little did they know that Yi Chen had already been given an electrotherapy treatment. Whether she wakes up or not is another matter. And just then, that same feeling of palpitation returned. Immediately afterwards, a scene suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chengye. Inside a mysterious space, there were 3 men and 2 women. The 5 people held hands and their bodies radiated a dazzling light. Behind each of them, a figure had a hand on their shoulder. One of the figures even looked like it was dressed in ancient costume. What's going on? A cosplay party? Jiang Chengye looked at the screen with a puzzled expression and asked. These 5 were the 5 Heavenly Dao beings who were preparing to devour the world where Jiang Chengye resided. The group of people had their eyes closed and were floating in midair, the light emanating from their bodies slowly pouring into the miniature planet in front of them. Jiang Chengye stared at the miniature planet, his pupils suddenly contracted, and then he exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this the Azure Star? The planet Jiang Chengye lives on is called Tianlin Star, which differs from Lan Star in his previous life by only one character. However, its area is twice that of Earth. He had seen a miniature version of the Azure Star in Xiao Tong's hands before. Therefore, it can be recognized at a glance. As the light emanating from the individuals disappeared, the group landed and released their clasped hands. Damn it, I didn't expect it to be so difficult to get the chosen one of destiny in. I actually used 30% of my Heavenly Dao power. Tianying looked at his hands with a pained expression and said. The other 4 Heavenly Dao beings' expressions changed slightly as they looked at the eagle's back. They had used about 50% of their Heavenly Dao power. The chosen one? The power of heaven's will. Jiang Chengye was a little confused by what Tianying said, but after a moment's thought, he realized that the 5 people in front of him were Tiandao. These celestial beings look really comfortable in their clothes. What's a little bit of Heavenly Dao power? As long as we devour the origin of this world, we can easily replenish the lost Heavenly Dao power. The man in the yellow male servant outfit grinned. The others all nodded in agreement. Tian Haideng, dressed in a red maid outfit, said, "That's right. As long as the 5 of us chosen ones assist the chosen one of this world in completing the storyline, and then we divide up the world's origin, our strength will reach an even higher level." Then all 5 Heavenly Dao beings let out hearty laughter. Jiang Chengye was stunned. These Heavenly Dao beings were up to no good. Although he doesn't know what the origin of the world is, he certainly doesn't want to do anything good for it. 5 chosen ones, 5 main characters. To help Chen complete the storyline. Jiang Chengye frowned slightly. This was not good news. Clearly, the story is not yet finished. These Heavenly Daos cannot directly intervene and devour the essence of Tianlin Star. The crucial step is for Chen to complete the storyline. Jiang Chengye would not agree to that. Continue watching the situation on the screen. With a wave of his hand behind his back, a black screen appeared on the screen. The sound of rain could be heard coming from inside. Then the brightness of the Skyhawk's back was turned up to the maximum, and then a person lying in the mud, completely blackened, appeared on the screen. He also had a large bump on his head. What's going on? The chosen one of this world isn't dead, is he? Sky Eagle exclaimed in surprise. It hasn't been that long. Just a moment ago I was lying there fully clothed, and now all my clothes are gone and I've been reborn as a different race. What happened? He shouldn't be dead. Look, his chest is still rising and falling slightly. My chosen one knows medicine. As long as we find him, he can be easily saved. Blue maid outfit Tiandao, Tian Kyubo said. The Heavenly Dao character looks like a little girl with 2 pigtails. Another man dressed in a gray male servant outfit, Tian Yuipo, looked at Tian Kyubo and laughed. It's like saying the chosen one of destiny doesn't know medicine. Only the chosen one of this world would be so incompetent. However, when it comes to the chosen ones among the 5 of us, only the one on Eagle's back is strong enough. He doesn't cultivate martial arts but immortality. We truly envy him. Then the group looked at Tianyingbe. 4 of the 5 were from urban fantasy dramas, while only Tianyingbe was from a fantasy drama. Tianyingbe was the strongest among them. The world is big enough to warrant starting a fantasy story, otherwise it's just material for playing urban fantasy scenarios. In fantasy dramas, the power that the chosen one ultimately rewards the Heavenly Dao with is no joke. Therefore, they also desperately wanted to devour the world before them and strive to start the fantasy storyline as soon as possible. Tianying laughed. So what if you're stronger? You martial arts prodigies are the ones I truly envy now. Although your strength will be suppressed a bit after rebirth. But no one in this world can threaten them. Wang Teng, on the other hand, is in a rather dire situation. He needs to recover slowly. If he had entered at his peak strength, you chosen ones wouldn't even have a chance. That's incredibly pretentious, but it's also true. Although Tian Haideng and the others were smiling on the surface, they were inwardly cursing. In the fantasy genre, the chosen ones are all moved to the urban genre. They can easily cultivate and become invincible. Several of them couldn't help but curse inwardly. Meanwhile, Jiang Chengye, who was lying in bed with a bucket of popcorn in his hand, was stunned. This is a huge amount of information. Cultivating immortality, this isn't something out of a novel, is it? It actually exists. Moreover, she has now been reborn on the planet Tianlin with the purpose of assisting Yi Chen, the Dragon King, in the plot. Are there 4 other main characters who know medicine and fighting skills? Moreover, they are very powerful. Are they not a threat to this world? Jiang Chengye clenched his fists involuntarily. This was a major crisis. Then the scene in front of him disappeared and Xiao Tong's figure appeared. Host, I have set up a protective barrier on Azure Star which has now been triggered. The source of the crisis has also been found. Everything from now on depends on you. If the origin of this world is devoured, then this world will also disappear. Take care, host. Then the system's form turned into particles and disappeared. Damn system, you've screwed me over. Are you even human? It's not just Yi Chen anymore. 5 main characters are here to help him kill me. I can't take this. Jiang Chengye immediately put on the mask of pain. The next day, after the rain, the air was incredibly fresh this morning, cleansed by last night's downpour. Jiang Chengye woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning. He was overwhelmed with information last night and couldn't fall asleep at all. He racked his brains for a solution, but in the end he only found one: to kill Yi Chen directly. However, Jiang Chengye was unsure whether this would be effective. If killing Yi Chen causes other changes in the world, then it would be a great loss. As for the chosen ones from the other 5 worlds, Yi Chen wasn't worried. Although he wasn't entirely sure of their strength, he could easily defeat several peak martial arts practitioners. Even the most threatening chosen one of immortal cultivation needs time to develop, which is equivalent to being no threat at all now. Jiang Chengye was worried that it was the Heavenly Dao behind them. If Yi Chen is killed, these Heavenly Dao beings might become desperate and resort to desperate measures. After pondering all night, Jiang Chengye decided that I should play along with your act and pretend not to see it. He can only take it one step at a time. After all, it was his own system that caused this mess, and as the host, he can only clean up its mess. Furthermore, this also concerns his own life and death. Jiang Chengye's eyes gleamed. If they wanted to follow the plot, they'd have to ask him for permission first. The camera focuses on Chen Wu. At that moment, Chen Wu was still playing mahjong with his 3 good brothers, another simple all-nighter. Chen Wu's face was ashen. He had been firing off firecrackers all night as if he had eaten soybeans. I'm not fighting anymore. If I had a grenade on me, I think it would just explode. Chen Wu tossed the cards aside, left the table, pulled the covers over himself, and lay down on the bed. This is incredibly bad luck. He calls himself the Mahjong Prince. But at this point, it should probably be renamed Mahjong Cannon King. The 3 brothers happily counted the banknotes in their hands. In front of the 3 of them were more than a dozen bundles of gleaming white banknotes. Before, when they played mahjong, they would lose everything, leaving nothing but their underwear, while Chen Wu was always the winner. But now, Chen Wu is a real gambler. Setting off fireworks all the time can only be described as a perk for the brothers. Otherwise, who could set off fireworks all night long? Brother Wu, I know you deliberately lost because you think we brothers are broke. It's okay, let's rest for a bit and then play again. Chen Wu's face cracked upon hearing this. This was a real treat, but she's still being stubborn. Good to know. Go get some sleep first, then see if the Dragon King has any plans. Playing mahjong all day isn't a good thing. Speaking of the Dragon King, Chen Wu took out his phone and saw that his message to Yi Chen was still stuck on yesterday's morning message. Chen Wu suddenly sat up. Every day Yi Chen would send him a good morning message and he would reply with a good day. The purpose was simply to let the other person know that they were safe. After returning to the Dragon Kingdom, it never stopped. There wasn't one today and Chen Wu's heart skipped a beat. Then he took out a knockoff Phelps waterproof phone and dialed Yi Chen's number. The number you dialed is currently unconscious. Please try again later, sorry. When he heard the cold, indifferent tone on the phone, he was completely stunned. What the heck? Does this notification sound exist? Chen Wu was completely dumbfounded. Then they contacted Alice, who was in the United States, and asked her to help them locate the location. Is there something you need, Chen Wu? Alice's cold voice came from the other end. Chen Wu's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. Alice was known for her good temper. She's beautiful, a typical European-American girl, and they've never spoken to them so coldly before, not even calling him Brother Wu anymore. But Chen Wu had no time to be upset about the current situation. Yi Chen had disappeared, which was a serious matter. Even if he disappears, you can just give him the Dragon King ring and then disappear again. We can't get in touch with the Dragon King. Quickly find out where he is, Chen Wu said anxiously. Upon hearing the news, Alice on the other end of the phone immediately looked delighted. Yi Chen is missing, that's great. She'd love for Yi Chen to just die on the spot. Sorry, I'm currently in the US laying low and can't be checked. Alice chuckled softly and then hung up the phone. Chen Wu stared blankly at his phone. Has Alice taken the wrong medicine? She's always secretly harbored feelings for Yi Chen, so why does that soft laugh sound a little jarring? Meanwhile, Chen Wu was downstairs. Sun Haoran was walking upstairs with his hands behind his back. They were there to arrest Yi Chen, but Yi Chen wasn't there, only the scapegoat Chen Wu was. They went to Yi Chen's dragon's lair yesterday, but no one was there, so they came up empty-handed. Today we arrived at the address left by Yi Chen. Of course, Sun Haoran didn't come alone. There were 2 cars parked downstairs with 4 young people in the 2 cars. Sun Haoran told them to wait downstairs. He hadn't taken action in a long time. For terrorists with such ruthless methods, they had to be taught a lesson by hand first. Furthermore, he wasn't sure of Yi Chen's strength. If he sent these young people up, they might not be able to protect their safety. Arriving at the door of the house where Chen Wu and the others lived, Sun Haoran gently knocked on the door. Inside the house, Chen Wu and the other 3 looked grave, worried about Yi Chen's safety. Chen Wu had already explained the situation to the 3 of them, even though he knew the Dragon King was very strong. But you never know, what if we encounter something even stronger? Just as I was getting worried, there was a knock on the door. Chen Wu and the others were taken aback. Who could it be so early in the morning? Only Yi Chen knew about this place. Could they be here to collect rent or perhaps to collect utility bills? Chen Wu gestured for his underlings to open the door, and the group looked at the open door with expectant eyes. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't Yi Chen but a middle-aged man with a square face. Is Yi Chen there? Sun Haoran looked around and asked calmly. Surprisingly, there was no photo of Yi Chen at the police station, so Sun Haoran didn't recognize Yi Chen. The only option was to use the most basic method, ask directly. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Wu's eyes narrowed. Judging from the aura emanating from Sun Haoran, this person was a martial artist. He immediately asked the Dragon King. This made him wary. Chen Wu stood up, walked towards Sun Haoran and asked, "There's no one named Yi Chen here, you've come to the wrong place." Chen Wu pulled his underling, who was about to speak, aside and said calmly. After saying that, he prepared to close the door. Sun Haoran narrowed his eyes, raised his hand to block the view and said, "This is the address Yi Chen provided. I think you must be Chen Wu." Then, looking at the man who opened the door with his hand bandaged, he said, "Your name is Zhang San. The one sitting upright probably has a back injury. Your name is Li Si. The remaining one is the one with the injured leg. Your name is Wang Mazi." The group was taken aback upon hearing this. If they knew the name, the person must be one of their own. Suddenly, Chen Wu remembered that Yi Chen had once said he had connections in the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps the person in front of us is the one Yi Chen was talking about. Chen Wu quickly laughed. "Haha, so you're one of us. Please come in." Sun Haoran's lips curled slightly upward as he strode into the room. The reason we know the names of Chen Wu and others is because it's recorded in the archives. The document also listed the injuries of several people. Sun Haoran recognized them at a glance and was able to match them up immediately. Sun Haoran was incredibly adept at adapting to changing circumstances. And just like that, they got in and in doing so dispelled the doubts of the others. Sun Haoran could clearly sense from Chen Wu and the others that they were all martial artists. Furthermore, Chen Wu actually made him feel threatened, and all of them exuded a murderous aura. In particular, Chen Wu still had a faint smell of blood on him, which meant he had recently killed someone. All signs indicate that this group is not simple. The murder in the old city was most likely committed by this group of people. "Are you an old friend of the Dragon King from the Dragon Kingdom?" Chen Wu closed the door and went straight to the point. Sun Haoran was stunned. The Dragon King, an old friend, what are all these? Suddenly, he remembered the Dragon King's palace, which was the subject of much international discussion and was feared by everyone. These people in front of me are all from the Dragon King's palace, and this Yi Chen is actually the palace master of the Dragon King's palace. He knew perfectly well that only the master of the Dragon King's palace was addressed as Lord Dragon King. Upon realizing this, Sun Heoran's breathing quickened. He had stumbled upon a huge secret. Since they are from the Dragon King's palace, Sun Heoran needs to be more cautious. These people are all mercenaries. They are highly skilled and ruthless. Thankfully, I didn't let those young people downstairs come along, or it could have been dangerous. At this moment, Sun Heoran was absolutely certain that these people were responsible for the murder in the old city. Exactly. Sun Heoran said without blushing or skipping a beat, "Then why have you come here, Your Excellency? The Dragon King is not here." Chen Wu kept his right hand behind his back, ready to strike if Sun Heoran's answer displeased him. Sun Heoran sat down on the sofa and looked at them. "I'm here today mainly because of a murder case in the old city. The police have already suspected Yi Chen, and you're all suspects too, so they sent me to handle it. Yi Chen gave me this address and told me to contact you." Sun Heoran, true to his old tricks, suspected the rumors were true, but Yi Chen's claim about providing the address was complete nonsense. After all, these people are mercenaries. They're bound to be cunning. Therefore, getting straight to the point and not beating around the bush is the best choice. As expected, Chen Wu immediately put aside his doubts upon hearing this and revealed his hand that had been behind his back. While the latter part of Sun Heoran's statement cannot be verified, the first part is true. After all, he killed the person himself. I didn't expect them to trace it back to me so quickly. The agencies in Daxia are truly formidable, so what are your plans? Chen Wu frowned and looked at Sun Heoran, asking a question. The main issue was that Yi Chen only gave the target initially without explaining the details. Not to mention that the police stormed into his house and found him there, knowing he was the last customer. How could one not have doubts? The fact that they were able to find this place was entirely due to Yi Chen's exceptionally high intelligence and the address he left behind. If Chen Wu knew, he would surely be devastated on the spot. Sun Heoran's eyes lit up. It seemed that Chen Wu was the one who committed the murder. That statement is a direct self-incrimination. But we still need to figure out these people's capabilities first. I'd like to ask, what are your skill levels? Sun Heoran asked with a solemn expression. Upon hearing this, Chen Wu frowned, puzzled. What did this have to do with strength? But seeing Sun Heoran's serious expression, he probably has something on his mind. I'm at the early stage of dark strength, Zhang San is at the early stage of explicit strength, and Li Si and Wang Mazi are both at the peak of the beginner level. Chen Wu said loudly. Upon hearing this, Sun Heoran's pupils shrank immediately. No wonder he could sense a sense of danger from Chen Wu. It turns out he was a master of the early stage of internal energy just like him. This is a bit troublesome. If it's a head-on fight, I might not be able to beat Chen Wu. After all, Chen Wu is a killer who has been around overseas for many years. It's not hard to see from the wounds on those corpses how ruthless and decisive he is. The only option is to retreat first and then find more people. This matter is quite serious and has a significant impact. You can no longer stay here. Let me go back and make some arrangements, and then I'll find you a new place to stay. Sun Heoran frowned and said, his expression very serious. He was ready to answer Chen Wu's questions. For example, why ask about my abilities? How do you plan to arrange things? What is my role position? But he was overthinking it. Chen Wu nodded upon hearing this. Then I'll trouble you. Chen Wu also knew that the laws of Daxia were very strict, unlike those of foreign countries where laws were merely for show and could result in acquittals simply by paying money. The deaths of 6 people at once are already a very serious situation. Fortunately, the Dragon King is resourceful. If he dared to order him to kill someone, he must have a backup plan. As expected, the Dragon King is quite cautious. Sun Heoran was stunned. Was it really that simple? These were mercenaries, and now they were masters of internal energy. It seems like their IQ is completely offline. Sun Heoran felt that if he took them directly to eat kidneys now, none of them would resist. They might even ask, want to eat too. In that case, I'll go back first and arrange everything for you. Sun Heoran stood up and said. Chen Wu and the others nodded and got up to see Sun Heoran off. Sun Heoran's hand was already on the doorknob when Chen Wu suddenly said, Wait a minute, I have a few questions. Sun Heoran's heart tightened. It seemed he had underestimated the vigilance of these mercenaries. They discovered something amiss. He slowly turned around and his heart skipped a beat when he saw Chen Wu's serious expression. His hand was already secretly gathering strength. Any other questions? Chen Wu asked with a smile. I still don't know your surname. Could you leave your phone number so we can contact each other directly? Sun Heoran was taken aback. My surname is Sun and my phone number is 1389 asterisk. Do you have any other questions? Chen Wu silently memorized Sun Heoran's phone number, then looked at Sun Heoran with a strange expression, as if he were somewhat expectant. In that case, Chen Wu suddenly thought of Yi Chen, who had lost contact with him. Besides, Sun Heoran nodded. That's more like it. Show me your intelligence, otherwise I'd think I'm already very smart. Mr. Sun, it's like this. I can't get in touch with the Dragon King right now. I wonder if you could help me find him. Sun Heoran was taken aback upon hearing this. So Chen Wu trusted him so much because Yi Chen was currently out of contact. He suddenly understood. It wasn't that Chen Wu wasn't intelligent, it was just that everything was too coincidental. He frowned and nodded. It seems this is serious. I'll try to investigate it later. Chen Wu and the others nodded, their faces full of gratitude. He waved goodbye to Sun Heoran. As soon as the door closed, the four people's expressions changed drastically. His expression was solemn. Chen Wu's lips twitched slightly, then he looked at Zhang San, Li Si and Wang Mazi and softly uttered three words. Let's play mahjong. The three of them exchanged knowing smiles with him. Longshan. At this moment, a white Audi Q3 is parked where Zhang Si and his group parked their large Jinbei van yesterday. 5 men got out of the car. All 4 were dressed in casual clothes. The 4 are Lin Fan, the chosen one under the heavenly Buddha hand; Chu Tianba, the chosen one under Tian Yuipo; Yi Tian, the chosen one under Tian Haidang's command; Gu Chen, the chosen one under Tian Qiubo. There was another student who was relatively thin and was wearing a school uniform, clearly a junior high school student. We've arrived. This is the place heaven has guided us to. The middle school student looked at the dense jungle before him and spoke calmly. He was none other than Wang Teng, the chosen one under the command of Tianying. He is also the only one among the 5 who cultivates immortality. Although he is currently weak, the other 4 dare not show him the slightest disrespect. This is the instruction of the heavenly Dao of my world. I must never offend it. Although they were all proud and arrogant, they still took the words of heaven to heart. Let's go. Wang Teng said calmly, then put his hands behind his back and walked into the dense forest. The other 4 exchanged glances and followed Wang Teng's lead. After a few minutes' walk, the group arrived at the place where Yi Chen had taken shelter from the rain the previous night. Where are they? Lin Fan looked around but couldn't see anyone. The others looked around but couldn't find any trace of Yi Chen. At your feet. Wang Teng pointed to the ground beneath their feet and said calmly, Holy crap. The group quickly jumped away. Beneath where they had just been standing, there was a large, dark bag. Lin Fan reached out and poked it. It's soft. What is this thing? Then, grasping the large bag and exerting a little force, he lifted the dark, heavy bag. And this was naturally Yi Chen's birthday bag. Yi Chen was indeed at their feet, though his body was covered in a layer of mud. With a forceful pull, Lin Fan lifted it out. Wow, the roots of this thing are so black, they kind of look like a person. Lin Fan pointed at Yi Chen and said, At this moment, Yi Chen is completely black. His skin has been soaked in rain all night and his pores have been fully opened. He is as black as coal. However, you can vaguely make out that it resembles a person. Chu Tianba and the others looked on with curiosity at the strange scene before them. Wang Teng frowned and said calmly, This is the chosen one of this world. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise and quickly threw Yi Chen to the ground. What bad luck! I thought it was a meat-shaped Ganoderma lucidum. Chu Tianba and the others all wore mocking smiles when they saw Lin Fan's reaction. It must have been struck by lightning last night. Wang Teng glanced around at the surroundings and said calmly, If he hadn't failed to detect any spiritual energy from Yi Chen, he would have thought the guy was undergoing a tribulation of lightning. The group looked up and saw that all the large trees around Yi Chen had been struck by lightning. The branches and trunks all turned into charcoal. What terrible things have we done? Lightning is aimed right here. Gu Chen clicked his tongue and said. The others all shook their heads. They were all chosen ones, but this young man's fate was truly tragic. They're still alive after all this. Their life is truly tenacious. No wonder they're chosen ones like us. Gu Chen smiled. The group members were all quite strong, and they could clearly sense that although Yi Chen looked miserable, he still had a slight heartbeat in his chest, which was enough to prove that he was not dead. The injuries were just quite severe. Someone should step in and help him first. Wang Teng looked at the four people and asked. He has absolutely no strength left and is unable to heal Yi Chen. I'll do it. Chu Tianba pulled out a small black package from his pocket. Inside was a handful of silver needles. Before long, Yi Chen had been pricked with more than a dozen needles, and then the last silver needle pierced into the top of Yi Chen's head. Suddenly, all the silver needles began to tremble violently, and wisps of white smoke were also seen rising from the end of the needle. Gu Chen squatted down and carefully observed Chu Tianba's acupuncture technique, then blinked and said, Brother, your acupuncture skills are amazing. They're just as good as my Tei divine needle technique. Chu Tianba wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled. My technique is called the 32 Xuanwang needles, but it does consume a lot of internal energy. Yi Tian revealed a disdainful smile, a smile that rivaled Yi Chen's crooked, wicked grin. But he didn't speak, his eyes occasionally glancing at Wang Teng standing opposite him. I don't know what they're planning. A dozen minutes later, as Chu Tianba removed the needles, Yi Chen's chest resumed its normal beating and the bump on his head disappeared. But my skin is still dark, which will be solved by taking a hot bath when I get back. Then Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flashing in them. Then scenes from last night flashed through his mind. He thought he was about to be reborn like in his previous life, but this time he wasn't. It seemed even the heavens dared not take him away. Then, a smirk appeared on his face. I just felt a slight numbness at the corner of my mouth. Then Yi Chen looked up and saw 5 people standing in front of him and was immediately stunned. I don't know any of these 5 people. Who are you? He asked indifferently. In this desolate wilderness, 5 people suddenly appeared in front of me. There's also someone who looks like a middle school student. What a bizarre combination. Moreover, the slight disdain in their eyes made Yi Chen very uncomfortable. How dare they show such an expression in front of him, the Dragon King? We're here to help you. There's something wrong with the world you live in. Wang Teng looked Yi Chen up and down, and for some reason he really wanted to punch Yi Chen. Yi Chen flipped to his feet and looked at the group warily. He completely dismissed Wang Teng's words as utter nonsense. He's a materialist, so you're aliens. Lin Fan and the others burst out laughing. Yi Chen's thought process was something else. Wang Teng frowned slightly. You can understand it this way. Yi Chen was about to lose his temper. A middle school student dared to act like a ghost in front of him. Is that how it can be interpreted? Do you really think the Dragon King is an idiot? Judging from the looks of it, this middle school student is the leader of this group. Let's capture him first. Although he was still very weak, Yi Chen believed that dealing with the people in front of him was more than enough. Without hesitation, Yi Chen's figure shot out like a ghost. Why a ghost? It was too dark, it was a dark shadow. Wang Teng remained expressionless, simply watching indifferently. Just as Yi Chen's hand was about to touch Wang Teng, Gu Chen's hand grabbed his. Yi Chen's pupils contracted. He had been watching the 4 of them out of the corner of his eye the whole time. Seeing that the 4 people didn't move, he withdrew his gaze. The moment he did, Gu Chen grabbed his hand. What kind of strength was this? Is it really that fast? With a slight exertion of force, Gu Chen made Yi Chen feel as if his hand was being clamped by a large iron clamp, rendering him completely immobile. Gu Chen's other hand wasn't idle either. He immediately began to stroke Yi Chen's face with both hands. They slapped Yi Chen's face clean. Wrong, stop hitting me. Yi Chen waved his hands, pleading for mercy. My face was completely numb. If we hadn't estimated you were already dead, and if you hadn't tried to repay kindness with enmity, I wouldn't be surprised you were beaten like this. Gu Chen patted the dust off his hands. Only then did Yi Chen belatedly realize that even if he survived being struck by lightning, he wouldn't be completely unharmed. All right, it's time to go back. Wang Teng looked at Yi Fan and the others and said. The group nodded slightly, then he looked at Yi Chen, a strange smile appearing on his lips. Come on, you're not wearing any clothes, all naked, don't you feel cold? Then Yi Chen wiped his body clean, revealing only a layer of ash. The security guard uniform had long since disappeared. The dust on his body was clearly the remains of the uniform. A short while later, Lin Fan and his group drove away slowly in their Audi. Wang Teng sat in the passenger seat while Chu Tianba, Gu Chen, and Yi Tian sat in the back. Yi Chen and his group naturally didn't leave them behind, and there wasn't enough room in the car anyway. He'll just have to make do with sitting in the trunk. It took them about an hour to get back to Jiangbei City. The car slowly drove into a villa. This is Lin Fan's home in this world after his rebirth. His identity is the husband of Su Weiwei, the granddaughter of Old Lady Su. In his original world, he was the son-in-law of the Su family, the Usura war god. However, the Su family in this world does not have sons-in-law who live with their parents, and his status in the Su family is not low. Su Weiwei had already gone to work and no one was home. Wang Teng and the other four sat on the sofa, while Yi Chen, who had just come out of the shower, still had dark skin and was wearing a set of Lin Fan's clothes. He stood to the side, shivering. The handprints left by Gu Chen were perfectly symmetrical. Wang Teng sat on the sofa and reached out to shake hands with Yi Chen, then a script appeared in my hand. Yi Chen glanced at it, his pupils instantly shrinking. What kind of move was this? Is this magic? Moreover, the script clearly displays several large characters. The chosen one, Yi Chen. Isn't that his name? This is the way of heaven. The script unfolded by employing the power of the way of heaven. Wang Teng said calmly, then handed the script to Chu Tianba and the others. Chu Tianba took it and read it. It contained a detailed account of Yi Chen's life. He glanced at the script and then at Yi Chen. Yes, they are completely different things. The others sighed in disbelief while Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. What kind of expressions were those? That look in their eyes is like they're staring at an animal. After the group had finished looking around, Yi Chen asked in a low voice, "Brothers, could I take a look at this?" The group glanced at him, then closed the script and handed it to Wang Teng. With a wave of his hand, Wang Teng made the script disappear. She didn't even glance at Yi Chen, who felt as if he had swallowed a fly. "Tell us about what's happened recently," Wang Teng said calmly. Yi Chen clenched his fist slightly, feeling utterly humiliated. This is absolutely outrageous. Then, with a smile, he told Wang Teng and the others about the recent events. However, the step of ordering takeout was omitted. Wang Teng and the others frowned slightly, not expecting Yi Chen to be in such a worse state than they had imagined. However, Yi Chen still kept his little secret about being reborn hidden. They simply attributed it all to bad luck. "It seems that without the favor of heaven, you're truly hopeless," Yi Tian said calmly, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Yi Chen shares the same surname as him, yet he has ended up in this state. They simply look down on them. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen clenched his fists, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. However, Yi Tian unleashed an even stronger killing intent, and Yi Chen immediately went limp like a tamed puppy. "What is this favor from heaven?" Yi Chen asked cautiously. To him, what these people were saying was like a book written in heaven. In any case, he couldn't escape the Heavenly Dao, but Yi Chen didn't know what the Heavenly Dao was. "I was completely baffled. Heaven's favor is like a blessing. The heavenly way has disappeared from your world, so you no longer have its favor or blessing, which is why you've ended up in such a miserable state." Wang Teng spoke calmly, and the others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Yi Chen was overwhelmed with shock, which completely shattered his worldview. At the same time, he also realized why this life was so different from his previous one. It was all because of the will of heaven. The group then engaged in a heated discussion. According to the will of heaven, help Yi Chen complete the rest of the story. As long as the whole process is completed, the result remains the same. Wang Teng and his companions were quite confident about this. After all, they had all completed their own scripts as chosen ones. The most important thing now is to capture Jiang Chengye and give him a good lesson. Make him cooperate with Yi Chen. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chengye had overheard their entire conversation. Inside Jiang Chengye's room at this moment, he was lying in bed, silently watching all of this. "This feature suddenly appeared last night. I thought it was a one-time thing." Unexpectedly, the moment he thought of Yi Chen, an image of Yi Chen immediately appeared in his mind. This must be a method left on him by the system. You think you can capture me, you want to beat me up, you bunch of chosen ones, you're dreaming. Jiang Chengye's lips curled up, revealing a mocking expression. With a wave of his hand, the scene before him vanished. The scene then shifts to a mysterious space. This is the space where the 5 heavenly Daos, including the Sky Eagle back, reside. At this moment, the heavenly Dao beings all wore expressions of panic. Because they were no longer able to observe what was happening in the world. This means that their chosen one has now lost contact with them, they're completely blind now. This was naturally Jiang Chengye's doing. He discovered that whenever the image focused on these few heavenly Daos, an option would appear on the screen: block. In the morning, these heavenly Dao beings were watching a live broadcast, seeing how the group rescued Yi Chen. However, after Jiang Chengye clicked the block button, the screen in front of them immediately went black. Seeing the 5 people's anxious expressions, Jiang Chengye was overjoyed. Looking at them now, still the same as before, I felt even more at ease. Don't worry, although we can't see them, they are all chosen ones and no one can threaten them. Besides, if something happens to them, we'll sense it immediately. Sky Eagle said in a deep voice. What exactly is going on? How can we, as the Heavenly Dao, be unable to observe this world that has no Heavenly Dao? Heavenly Buddha hand, he asked somewhat excitedly. The others remained silent, but their faces were expressionless. He looked like he'd eaten several pounds of poop. He looked awful. It's probably this world's self-protection mechanism. By forcibly sending the chosen one in, we likely activated this mechanism, which is why we can't observe them anymore. Skyhawk said helplessly, this is the best explanation at present. Upon hearing this, the others all let out a helpless sigh. They were starting to regret it. This world was a bit strange. If the chosen ones are to fall into this trap, they will suffer a severe backlash. They might even ruin their own very foundation. But now that things have come to this, all we can do is pray that our chosen one is safe. Jiang Chengye shook his head, then waved his hand, and the screen in front of him disappeared. It's already 11 a.m. and Tang Shiyu hasn't come to see him today. After calling him, she asked him to have lunch together. Sun Xiaoyu didn't come to see him either. She was probably still busy with the murder case in the old city. After getting up and tidying up, Jiang Chengye drove to Tang Yu Group to pick up Tang Shiyu. Although Yi Chen had some help, he still wasn't going to follow the plot. He was waiting for these people to come to him on their own, essentially waiting for them to come to him. Jiang Chengye waited downstairs by his car for more than 10 minutes before Tang Shiyu, arm in arm with Wang Zia, walked out of Tang Yu Group. Nariyev. Upon seeing Jiang Chengye, Tang Shiyu quickly let go of Wang Zia's hand and ran to his car. Today, Tang Shiyu is wearing a professional outfit, a black pencil skirt that perfectly accentuates her curvaceous figure. Her charm is off the charts. Jiang Chengye's attention was mainly focused on Tang Shiyu's legs, which were adorned with a pair of alluring black stockings. It's a truly devastating weapon. Watching Tang Shiyu run up to Jiang Chengye, Wang Zia shook her head helplessly and followed. Let's go! Jiang Chengye ruffled Tang Shiyu's hair and said with a face full of affection. Tang Shiyu immediately hugged Jiang Chengye tightly. She nodded gently in his arms. Then, remembering that her best friend was still nearby, her cheeks flushed. She quickly propped herself up from Jiang Chengye's embrace and looked at Wang Zia beside her. Seeing that Tang Shiyu and Jiang Chengye were both looking at her, Wang Zia quickly waved her hand and said, "You two continue, don't worry about me, I'm fine." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye's lips curled up slightly. "Are you all right? There must be plenty of dog food today." Then Jiang Chengye immediately wrapped his arms around Tang Shiyu's slender waist, lowered his head, and kissed her. Tang Shiyu's pupils contracted and her heart pounded. This is right downstairs from the company building. People coming and going are all from the company. I'm so shy, but she still closed her eyes and began to enjoy it. Wang Zia stood there completely stunned. Is there no law anymore? I was just being polite. Are you really going to ignore me? No need for lunch, I'm already full. Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu didn't kiss for long, they separated after a few seconds. Let's go. Jiang Chengye looked at Wang Zia and smiled. Wang Zia felt that Jiang Chengye's smile was entirely intentional. Wang Zia was so angry she could have teeth in her mouth. But alas, what can I do? I'm a single dog. They even invited me to eat alone. Who brings a third wheel to a meal? Who knows, we might not even need to eat dinner, we could just eat dog food and be full. I won't go, you two go ahead. It's inconvenient for me to go with you too. Wang Zia said with a fake smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Shiyu grabbed Wang Zia's small hand. Let's go, is there anything inconvenient? You were just saying you were starving. Wang Zia's lips twitched slightly, she was hungry just now but now she didn't seem so hungry anymore. And please can you not say I'm starving out loud, it's so embarrassing. Seeing no displeasure on Jiang Chengye's face he said, fine, I'll go. If you're going to be a light bulb you'll be illuminating the world. The three of them did not drive but walked. Although the area around Tangyu Group is not very busy, it is a bustling commercial street just a few hundred meters away. As soon as they entered the commercial street, the three of them attracted a lot of attention. Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia eat here so often that they're immune to it. Jiang Chengye never cared. You should know that he was constantly being trampled on by Yi Chen while following the plot and he didn't care about the pitying looks others gave him. Moreover, most of the looks they give now are filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Several girls even blushed when they looked at Jiang Chengye. I wonder what I was thinking about. He's so handsome and has a great physique. It would be so wonderful to talk to him about life all night. Handsome, it's free for me. I long for him to be the man who silently supports me from behind. An hour later, the three of them walked out of a restaurant. Jiang Chengye's belly was noticeably larger than before. He would occasionally let out a burp looking completely satisfied. Tang Shiyu covered her mouth and laughed, 6 dishes and you finished them all. Now you're stuffed, aren't you? Wang Zia remained silent to the side, she had seen everything clearly the entire time. Jiang Chengye was able to eat so much because Tang Shiyu fed him. Sitting opposite the two men, Wang Zia felt like she was living a life worse than death. I feel both envious and heartbroken, the image of the two of them being affectionate flashed through my mind again. Chengye, eat a bite of this and this too. Oh dear, look, there's a grain of rice on your lip, let me help you, oh. Open your mouth and eat this. So good. Oh dear, there's a grain of rice on the corner of your mouth. Let me help you. Oh dear, why are you using your mouth? And so, Wang Zia didn't eat much but was completely fed by the couple's public displays of affection. Moreover, the two of them completely disregarded her thoughts. Her 180-watt light bulb didn't even bother them. On the contrary, he almost self-destructed. She vowed never to eat with Jiang Chengye and Tang Shiyu again. It's absolutely torture. The three of them strolled along this commercial street. Just then, Jiang Chengye suddenly noticed a little girl with a small ponytail struggling to reach into a trash can that was much taller than her, searching for something. Judging from his physique, he was very thin, likely due to malnutrition. She was wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt with several holes in the back. She wore beige shorts, the hem of which was almost torn off. He was also carrying a snakeskin bag. Judging from the shape of the burlap sack, it should contain various bottles. The little girl looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. Jiang Chengye's heart skipped a beat. At such a young age, she should be in school, carefree with her peers, attending classes. She shouldn't be here. Those around her who noticed her cast a sliver of sympathy their way, while those who didn't simply walked away indifferently. Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia had clearly noticed the little girl as well, and a hint of sympathy appeared in their eyes. The three men walked towards the little girl. Jiang Chengye walked behind the little girl and asked softly, "Little sister, what are you doing?" Hearing this, the little girl turned her head to look at Jiang Chengye, a pure smile appearing on her dusty little face, and pointed to the back of a middle-aged man walking away. "I'm trying to pick up the bottle that uncle threw away but I can't reach it. Big brother, could you help me get it out?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chengye felt an overwhelming bitterness in his heart. He bent down, picked up a mineral water bottle from the trash can and handed it to the little girl. A happy smile appeared on the little girl's dusty face. She took the bottle from Jiang Chengye's hand and quickly put it into the snakeskin bag. After putting the bottle away, she looked at Jiang Chengye and said in a childish voice, "Thank you, big brother." Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia, who were standing behind Jiang Chengye, both felt a lump in their throats. Jiang Chengye reached out to pat her head but she quickly dodged away. "Big brother, don't touch Union. Union is dirty. Big brother is so clean, it wouldn't be good if you got her dirty." Looking at the sensible child before him, Jiang Chengye felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He crouched down to look at Yunian and asked gently, Yunian, why are you picking up bottles here? Where are your parents? Yunian looked at Jiang Chengye in surprise and asked in confusion, how did you know my name was Yunian, big brother? Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia behind her were amused by Yunian's questioning little face. Because my brother has superpowers, Jiang Chengye said with a smile, then reached out and pinched Yunian's little face. This time, Yunian didn't dodge. When Jiang Chengye squatted down, she felt the kind of love that belonged to a father. No, brother, you're lying. Yunian said her own name just now. She stuck out her tongue and said with a smug look on her face. Jiang Chengye was taken aback. He had mistaken Yunian for a child and she was actually teasing him. Jiang Chengye glanced behind him at Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia, who were covering their mouths and chuckling, and felt a little embarrassed. You haven't answered your brother's question yet. Jiang Chengye laughed. Yunian, who had been all smiles, suddenly lost her smile and tears welled up in her eyes. Mom said that Yunian's father went to a very far place and Yunian has never seen him. Now Mom is sick and needs a lot of money for treatment. Yunian wants to earn money to pay for Mom's treatment. Yunian doesn't want to be without her mother. Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia felt very uncomfortable upon hearing this. It's a single-parent family and the mother is currently ill. Tang Shiyu bent down and reached out to take Yunian's little hand, her eyes slightly red, and asked softly, Yunian is such a good girl. Yunian's mother must be very happy. Tell your sister, what illness does your mother have? When Tang Shiyu took her hand, Yunian instinctively tried to pull away. The older sister in front of her was so beautiful and her little hands were so dirty. But Tang Shiyu held her hand tightly. Feeling the warmth of Tang Shiyu's fingers and hearing her caring words, tears streamed down her face like broken kite strings. This feeling is like a mother holding her hand. She shook her head and cried, Yunian doesn't know either. Mommy won't tell Yunian, but Yunian knows Mommy is in a lot of pain. Tang Shiyu turned her head away, trying hard to hold back the tears in her eyes. Holding Yunian's hand, as if he had touched something, he quickly turned Yunian's hand over. On Yunian's palm there were several cuts that had already scabbed over. Tears welled up uncontrollably and streamed down my face. Big sister, don't cry. Yunian hurt herself while rummaging through the trash can. When Yunian saw Tang Shiyu crying, she hurriedly said something and reached out to wipe away Tang Shiyu's tears. But when she saw her own dirty little hands, she withdrew them. Jiang Chengye felt a complex mix of emotions. Yunian is so young yet so sensible. She's so sensible it breaks my heart. It's okay, Mom will be all right. Jiang Chengye gently comforted him. Yunian nodded vigorously. Does Yunian want some candy? Wang Zia squatted down and asked. A glint of light flashed in Yunian's eyes. She hadn't eaten candy in a long time. Wang Zia took a white rabbit milk candy out of her bag and handed it to Yunian. A hint of hesitation flashed in Yunian's eyes, but she finally reached out her little hand and took it. She looked at Wang Zia, her eyes red-rimmed, and gave a sweet smile. Thank you, sister. She peeled off the wrapper of the white rabbit milk candy and threw it into the trash can. Then I put the white rabbit milk candy in my mouth, so sweet. Her face was filled with a happy smile, and then she looked at Jiang Chengye and the other two. Thank you for the candy, sister, it's so sweet. Yunian has to go now. If we collect a few more bottles, we can exchange them for money. After saying that, he waved to the three of them, picked up the nearly full snakeskin bag and left. Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia were both ready to help Yunian, and when they saw Yunian about to leave, they were both about to call her back. Jiang Chengye stopped them. Both of them looked at Jiang Chengye with suspicion, but they could clearly sense his concern for Yunian. You all go back first, I'll take care of Yunian here. He looked at the two of them and said softly. Tang Shiyu and Wang Zia exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. Who is Jiang Chengye? He's the young master of Jiang Cheng Group and he's got plenty of money. If it were a matter of helping Yunian, it would only take a few words. Chengye, I'm entrusting Yunian to you. As Tang poetry says, young master Jiang, I never expected you to be so kind-hearted. I misjudged you before. Wang Zia said sincerely. I used to think Jiang Chengye was just a spoiled brat, but seeing how caring he was for Yunian, Wang Zia thought Jiang Chengye was really gentle. It's not too late to know now. Jiang Chengye laughed. After the two left, Jiang Chengye followed Yunian closely. Watching Union rummaging through the trash cans for bottles made me feel terrible. Just then, Union noticed several empty water bottles inside the pancake stall. If she collects these empty water bottles, she can then use this snakeskin bag to exchange for money. Seeing that no one was inside, Union hesitated for a moment. He placed the snakeskin bag outside the shop and then carefully went inside. He bent down and picked up the several empty water bottles from the trash can. Just then, a voice with a very unfriendly tone came from behind. "Whose child is this, all dirty, who let you in?" Wang Liang, the owner of the pancake shop, shouted sternly. His face was full of menacing features. He was clearly not a kind person. No wonder this pancake stall, located on this bustling commercial street, attracts no customers. This appearance is so off-putting, who would dare to buy it? Union was clearly startled and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, uncle, I just wanted these empty bottles." Wang Liang frowned, showing no sign of restraint despite Union's apology. "Where are your parents? Don't they know better? You reek of garbage. This is a food stall. You're polluting the environment here. You have to pay for it." Upon hearing this, Union panicked, her eyes reddening and her body trembling slightly, clearly terrified. She put down the bottle. "Uncle, I'm sorry, I don't want the bottle anymore, I'll leave now." Wang Liang, however, was not having the same idea. He had been holding back a lot of anger lately. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison and had just been released. His family sold everything they owned to buy him this shop, and they thought things would finally get better for him. Who knew that there wouldn't be a single person all day? It's better to stick to your old profession. He was imprisoned for child trafficking. Seeing Union at this moment, a wicked thought arose in his heart. Seeing Union's appearance, she must be a homeless child. It's good that no one will notice if she goes missing. Want to leave? Stay put and wait for your parents to come and get the money to pay you back. Wang Liang grabbed Union's thin arm and said fiercely. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chengye's eyes outside the door. Then, with a flash, he appeared behind Wang Liang. "Let her go," Jiang Chengye said in a low voice, and Wang Liang was startled and quickly turned around. The moment Union saw Jiang Chengye, she burst into tears. "Wow, big brother, help me, Union is scared." "Union, don't be afraid. With your big brother here, no one can hurt you." Jiang Chengye smiled as he comforted Union, who was still upset. Jiang Chengye's sudden appearance startled Wang Liang. After calming himself down a bit, Wang Liang looked Jiang Chengye up and down. He seemed to be dressed in extraordinary attire. He exuded the air of a wealthy young master. Wang Liang's lips curled into a slight smile. He had to swindle a hefty sum from them. "Bad uncle, let me go, let me go." Union struggled incessantly, but Wang Liang showed no sign of letting go. "I told you to let her go. Don't you understand?" A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chengye's eyes. If it weren't for the constraints of morality or the fact that he shared the same temperament as the protagonist, Wang Liang was already a corpse. By this time, a crowd had already gathered outside, all looking curiously at the small pancake stall, which was only a dozen square meters in size. "What's wrong? Why is this boss catching a little kid?" "I don't know. The boss doesn't look like a good person. How old is this kid? He's so cruel. This pancake stall just opened a few days ago, and I'm telling you, I haven't seen a single person come to buy any." "Of course. Look at the boss's fierce-looking face. Who would dare buy from him? He might just stab you. If he weren't wearing a chef's uniform, I would have thought this owner was a murderer. You know what? This guy seems to have been to jail before. I heard he was just released recently, but I don't know what he did." Seeing the crowd of onlookers outside, Wang Liang suddenly felt more confident. He opened his mouth wide and began to make up nonsense. "Everyone be the judge. This kid came in to steal something and I caught him." Then he pointed at Jiang Chengye. "This person demanded my release without even asking what happened. I'm the victim. The child's parents deserve an explanation." Wang Liang looked grief-stricken, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "You're talking nonsense. Union didn't steal anything. She just wanted to collect a few empty bottles." Union cried, her face full of grievance, large tears streaming from her eyes. "Boss, this is just a child. If you put the child down, everything will be fine." "Exactly. The child is still so young, you can't just carry her like that. It's just a few empty bottles. Is it really that big of a deal?" The onlookers all tried to persuade him, and several young men even clenched their fists involuntarily. Seeing the burlap sack at the door and the empty water bottles scattered on the floor inside the shop, and then looking at Yunyan's clothes and appearance, everyone knew that what Yunyan said was true. It's just a few empty water bottles. Is it really necessary to treat a child like this? What do you know, 10,000 yuan of mine that I left in the shop is gone. I suspect she stole it. Anyway, there are no security cameras inside the store, and the only cameras outside can capture Yunyan entering the store. He says whatever he wants, and he's completely on the side of theory. As for the consequences, Wang Liang never considered the consequences of his actions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have committed crimes and become a human trafficker. Upon hearing this, the onlookers immediately realized that Wang Liang was simply trying to swindle money. Yunyan didn't steal the money, boo-hoo, Yunyan cried. You say no, then shut up. Wang Liang roared fiercely at Yunyan. That's enough. Jiang Chengye roared angrily, his eyes filled with rage. Wang Liang in front of me is a typical scoundrel. It's a completely fabricated frame-up, and it's against a 6 or 7-year-old child. How could anyone say such a thing? They're an animal. Jiang Chengye really wanted to send him to his next life with a single punch, but if he did that, he would be breaking the law. However, in secret, Wang Liang was already a dead man. Big brother, Yunyan didn't steal any money. Yunyan thought Jiang Chengye accused her of stealing money and that the angry roar was directed at her. Jiang Chengye's furrowed brows relaxed as he looked at Yunyan, and he said with a smile, Yunyan, don't be afraid. Big brother believes you won't steal money. With Big brother here, no one can hurt you. Yunyan looked at Jiang Chengye and nodded, her eyes full of trust. That's so touching. Who the hell are you? If you're his parent, you'd better hurry up and pay up, otherwise this guy's going to be detained here today. Wang Liang muttered something under his breath and said fiercely, You son of a B****ch. How can you be so unreasonable? Are you even a man? Put the child down. Outside the door stood a large, fat man wearing a mink coat, gold chains, and sunglasses, pointing at Wang Liang and cursing. Wang Liang smirked disdainfully. If you're so capable, give me 10,000 yuan, if not, shut up. The fat man in sunglasses pulled a wad of 100 yuan bills from a small leather bag tucked under his arm and threw it onto the pancake stall. Wang Liang's eyes lit up immediately. Who knew this guy was such a sucker? Little beggar, you're lucky, someone's even cleaning your backside for you. Then he put Jiang Yunyan down and casually tossed her on the ground. Keep in mind that Wang Liang is a tall man, over 1.8 meters. Yunyan was more than a meter above the ground at that moment. How could anyone withstand such a fall? No one expected Wang Liang to be such a beast. Ah. Yunyan closed her eyes and screamed, and everyone else couldn't bear to look. But after a long while, there was no sound of it hitting the ground. Jiang Chengye, standing a few meters away, had already taken Yunyan into his arms. Yunyan thought she was going to fall and get hurt badly, but suddenly a strong arm caught her, and when she looked up, it was Jiang Chengye, Big brother. Yunyan didn't care about being dirty anymore. She buried her head in Jiang Chengye's arms, her body trembling slightly. He reassured her softly, it's all right. Yunyan was sobbing softly. Although she was very strong, she was still just a 6 or 7-year-old child. Sensing the aura emanating from Jiang Chengye, her unease gradually subsided. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Jiang Chengye catch Yunyan, then they all looked at Wang Liang with anger. At this moment, Wang Liang was holding 10,000 yuan, his eyes filled with greed, completely disregarding the gazes of these people. I'll F***ku. The chubby man in sunglasses was instantly enraged. He raised his thick thigh and kicked Wang Liang's pancake stall, overturning it. Everyone around him looked at him with admiration. He was incredible. Wang Liang was stunned by the fat man's sudden kick. Luckily, he dodged quickly, otherwise his leg would probably be broken. But the pancake machine he had just bought was now ruined. Wang Liang wasn't annoyed. He hadn't sold a single pancake, so this was a good opportunity to cash in. Pay me back, I just bought this pancake machine, it cost 100,000 yuan. Wang Liang picked up the kitchen knife that had fallen to the ground and said fiercely. It looked like it was going to fight the fat man to the death. Upon seeing this, the surrounding crowd quickly dispersed. Once a knife is drawn, it's no joke.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.